Mai, ki tēnei hui. We are resuming the meeting of the Kōrau Tōtōpū Long-Term Plan Finance and Performance Committee of 9th of May. 9th of May feels like a long time ago now. This morning, a little bit different. We are going to begin with the petition item. So I invite the petitioner, John McGrath, to introduce the petition. No, my John.
Should I be here or there?
Wherever you would like. What's most comfortable for you? Yeah, have a seat. As long as you've got your green light on when you're speaking, and you know the drill. It's 10 minutes, and including time if you want to have any questions of you as part of that 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mayor, Councillors. Thank you for your time this morning. It's, as always, it is a privilege to be here and to be able to speak directly to councillors, and it's one which we don't take lightly. So, thank you very much for this opportunity. We're here this morning to present, which we can confidently say is the largest petition that Council has received on any single issue in the last 10 years. We've looked at the Council website. It's a Council-facilitated process. It is your means of engaging with the communities in the city, one that you have established and wording that we negotiated and agreed with officers before we put the petition on the Council website. So this isn't just signatures that we gathered outside. This isn't just standing on the street and asking people to sign a slot of paper. This is people meaningfully and purposefully engaging with Council, something for them. It means they taking time to register and give their signatures. It means that Council officers that come back and verify their identity. It is a due engagement process that Council has established and a means by which the community has given their voice to Council. We've looked at the last 10 years of petitions on the Council website. The next biggest petition from 7 or 8 years ago on bins in public parks had 500 or 600 submissions, and that was a citywide submission. This is a single issue, and by a magnitude of 6 times, 3,500 people have given their time and said, this is a terrible decision, Council. They do not agree that this is the way to go. They are fully informed. They know that this petition was being run in conjunction with the LTP. It was very deliberately timed to ensure that this loud voice was actually at the same time as the LTP consultation. People knew that Council have tough decisions to make, and we understand that. People understood that Council have tough choices to make. But what they have said is that this is hugely valuable, hugely appreciated, slightly run down. In officers' words, they've sweated the assets for 50 or 60 years. But this is a hugely valuable asset for the community. They've spoken loud and clear, and they want the pool to be retained. They were clear in their view that you don't pay for multi-billion-dollar assets, and we realise that billions of dollars has to go into roading, billions of dollars has to go into water assets, but you don't pay for multi-billion-dollar infrastructure by stripping communities of single-digit million-dollar decisions. That's on the margins. The amount of money for Kandala Pool wouldn't pay for a kilometre of pipes. Pay for half a kilometre of pipes. These decisions are not about water infrastructure. These decisions are about retaining the integrity, the vitality, and the confidence of communities and some place for their children and families to get together. They are on the margins of the financial decisions that you have to make. I have Tony Shanks with me. She's going to take a couple of minutes just to demonstrate how children and families have engaged in this process. So I'm just going to invite Tony, but I just want to say just a couple of other things. It's not just about the petition, councillors. This decision, or this prospective decision by Council, has absolutely energised the community. We've had an art splash where children and families have attended. We had TVNZ interviews at the pool where overnight 300, 350 people attended to demonstrate their appreciation for the pool. We had a packed town hall community meeting, which was positive, respectful and engaged a number of weeks ago, and we appreciate that the Mayor and a number of councillors, the Chair and others also attended to listen to the community voice. This prospective decision has really energised the community, and we're putting that energy in front of councillors. Final point I want to make is just the strength of the voice. This, as I started with, is a council-facilitated process to listen to communities. 3,500 people have responded. There isn't a threshold. If you don't listen to 3,500, would it be 5,000? Would it be 10,000? What is the number? The community couldn't have been clearer in the demonstration of their voice, and I ask Council respectfully to listen to that, to engage with the community. We're not asking for a big flash upgrade. What we are asking for is simply to engage with the community and look for a way forward. Yes, we will hear that officers are going, it's all or nothing, has to be closed. There's sections in the Building Act that have to be engaged if they do. But as part of our LTP submission, and I'm not going to go into it here because time is short, but we will be presenting on the LTP as well. We have independent, expert, technical advice that will show that there are halfway house solutions, that we can upgrade this pool if officers are just willing to listen and to work with us with an independent chair to actually work out another way forward. There's no loss here. The pool doesn't have to shut this year. The earthquake strengthening requirements don't come until 2034. There's no rush. The Mayor and others have given commitments to engage with communities, to find a solution. That's what we're asking for. If we can't find one, well and good. But all we're asking for is to engage with the community in good faith, and let's work together to try and find a solution. Thank you. Tony.
Ngā mihi nui, John. Tēnā koutou katoa. Right, now from the start of this petition to save Tōtōpū, it's activated a strong community of supporters that spans the generations. Strong in their voice are our younger generations. It is a privilege to present with you this visual petition from them. It is a compendium of artwork and messages that communicate their message. Please save our pool. They even use their manners, which is nice. Not just for them, but for the future children and families to enjoy. 100 years of memories should not stop here. Please don't be the council that brings this legacy to a sad end without considering the alternatives. We have a responsive community, young and older, that is 100% committed to working with the council to keep the memories going. And now more than ever, our younger generations need the wellbeing benefits from being active outdoors in a sensory-rich environment away from the high-stimulation environments that our world presents. Our younger generations need environments that present real-life situations with challenges and rewards of the kind that they face throughout their lives. Tōtōpū does just this. It's bracing, it's deep, and naturally builds resistance, which can cross across their lives. More than ever, they need an environment that connects communities, which it does. It is not for our children, our tamariki, to determine where to find funding or to calculate the maintenance costs in order to save something that they love, something that they think is important. They just know that they love it and that it's worth saving. And for us, the adults and the responsible authorities to work as guardians and kaitiaki to protect this taonga for future whānau and tamariki. With the opportunity to explore these options together, there is a solution that will benefit the Wellington community for generations to come. Please listen to the tamariki. It is their city that we're investing in, and once the pool is gone, it is gone. And I'm just going to read one little comment from somebody who sent in. Andrew Glenn was my great-grandfather and the first park keeper. He established the pool. My grandchildren are the sixth generation to use the pool. We all love it, and we have a strong connection to the park and the pool. This pool is so, so special. It is so special to Wellington. Thank you. Ngā mihi nui.
We'll go to a few questions. Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Could you just briefly tell me what the other options are that your independent advice disclosed?
Yes, thank you. We believe firmly that there is a halfway house. Firstly, we believe that the upgrade costs are inflated through a whole load of ancillary costs. That actually would have to be done anyway, like the stream mitigation. Our expert advises there's alternative solutions for the stream. It doesn't have to be $4.5–5 million in mitigation works. We're talking about raising the pool, and there also are solutions about lowering the stream, which would be far more economical than actually having to keep the stream as is and raising the pool. As I say, the community are loud and clear that they don't want the big flash upgrade. They understand that $12 million is not a decision that council can take lightly, but we are confident that there is a $4, $5, $6 million decision that will be a halfway house for both council, will be a win for both council and for the community.
Can you just repeat, what did you say about the building?
About the building?
Yeah.
What we were talking about is we were saying that...
No, but sorry, the building is the structure itself.
Oh, sorry. So
what's the concern? So
the buildings themselves are deemed to be earthquake prone, but the earthquake prone provisions don't come in until 2034, thanks to the new government's changes to the rules. So what we're saying is there is no rush. The earthquake provisions are not a reason for having to, shut the pool this year. There is no real reason to shut this pool this year. What we're saying is there is a window to work with the communities, and that's all we're asking for, is you've given a commitment to engage, and we're saying let's bring this engagement process to its meaningful conclusion, and then the community will accept the outcome of that engagement.
thank you. And can I just say that's a great Irish accent there? Yeah, Dubliner.
Highly diluted by 20 years in New Zealand.
Not really.
There don't appear to be any other questions. I just want... Well, you didn't have your hand up. You can ask one, Ben.
So I just actually want to clarify, because you've talked about the costs of the mitigation as not being part of the upgrade, but do those same costs apply to the grassing over as well? So when we saw, so you're saying 8 million is 12 million because of those costs, but arguably doesn't that also mean that 1 million is 5 million? So just a comparative has also got those costs, is that correct?
Yes, Councillor.
Okay. Cool, thank you.
So we don't have any more questions now. I just want to acknowledge all the work that has gone into the petition. I think councillors, we recognise that this is a significant community voice that has been expressed to us, and realise that that comes from the work of the community. So thank you, John. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate all of the work.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors.
And so we now know my Matt Bialy. Ki te horo I te kōrero. Please welcome Matt Bialy to introduce the report. Oh, and Parrish. Sorry. Your name wasn't in my notes.
Kia ora. Just wanted to start off with thanking the principal petitioner, John McGrath, and the many community members who have signed the petition. The petition closed on the 12th of May with a total of 3,412 signatures. Just wanted to quickly note that in the paper, due to the timing of needing to get the petition response approved, it just states that there was 3,303 signatures, and that was by 24th of April. We'll take the paper as read and we'll open it up for questions.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. I actually went up to have a look at the pool, and it seemed like a fix would be relatively straightforward. So why is it that we can't actually just strengthen the items that are earthquake prone, like the changing sheds and the pump house?
Kia ora, councillors, through the chair. It's to do with the Building Act 2004 that if we need to get building consent for significant works, we have to deal with natural hazards that have been identified on site. That is the key trigger, which actually requires us to do a lot more work than just fix the buildings. Through the the geotechnical and site evaluation work that we did in preparation for what do we need to do to build a new pool here, which was the previous council decision, it was highlighted that there is flooding risk due to the fact that the pool sits at the bottom of a 60-hectare catchment area, and also there's risk of slippage of the bank next to the pool. The flooding one really is the big one. When the experts and the engineers and the architects have looked at that, they need to be looking at it from a 1 in 100-year event, so not what has happened now, has it flooded a little bit or a large bit. It's actually using the information from that, and they also put a factor in for climate change impact. There is modelling that was done by Wellington Water, which is set as a standard, and we got additional modelling for the risk of flooding done by Tonkin and Taylor, who are also experts in the field. So really it is the fact that because Section 71 of the Building Act is triggered, because we know there's natural hazards on site, that is what actually says we can't just fix the buildings as they are, where they are.
Is your microphone there, Councillor?
No, thanks very much for that. Okay, so if you look at the natural hazards and what's in the report, if there is a 1 in 100-year flood, is there any danger? Has anyone specified that it's a danger to human life?
The Act doesn't actually talk about danger to life. It does talk about danger to property and land.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Free.
So has any thought been given to the suggestion that was just made around our table of lowering the stream? And if so, what is the advice?
That's the first I've heard of the option of lowering the stream, so I'd have to go back and find advice.
Okay, and the other thing is, has there been any work done with the community on any other, supposing the eventual decision might be to not have that pool, has there been much work done with the community as to what the other replacement options might be?
I suppose when you go back in timeline, there was the report that was, I think, 2022, which provided multiple options for consideration by council. Unfortunately, due to the short time frame we were given to bring the options report, there wasn't a lot of community engagement that was done. We did have, through this process, a community reference group where we actually went through, this was when we'd made a decision to build a new pool, starting with the site constraints that we got that technical information, and the idea was to work with that group in terms of, okay, what do we want to do? We've had a bit of a gate in the process. So if you imagine it's a project, you normally come to a decision gate, and the risks and the costs have come forward. What we'd recommend is whatever decision the council makes, whether it be to retain the pool and build a new one, or to go to a different option where we're getting rid of the pool and landscaping, that we do work with the community to actually inform exactly what is included in the deliverable. Even for the costing that's been provided for this particular project, it is a concept high level based on the site constraints. While previously under that 7 options that had come back in 2022, we went, here's what it might look like. That has to be reset with the site constraints. So even going, right, do you want it deep? Do you want it shallow? The pool tank is a lot smaller. We would work with the community. So we're at this decision gate right now. Whatever decision is made by council, the next step we definitely have to work with the community to inform what the outcome actually looks like, because we're at concept, which will go to developed design, which will go to detailed design. Yeah. Hopefully that answers the question.
It does sound like it's a very up in the air decision we're making, to be quite frank, but yeah, thank you for the answer.
Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you. I was keen to understand better the ecological impact of Mount Kaukau, and in terms of the options we have going forward, ecology-wise, my brain automatically goes to lowering the stream would be bad. It's better to fix not the natural environment, but the things built around the natural environment. Did you have any advice about planning for the flooding events and taking care of ecology within that site?
It's known that upstream of the pole has actually got very good water quality because there's not much built from the built environment perspective. We know at the moment that the pole is sort of built where the stream used to be, so you're actually forcing the stream to the side of its natural flow path, and if you go up there and you look at the contours, you can actually see that even through to the car park. In the build pool option, we've included retention tanks, which we expect we'd have to do to actually deal with any overflow or the water before it's released. And at the moment, the stream, the pool tank gets released into the stream at the end of the season, but we do follow a process where we dechlorinate that pool water before it goes in to the stream. But again, that is not in line with what modern standards would be. But back in 1956, when that pool was rebuilt, that was sort of acceptable practice. Look, I'm not the green side of park sport recreation. I'm the blue and the rec side. But from talking to my colleagues, if it was to be a park, you would be looking at how you would incorporate the water management a lot better than it is at the moment, through rather than through hard concrete or built system.
Deputy Mayor Phone?
Yeah, kia ora. Just based on hearing our petition bringers this morning, can you verify that we don't need to upgrade the buildings until 2034?
The government came out a couple of months ago, I believe, and they extended the timeline by 4 years for earthquake-prone buildings. So, yes.
Yes, great. And then, is it then possible that we could carry on keeping the pool open and have temporary changing rooms?
Well, at the moment, we've got aquapops within the changing rooms to try and improve the safety. Changing rooms, potentially we could put changing rooms off-site somewhere, but not toilet facilities, because as soon as we're looking to connect plumbing, then you're triggering a building consent, so we'd need to consider the impact of that process.
Great. Has also got something to add to that. Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor, just on your point about could you keep the pool open, I think there are some other pieces of information that are relevant to that as well. Matt, correct? Yep. In terms of the filtration system and the asbestos pipes?
Yep, so through this process, we've continued to look and understand the situation, around if we do continue the pool being open. One thing that we did know was that it had very poor filtration rates and the plant wasn't up to the standard spec. We've gone to Becca's to kind of say, cool, can you just provide us a bit more information to understand what we need to do in that sense? What they've come back with is that we're not compliant with the New Zealand standard 5826, which is the New Zealand standard on pool water quality, because of the slow filtration rate. To put it into context, a main indoor pool will have a turnover rate between around 3 hours. It's 11 hours at Kandala Pool, and what that does is you're not cleaning the water as often. So there's something called bather loading. Normally the bather loading is done more from a lifeguarding, how many people can actually watch for a safe perspective. But the second side of thing is the water quality side of things. Beckers have come back and suggested that the bather loading to be compliant with the standard is between 28 and 38 people in the water in the main pool, and 3 to 5 children in the toddlers pool at any point in time. What also comes into play is our own public health bylaw for public pools, which was amended in 2019, that says we must be compliant with NZS 5826. So we'd need to consider what our response would be to be compliant with our own bylaw. My recommendation would be to reduce the amount of people that can be in the pool any time to be compliant with that, but I'd need to work with our public health department to confirm that. The other thing is just the asbestos cement pipes, just through, again, looking at generic modelling that's come through from water safety. It suggests the life is between 60 and 70 years from a modelled perspective. Those pipes were installed in 1956, I believe, so they're at 68 years of life. Now, I'm not suggesting that there's a problem with right now, but there's just a consideration that we'd need to think around. They are reaching the end of life, they are asbestos, and my recommendation would be to investigate whether or not we should test the pipes. The pipes, how asbestos concrete pipes work, from my understanding from research, is that they can erode the thickness from both the top and the bottom. So the top erosion occurs from the nature of the substrate that they're in, whether it's dry, whether it's wet, sandy, stony, and the inside is around the water chemical makeup. And the pressure that's coming through. So it's just points, it's almost as we've learnt more, as we've investigated the process, these are just two considerations that have come to light.
Councillor McNulty.
Just a few quick questions. Has the bank actually ever slipped that we have identified as a natural hazard?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. If council basically were of mind to proceed ignoring the Section 74 risks, what happens in terms of the process from there?
The Section 71 of the building?
Sorry, Section 71 at risks.
Well, we've got two roles as a council. We've obviously got the role that I'm in terms of delivering services, but we've got a regulatory function. So the Act actually prohibits our regulatory function from providing a building consent. So we could continue as long as we're not doing any work that's going to trigger a building consent of significant works.
So the view, I assume there's been like we've talked to the regulatory team, Mark Padmore's team, and they've said we wouldn't issue a consent without these issues. Like that's been firm advice.
Yeah, I've talked to the consents team, and again, the technical advice that we've received is they said, well, that's the advice you've got with, they'd concur.
And the last one was just, do you know what the additional cost of heating the pool was in the 12 mil rebuild?
I might need to come back and confirm that. I do know that a big element of it was the need to upgrade the electrical network and then installation of a new transformer, and I have a feeling that was about $500,000, but I'd like to come back with the exact number as part of the QS.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, thank you. You already asked my first question about what had happened since the extension of those timeframes and the other things you were considering. My, I guess, replacement question was in the process of creating an alternative, if we were to go ahead with the recommendations, was there any sort of thought about how we would incorporate people's connection to water in that design?
Early in the early concept of when we had the 7 options back, I think it was 2022, the landscape one did have the connections into water at different places to make sure it was accessible. But again, that's something that we'd want to work through with the community on exactly how they'd want that to look.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. Looking at the strengthening of the changing sheds, does the Building Act have any requirement if you're looking at temporary repairs? Like, could you actually put up temporary strengthening bars on the brick wall just to ensure that the ceiling doesn't come down in the case of an earthquake?
We currently have acropops in the facility for that protection, but that doesn't resolve the earthquake-prone solution. The earthquake-prone issue that we have, it's just around protection of it. So I'd need to confirm with an expert, but from my understanding, what we've done is as much as we can do, but that does not mean that it's no longer an earthquake-prone building.
Okay, so can I continue on? So what is the NBS of the changing sheds? Do you know?
I'd need to go back through the report because I know that one of them's at 14% and I think the other one's at 21 or 22%. I believe it's the plant room that's at 14%, but I might have got them around the wrong way.
Okay, great, thanks. And just going back to the stream again, where's the choke point on where it's likely to flood when the water comes down? If there's a large amount of water coming down the stream, where is the likely point of flooding?
Flooding. There's at the moment, and then there's the at 1 in 100-year event. At the moment, there's a couple of choke points. One is the bridge just before the pole, which we raised a few years ago, and the second point is where it goes under the pole decking. Sorry, the decking that's in between the changing rooms and the plant room, because the stream flows underneath. But also, another point is where the stream hits where it wanted to go in its natural flow, which is the edge of the pool facility, and gets pushed.
Okay, right.
So those are current ones. Look, I'd have to get the experts to come back to a bit more on a 1 in 100-year event. Where is it coming from?
Okay, that's good. Because when I was up at the pool, I actually looked at the stream there, and I noticed that there's old man's beard and branches and things that have come down from the bank, actually in the stream and clogging up stream. So if we actually cleared those out, would that make the flow of water swifter, so that it would be less likely to flood there?
Whenever we're aware of a significant rain event that's coming, the ranger team will go through and make sure that any debris is cleared. But in saying that, when there is a severe event, because it's coming from right up the hill where there's branches all the way coming down, they come down with the flow of high water and will block it up. So there will be a temporary reprise, but normally there's other debris that's flowing down from up the hill. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Liz Kelly.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. So Ben actually asked my question, but so I'll just expand a little bit more on it though. So the bank has never caved in from any flooding. So can you confirm that we have liability insurance?
As a council, we do have liability insurance. I can confirm that.
On the structure?
Oh, we'd have to confirm for you, Poiwi.
Oh, yeah, okay. Because what you were talking about, the 100-year thing, given that it never has happened, and that's not to say it won't happen, but what is the reality that that bank would come down? Because I've been listening to what you've been saying, and one of the highlights, I guess, for me was how clean the water actually is, and that's essentially because there's not so much infill and inbuilt houses. So what is the reality of that bank coming down? Because that seems to be something that's highlighted quite a lot as a high risk if we do nothing.
I suppose the risk has come through from core samples, I believe, or in the geotech work that was done by Tonkin and Taylor.
Yeah.
In terms of slippage, it's probably, I'm not the best person in council to answer that question. That's probably more from the planning perspective, but I do know as a council we have done significant work over the last 10 years to identify slip-prone areas because of the topography of our city, and you do see slippages probably being more occurrent over the last few years than there has been. Again, it comes down to as you get more and more rainfall through climate change, that holds in the bank until a point that it can no longer hold it anymore. Obviously, it dries out over summer, but I think that's probably a different expert would be able to answer that better.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Free.
I think Councillor Rogers really asked my question, which was about what we could do to provide alternative connection with the water. He asked it beautifully, but that was essentially my question, and I think we've had the answer. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Can you tell me, does the council have any reports of people falling ill from swimming in the pool?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of, you talked about the asbestos pipes, but wasn't the replacement of the pipes going to happen anyway with whatever design was picked for the pool? Because my understanding was that when we need to replace the filtration plant and the pipes that go with that, so was that not just going to be part of the work anyway?
Yep, replacing the pipe network was part of the option.
Yep. Yeah, okay. Thank you. And what sort of maintenance plan does the council have on the stream and also the car park sumps?
I'd have to check with the team in the water around the car park stumps. The stream at the point of where it enters the culvert is actually the responsibility of GWRC, I believe. And as I've mentioned, our team do check in advance of event, and actually normally when the ops team are up there as well, they will check the stream to the points near the pool. Further up the stream, I'll need to check with. I doubt there'll be anything further up the stream.
So if there was cut branches in front of the culvert before it went through, who would have done that?
I think you might be referring to when we did there was a visit up there with certain councillors. We have looked into it. We believe it may have been the power company who replaced the power pole that's behind the public toilets. That had happened, I believe, a week earlier.
Right. Okay.
It wasn't anyone from the council that had done that tree trimming work, and that was the only assumption we had, unless a member of the public had done it for some reason.
So the pool staff don't regularly check around the pool area.
The pool was
pool staff.
Pool was closed.
No, because when that happened, that was when the pool was open.
The visit with councillors was.
Yeah.
No, the pool was closed because there was no water in the pool.
No.
I don't think.
There was a visit.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure the pool was open at the time. If it wasn't, there was, because I went there myself and took the pictures. But anyway,
the pool was closed when we went on our visit. So, yeah.
All right. Well, it was obviously before then. Yeah.
The pool staff, I suppose to answer your question, the pool staff are there to really run and maintain and watch the pool.
Yeah.
As I said, that part our rangers do check. If our staff notice anything, they will let the ranger team know, or they'll let GW know, because they're not trained to deal in the stream.
Okay. Thank you.
I think that's brought us to the end of the questions. Thank you so much, Matt and Parish.
Thank you.
So now I would like to invite Councillor Calvert to move the petition. I'm wondering if Councillor Chung, you might like to second that. Thank you.
Oh, Groundhog Day. Because it's been a long journey. I keep going back and forth. Look, I just want to thank the petitioners for the work that they've done, and I've seen them out and about, talking with people at the pool and around the community, on this petition and answering people's questions about what it would mean and that. So thank you to the community and for all those people that signed the petition. And I think if you look at that petition, you'll also see not everyone comes from the Onslow suburbs as well, because they actually visited from, not even from Wellington City, but often from up Porirua and the Hutt as well. I can tell you the most recent floods have happened has been because the stream has been blocked with debris, which could have been cleared. There's also been issues with flooding caused by sumps in our car park not being maintained and cleaned out regularly. And it's so much so that I get to a stage now when I know there's a weather event, I do ask council officers, have they checked? And in fact, the last weather event we had a few weeks ago, I spoke to one of the rangers. So, but council is a big organisation, so each group should be talking to each other and making sure that these things happen. Obviously, we've still got the long-term plan to come through. We've still got to hear from submitters. We've got the next few days. The community have been working with technical experts. I think the thing is that you'll hear that they've got their own experts and looking at options, looking they've got an experienced Resource Management Act Commissioner as well, who's given them advice that things are easily doable and have been done. And one expert who's been involved with, I think it was a 300 section development up in the Kōrau city area, has said it's easily able to be mitigated. So I hope you will accept this petition, and look forward to more debate when we discuss this as part of the long-term plan. Thank you.
Councillor Chung, would you like to speak now, Seconder?
I'm supporting receiving this petition. Now, initially, when I first looked at the Kandala pool, I have to admit that the amount of money that it was going to cost to rectify these situations staggered me, and I had to sort of choose between what do I actually put as being the most important, satisfying the needs or the wants of a few people, and I think that with many things, or looking at that huge amount of money and thinking what else can we actually do with that, and so is this money worth being spent, and does it provide good value? However, since then, I've engaged a lot more with the community, with the community who actually want to retain this pool, and listened to them. I've listened to their impassioned pleas. I've listened to their history. I've listened to the background of adults now who have gone there, for their whole lives. When they were children, they started going there. Where their kids have gone there, their grandchildren have actually gone there. So I've talked to the children themselves. I've received a big pile of cards and letters that the students actually wrote, and I have to say that when I actually went through those cards and looked at them and looked at what the children actually said, I couldn't help but feel extremely emotional about their depth of feeling with this, and So again, when I went back to my parsimonious state on where money should actually go and whether money should actually be spent, I actually felt that it was actually making a bit of a chink in that armour, so to speak. And I do think that what are the reasons that we actually come to council for? What are the things why do we actually come here? What is it that we actually want to achieve when we come into council? And one of the things at the very top of the list is helping the community. And so making sure that the community are happy in living in Wellington, and they actually get what they want, not just sort of fortuitous sort of requests like some of the ones that some people come to us about, but finding community services or facilities that so many people can enjoy. And so when I've listened to all these stories about it's not just a pool, it's not just a place to go for a swim, because at first I actually thought, well, if it was me and I wanted to go for a swim, I'd go to Johnsonville because the water is warm there, and I'm a bit of a sissy and I don't like cold water. But I find it's actually quite different with these children and these adults there, because they're not just going there for the pool, they're going there for the entire entertainment or the let's have a day out occasion. It's not the pool is actually just part of that. They go there for the park. They go there to enjoy themselves around that whole area, and going to the pool is a significant part of that. So I've actually changed my my mind on the money, but of course I'm still thinking very much about the amount of money that it's actually costing. So that's why I went up there and I looked at each item that the council had listed about what actually needs to be done and where that $11 million would be spent. Now, I do feel that, and I say this not because I've been asked to by the pool advocates, but my own experience in building and the cost of actually doing things. And so I believe that we can actually rectify a lot of those things for a lot less money, because we need to take out the things that aren't directly related to the pool, but ancillary, very much like the stream. And I spent a bit of time looking at the stream and talking to various different people about what actually needs to be done, and does the pool need to be lifted? Does the pool need to be heated? All these extra things. And the community, nobody has actually asked for the pool to be heated. So why did we actually put this in there? Sure, it's a nice to have, maybe for people like me, but it's not essential. And if we're looking at the minimum, the very minimum of amount of money that we actually put into this to rectify it, to to keep it as a community feature and a benefit for the next generation of children, then that is why I firmly believe now that we should actually do everything we can to retain it. So that's why I'm very pleased to be able to second this. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Is there any debate? There appears to be none. Do you want to make a closing remark, councillor?
I will. I'll be very brief. Look, I just want to also say that, and thank you, Councillor Chung, because I think what you were highlighting was the experience. It is our only pool left, outdoor pool left in a park setting. So once we lose it, it's gone. And so, we need to listen to the community at what other options there may well be. And I think just one other thing is, whilst the details, while the petition doesn't align with the options presented in the council's long-term plan consultation document, remember that they were developed up by the officers and not in conjunction with the community. So I think there needs to be that opportunity to develop options up with the community and just see if there is that halfway house. And from the experts that I've talked to, I believe there is a strong opportunity for that. But that's it. Thank you.
All right, we will now put the motion. Councillor Abdurrahman. Councillor Panna online? Oh, she's voted. Councillor Pennant, do you wish to vote?
Sorry, I put thumbs up. Sorry.
No, all good, thank you.
So yes.
Thank you, councillors. We are now going to adjourn the hearings until 11:50. Okay, so there will be a brief time for...
Yeah, we'll just have about 30 minutes of councillor.
Thanks. Thank you for the help with chairing. We will adjourn the hearings, as I think I was beginning. convene, and we have a very exciting first submitter up this morning. I have a connection to this kura, and so I'm very excited to see them here today. I would like to welcome the students from Clifton Terrace Model School to come. Haere mai. I do have some sad news, because having looked at your submissions, that we don't have any jurisdiction over Taylor Swift that I'm aware of. But there are a lot of great ideas. So I would like to welcome you all. You have 10 minutes. And that can include any time for questions. And make sure when you're speaking into a mic that it has a green light on so we can hear you, and there's some people online as well so they can see and hear you. Haere mai, over to you.
Ngā mihi nui kia koutou, ko te ahumairangi te maunga, ko kumu toto te awa, ko whanganui a tara te moana, ko te upoko o te ika te rohe, ko te ati awa taranaki whānui te iwi o konei. He a ko ngā mātou ki Clifton Terrace Model School. No reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, ko Henry toko ingoa. Welcome to our presentation to the Wellington City Council on the 10-year plan. We are representing the ideas and aspirations of the students from Clifton Terrace Model School, a primary school in central Wellington.
Tēnā koutou, ko Sylvie toko ingoa. On Thursday, the 9th of May, we talked to the Wellington City Council representatives about the 10-year plan for Wellington, working and sharing our ideas with everyone across the school.
Morena, ko ola toko ingoa. Some of our ideas that we thought of were uplifting to our Māori, as it is unique and special to New Zealand, responding to climate change by reducing car emissions and encouraging public transport by giving kids under 13 free bus rides, and finally fixing the leaky plumbing because we are wasting lots of water.
Kia ora, ko Avery taku ingoa. And Kari's ideas about playgrounds, more big slides, bumper cars, a tree house, quiet areas, bumper boats, seesaws, and toy trains. At the Botanic Garden, we'd like more fish in the pond, more light shows, more outdoor exhibitions, a couple vegetable gardens, playground at Magpie Lawn. At sports grounds, we'd like cafes at the sports ground and a type of equipment already there for people who go there. At swimming pools, we'd like more water slides, colorful balls, a playground in the water, small boats, more inflatables. At the City Gallery, we'd like more kids' exhibitions, art play area, which includes giant paint pots. Kari likes the classroom. At the library, Kari would like cushions and bean bags, more decoration and fairy lights in the children's area, and art on the walls.
We're interested in seeing better and safer cycleways to help people who bike be safe when they're riding to or from school or work. More community homes, because that will reduce people who have to live on the street, and having city gardens on top of buildings to create safer and purer air and a nice place for residents to hang out.
We would like to see safer and cleaner public toilets, some more funding for school pools, and subsidised funding for swimming lessons to help to teach people to swim, and planting more trees all over the city to help regrow the environment.
And we would now like to distribute the posters that our school created. Please look through them. We are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you. We do have some questions. The first one is from Councillor Pannett down the end there.
Kia ora, that was lovely. And look, I told your teacher and you that I went to your school, so I know like because it's quite small, you need to go into town quite a lot to get things done. So I just wondered what you thought about the traffic, given just you're near a motorway and everything. Do you think it would be good if the cars slowed down and there was more space for walking and cycling?
I definitely think that would help. Luckily, though, we go under the motorway and around, but we can hear a lot of the motorway quite a lot, so we want open windows, but otherwise it can be too loud, so it would help.
Great. Councillor McNulty has a question. He's over here.
Hello, thank you so much for the presentation. You talked about wanting to see more big slides at playgrounds. I'm just wondering if you could give us an idea of how big of slides that you're thinking of. Is there too big, possibly?
Cool. How big?
As big as a building.
As big as a building.
All right, and I have a question. Are you guys still an Enviro school? And because that's something that the council supports, and I just wondered if there's some things that you remember doing for Enviro schools that were fun, or anything that you want to tell us about being an Enviro school.
Yes, we definitely still are an Enviro school with all 3 award things. Don't know what to call them.
You've got gold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got gold. And we've recently we've had some field trips, and where I've gone out to the, what stream was it? Waimapihi stream, and then where was it?
The water.
Yeah, testing the water. And there was another one yesterday. Can't remember where they went though.
Te Papa.
Yeah, Te Papa.
We also clean up Tokyo Lane and go and pick up rubbish there, and I found $5. So.
And so I've seen your school go to visit Te Awe Library, and you've got some ideas for Te Awe Library. Are you excited about having a big central library open again?
I think we all are very excited for that.
We go every second Monday, so and quite frequently.
Any more questions? I don't think there are any more questions, but I think I have all your names right. Is it Avery, Orla, Sylvie and Henry?
Yeah.
All right. I'd like to thank you so much. Could you go back and tell everybody at Clifton Terrace Model School that we loved it and it was our favourite submission so far? Thank you. Oh, and thank you to the teachers as well. All right, our next submitter, sorry that it's a very hard act to follow for Jennifer Rattenbury. No, my Jennifer, you can take the podium or the table, whichever, you can sit down, whichever would be comfortable for you, and we have a timer on 5 minutes, and if you want to leave any time for questions, that's part of that 5 minutes. Thank you.
Right, kia ora koutou, ko Jenny Rattenbury Oho. I come from Highway, Houghton Valley, Houghton Bay, and basically I'm back here again to remind you, because you've probably got a lot of things on your agenda at the moment. So this is just a friendly reminder from Highway, Houghton Valley that we still would like an ecological solution to the leachate problem caused by our old landfill. In February, we presented our community petition asking for a solution that respected Te Mana o Te Wai and included a co-design process. We heard that our landfill was in line for being looked at and that $7 million was being proposed to go towards fixing the problem. We assumed that the money did make the long-term plan. However, the $7 million came with a proposed solution, a relining of the pipe under the landfill, that definitely did not fit our community's request or aspirations. Since then, we have learnt a lot more about the hydrology of the landfill, and input from a couple of water engineers supports our concept for an overland channel and wetland system, and strongly questions the effectiveness of the pipe relining proposal. We have also been gaining support from greater region Wellington Regional Council, and they are considering contributing towards an integrated catchment plan for the valley. Of course, it would be contingent on this council deciding to go for an ecological solution. We understand that funding would be for the outer years of the long-term plan. This actually suits us, as we want the solution to be lasting and effective, and more time may be required to see the wisdom of an approach that respects nature. We have recently found a photo of residents showing Councillor John Gilberthorpe the leachate problem back in 1989. Whatever was done to fix the problem 30 years ago hasn't worked properly. We don't want the next generation to have to be coming here still trying to get a solution that works. Thank you.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. That was an excellent submission, and I'm sorry that we haven't dealt with it. Are you aware that when we put money in the outer years, that can be relitigated in 3 years' time? So is there anything that we could do more quickly just to at least start the process?
Well, certainly we need to have this integrated catchment management plan. So we need to have a water engineer work with both councils, Wellington Water and the community and mana whenua, to come up with a solution that's going to basically create a better place for the water and for the people that live there. Yeah.
Okay, so you'd want that done, and then you can look at funding for the actual solution later on.
Yes, yes. I think if we actually have a plan, it's easier to get funding, and it may be external funding, maybe international funding. We're a community that wants it done, and we're prepared to put in the work to try and achieve that. And as I say, we've already got the Greater Wellington Regional Council considering putting money towards it. So, yeah.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora, Jenny. Thank you for coming. Just in terms of Greater Wellington, have they given a rough indication of what it might cost to develop that plan?
No, they haven't. We have suggested it would be 50,000, and the engineers that we've talked to think that that's a reasonable figure.
That's 50,000, cool. And are you aware if the Greater Wellington team are working with Wellington City Council team?
Not as yet.
No, that's right. I can find out, but just that there were conversations being had.
Right.
But, yeah,
okay. Thank you. Yeah.
One more question. Have you noticed, how the leachate is in the last few months since you visited us? Have you got any better, worse, still ugly?
No, it's kind of random. One community member sent me a photo of rain after a long dry period, and it was actually mostly sediment. So whether that was from the broken water pipe further up the valley or from the subdivisions, we're not sure. But I don't think there's been much in the way of the rusty leachate. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think we're out of questions. Ngā mihi, Jenny. Thank you for your submission and for coming in to speak to it today.
Kia ora.
I'd now like to welcome Susan Williams, co-chair of the Accessibility Advisory Group, to come and give the submission on behalf of the group.
Do I sit down here?
Excellent. Hi, Susan. It's great to have you here. If anybody doesn't know Susan, they're a performer and comedian, and I particularly find Susan very hilarious. I just want to say that, but you don't, no pressure to be hilarious today, Susan, because these are serious topics in front of us. So you have 10 minutes. Thank you, Susan.
Absolutely no pressure whatsoever. Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Kia ora, as as Councillor Matthews said, I am Susan Williams. I am co-chair of the Access Advisory Group, and we have created our submission as a group with input from the wider disabled community, some wider disabled community members as well. Some of the things that we've got on our plan are considered business as usual. We've wanted to highlight these things for improvements. We very much hope that the council can be aspirational on accessibility and keep moving things in a positive direction. We've got a lot of key points within our presentation. We would like council to focus on infrastructure accessibility, mobility parks and the policing of them, council staff training, and integrating the Access Advisory Group and the wider disabled community and disabled-led organisations in a closer than ever partnership with council to ensure that accessibility is at the foundation, as I know the council wants it to be, and as of course we want it to be, and to ensure that a universal design and human rights approach is taken. So yeah, our submission touches on everything from ensuring that the rollout of a new rubbish system is done in consultation with the disabled community and with very clear communication, but also that that is a chance to product test and see what physical bins are going to work best for which community groups and that kind of thing, and that universal design is used. And the same with every other council project. I would very much like to leave as much time for questions as possible. So I'll stop for questions and I'll just keep chatting if nobody has questions.
Thank you, Susan. I have a question to start with, and that is, well, obviously we had a conversation at AAG about what we can do to improve our engagement with disabled people. And yesterday, CCS Disability Action came and spoke with us and said they wondered if if disabled people's organisations might be able to come to AAG and be part of that process. And I'm just interested to hear what your thoughts might be about that, or if that's a conversation you would like to keep having.
I would love disabled people's organisations to be as involved as possible in council, and I think being involved in AAG is a lovely idea, but I think expanding beyond AAG as well. We have 2 hours a month, and the council's accessibility affects a quarter of Kiwis, and we very much want Wellington to be both a destination and a home for disabled people. So I think building in extra consultation with disabled people's organisations as well, more disabled outreach to individual community members. Coming along to AAG is a great start. The public are always welcome, but we will also welcome suggestions. But I think expanding it beyond, both expanding it beyond AAG and expanding AAG and improving our community reach. Does that answer the question?
It does, thank you. Councillor Chung has a question for you.
So thanks very much for coming in, Susan, much appreciated. I have a niece who has Down syndrome, and she was telling me about some of the difficulties that she has getting around. And also that one time she mentioned about the recycling bins that we have, and she said with the large recycling bins she can actually see those and she can avoid them, but the smaller bins that we actually use for glass and things, she finds that sometimes she falls over them, and so she says that she feels that a bigger bin would be better because they're easier for people to see and to avoid. Do you think that's right, or what do you think we should be doing?
I think that's a classic case of multiple access needs sometimes conflicting. So I think, I agree, I fall over them too. I can't see them at any height. But potentially we discussed actual product testing with all the new bins, getting a range of people with a range of disabilities in to work with them. So I think having them potentially taller could be great for seeing them. Potentially changing colour could make them more visible as well. But if we make them too tall, is that going to make them more difficult to carry for people with limited upper body strength, that kind of thing? So, and I don't know the answers to that. What I would honestly love to do is get a group of different people and a group of bins in a room and go like, how tall can we make it that you can see it and you can still carry it? So we discussed all sorts of things like testing with the new taller rubbish bins. Are people in wheelchairs with limited upper body movement going to be able to get their rubbish in to the bin, which you need to do for assisted collection? Are people in wheelchairs going to be able to move the bins around if they need to? Since we're injection plastic moulding, this is a great time to put braille on all of the bins.
Yes.
Universal design, so when blind people visit, they can put any bin out.
Yes.
Different colours of the whole bin, is that helpful? Like, is green a bad colour because people just can't see it easily? So yeah, I think product testing, and we've had a few times where we've had AOG on site in buildings, and that has been incredibly helpful for throwing up access things, but we would love that to happen at the start and all the way through the process. Thank you for
Great, that's very good. Thanks very much. You've been a great help. Thank you.
Councillor Pennant has a question for you, Susan.
Thank you so much, Susan, for coming in and all the work you do. I'm just wondering if you think there's a way that your voice can be heard in debates that impact on disabled people. So we had a debate on scooters, and that was really difficult. So I'm just, where there was different interests competing against each other, and how you think your voice could be elevated during discussions like this. It's the same for anything like whether you can, housing and accessible units and affordability and all that sort of thing.
I think ensuring that our voices are in the room, and I know this is hard for all of the massive projects that we do, like having Bonnie on board is amazing, but she's one person, the new accessibility coordinator, and we love the work that we do, but it's 2 hours a month. I would love more time and more scope for AOG. I would love more events and consultations that are specifically aimed at the disabled community so that our voices can be heard within a space that is accessible and safe for us. And then that voice can be given the weight when it's taken back to the rest of the debate. I think there's a problem with there being so many different types of disability and so many people who have unfortunately started to feel like they're not being listened to, that some people have gotten very defensive and political, which is understandable, and some people have stepped back, which is understandable. So I think ushering all the groups in and holding disability-specific consultations in the same way you might consult with, I don't know, like an area's representative body or an iwi, if you hold specific consultations and give that specific weight. Thank you. I have ADHD answering questions quickly.
No, thank you, Susan. And I've got one last one, and I'm just wondering if, because you still live in Kōrau?
Yeah.
And wondering if you've had a chance to use any of the raised crossing, and any feedback you'd like to give us on that.
Unfortunately, I'm letting you down and only being able to walk 200 metres at a time at the moment due to an injury. So I'm afraid I have not. However, it is making my house much easier to find because there's another bump before it. In general, I like raised crossings so long as they're easy to find with tactiles to guide you to them. They do make crossing the road a lot easier, but I'm afraid I haven't had a chance to try that one specifically.
We would never feel you've let us down, Susan. Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of our 10 minutes, but just want to thank you for all the work you do on AAG and how useful the submission, I think, will be as a bringing together of a range of concerns for disabled Wellingtonians. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor Matthews. And I know that many members of the group are available. Like, I know I'm available. Like, I don't want to promise us many hours of work, but if you have questions, please ask. Flick it through to Marcella, see if you can ask us. Like, we genuinely want to collaborate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ngā mihi. I would now like to welcome our next submitter, Steve Walters, here for the Destination KRL bid. No, Steve. And yeah, you have 10 minutes, including time for questions if you'd like it.
How's that? Oh, don't need to talk so loud, as my kids tell me. So I'm here on behalf of over 250 businesses in Kōpiri, Rongotai and Lyle Bay. A quick outline that we're going to do of the presentation. Thank you very much. I'll run down who I'm representing. I'll talk about our general bid perspective on the long-term plan and the budgets that are planned to be spent. I'm going to talk specifically about parking fees. I've been in this role for a year and a half. I went through a lot of members' concerns around cycling. Parking fees has blown a concern of cycle lanes totally out of the water, and it's by far the biggest issue that a lot of members are grappling with at the moment. I'll talk about our bid goals, and then I'll say at the end what it is that I'm hoping City Council and you as councillors can do that's going to work for us. Right, let's have a look at the first one. So we're 250 businesses. We're the largest of the Wellington's business improvement districts. Is that less muffled? No, yes, no. And we've got a very diverse range of businesses. We've got retail businesses, professional businesses, commercial businesses, industrial business. It's a very wide group, and that width also includes business size. We've got corner dairies, we've got cafes, right through to Weta Digital, Tilly Group, Pack and Save, Bunnings, Rita Angus. We've got some very big businesses in our area. We'd have over 1,000 people employed within KRL. Employs a lot of people, so that's a lot of managers, a lot of staff getting jobs, getting their funds, and obviously a lot of residents who use the eastern suburbs and this area for all the services that the businesses provide. Right, what's the perspective? Now, I've just Lana and myself have just been out visiting businesses for the last couple of months. It's something we do every 3 months, and talking specifically about how they're going. We've in person spoken with 150 businesses, so I've got good first-hand information of what's happening. We actually went out with a survey and said, hey, look, long-term plans coming up. What are you concerned about? What do you want us to do? What are your hopes and dreams for KRL? We specifically asked about paid parking, and we said, hey, look, on the upside, paid parking is going to manage parking, so more customers can come and access your services as opposed to parking there all day and stopping people coming. But there obviously is a downside with people having to pay as well. So we scoped it that way. And I'll talk about some of the results, but you'll see from this feedback, this is this feedback that we're getting, and generally I was quite impressed with the knowledge that businesses have about rates, council, long-term plan. So at the moment, over the next 10 years, you're going to make over $100 million of rates income out of businesses within KRL. So we contribute the biggest amount of the bids, and it's a sizable amount of money. Our businesses know the intent is for rates to increase on average over 10% over the next 10 years. Now, when businesses are talking about the budgets, they're saying, where is the money for us? When we look at the OPEX budget over the next 10 years, we can see that economic development, there's $387 million going into economic development. By far, the vast majority of this money is CBD. It's not going out to the suburbs. It's not going out to Kuberi, Rongotai, or Lower Bay. And I've just put an example there of one of the spend which I got feedback from a member on. Why are we spending $10 million on international relations when we're hurting? Let's look after people in our backyard first. We've got $318 million spent on arts and culture. By far, the vast majority of that is within the CBD. We've got $1.7 billion being spent on recreation, including over $300 million in swimming pools, $400 million in libraries. For the environment, we're spending $4.2 billion. 105 of that is going on the town belt. Now, when it comes to dedicated spend on all of the bids in Wellington, not just KRL, we have to make a share of the $53 million over 10 years, so $5 million spread over bids and other areas, which Kōrau needs to compete for. So the end result for members is, hey, we're contributing a lot, but we're not getting a lot back. Let's go on and talk about paid parking. We all know economic conditions are incredibly tough at the moment. The toughest I've certainly known as an individual, and it's backed up every day through words, through the actions of businesses closing, and through the actions of people calling out and needing help. Businesses face direct cost increases. It's not just rates. We know infrastructure needs some investment. No one's disputing that, and we know that rates are going to go up. But we also know that there's other direct costs that are going up. Insurance, we know that interest rates for borrowing is going up. We know that these are people that live in Wellington and will pay residential rates as well. So cost of living generally is going up, everything is going up. When I spoke to businesses, they weren't particularly concerned about parking being an issue in Kōrau. It wasn't like we've got a lot of people that can't find a park. I've actually worked on Bay Road, Kōrau for the last month. Not once when I've tried to get a park have I failed to get a park within about 100 metres of where I want to be. So parking access is not an issue in Kōrau at the moment. We know from studies that we've seen, Pararua, I've looked at a Californian study, when you introduce paid parking, people will try and avoid it. Even irrationally, they will spend more time and money than just having to fork out the hard funds of paying for parking. Human nature is human nature, and we know that this is going to have a big deterrent effect on our businesses in Kōrau. We think paid parking is discriminatory, and it's discriminatory on a number of levels. Firstly, why is it that businesses in a certain part of KRL should pay parking when other businesses haven't got paid parking, whether you're at Rongotai or Lower Bay Junction or out in the industrial area? Why is it the specific area of Bay Road and Coots Road and Rongotai Road, Coots Street may be impacted? Our next level of thinking is, why just us? In the consultation document, there's Brooklyn, Hataitai, Karori, Ngaio, Seatoon, all these areas have commercial areas, but there's no suggestion of paid parking happening there. Why are we being singled out when we contribute such a large amount to rates income for the City Council? I had a good bit of feedback from Councillor Tim Brown. I actually went to our Eastern Ward councillors and said, hey, we saw how you voted, what do you think? And Tim came back straight away, which was great. He said, look, generally the philosophy is user pays. If you're using the road, you should pay for it. So we've got no disagreement with that. Our point would be, it's not just these people in this part of Wellington that are using the road. Why not every park outside every business? Why aren't they being taxed? Or conversely, why isn't every person parking a car on the road being used? We have Mount Victoria parking permits. Why not have parking permits for everyone in Wellington if you want to pay for parking so it's a fair user charge fee? Because at the moment, this isn't fair. We know it's going to reduce visitation for our businesses. It's going to result in decreased spend. and it's going to cause more hardship. I attended a meeting with Councillor Brown, one of our businesses on Onepu Road. There were a lot of roadworks. It impacted on, this is Elements Cafe, impacted on the business. The owner, Angela, was super worried about how the whole thing had progressed, and she was crying in the meeting. She said, "You will not believe how tough that is." This was in November. Her business closed in January. Our businesses are hurting, and this is the final nail in the coffin that it's going to be stretched too far for businesses that are already over-contributing. The survey that I mentioned at the start was 85% of the feedback was opposed or strongly opposed to paid parking. In the consultation document, City Council has gone out and said, we want to look after the economic well-being of our people, we want to be business friendly, we want to revitalise the suburbs, and we want to support job growth. This is not equitable, it won't support people or job growth, and the cost for KRL is too high. Please don't put paid parking in KRL. Here's our goals. I'm conscious of the time, so I'm going to fly through them. Basically, we want KRL to be vibrant. We support housing densification in KRL. We love the idea of more people living here, spending more money here, playing in all the great facilities we've got out there. Thank you. We see Kōrau being a great public transport hub. I know City Council now has got back in its books the whole transport corridor. We'd love to think Kōrau's part of that massive mass transit route to the airport, and would love more investment in KRL commensurate with the contribution that we actually make to KRL. Key things, what should you do? Don't introduce the parking. Consider the mid to long-term costs of what it's going to mean if you put this in to businesses in our area. Manage your spending. I know you've got an $11.4 billion budget. In business, if you haven't got the money, you don't spend it. Otherwise, you go down the gurgler. Why do we think we can end up at $2.6 billion in debt compared to 1.8 now, 10 years later, and it's okay? From a business perspective, it's not okay. Spend less money. You're going to have to make hard decisions. It's not up to us to say where you should pull the money from. We're certainly not seeing the money, but you need to manage the spending so we're not ending up in a worse position that we are at the moment.
Thanks, Steve. We're out of time.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it, councillors.
I would now like to welcome Bernadette Pallister. No, my Bernadette. I think the mic, it might just be that if it's a little bit too close when you're speaking.
Oh, is that what it was?
I think it was, sorry. Just
Now you tell me.
and sorry, and just your I understand because I have the excellent amplification that you have. So so Bernadette as well, you have 10 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Councillor Matthews and the Mayor and the other councillors for allowing me to speak today. My name is Bernadette Pallister and I'm from the Tower Business Group. Now, I don't know if all of you are aware of what a business improvement district is. It's a mutual partnership between a local authority and a business community. It aims to develop projects and services that help benefit the trading environment. The bids are supported by a targeted rate levied on non-residential properties, commercial properties. So the Tower Business Group has 73 members, property owners, and about 170 business owners. And the residents within Tower, including Linden, are about 14,000. I do feel like I've spoken to most of them over the last 2 or 3 months around this issue. There we go. So having started my career in local government finance, I fully appreciate all the hard mahi that you guys have been through in the last few weeks and months in putting the LTP together. And I would like to thank the council officers and the councillors for this work. It can't have been easy, and I know you guys will have made some really hard decisions. Don't think it's the end of it. I think there's still some really hard decisions to make, unfortunately. In our submission from the business group, we only commented on the things that we thought were relevant. So we didn't say anything about the Kandala pool because, as far as I'm concerned, the Tower Business Group shouldn't really comment on those things. The one thing that we would like to comment on is the introduction to paid parking. And I'm going to go through 5 things very quickly about why we think that paid parking really doesn't work in the suburbs. So we're looking at affordability, or I probably should have written lack of affordability. So we're looking at this in 2 parts. We're looking at both the residents and also for business owners. We've got an incredibly high cost of living crisis at the moment. In a survey that we did with our business own, or a survey that went out to all residents and business owners, I've had this particular one that I'd like to quote for you today. And this is from a business owner, but it was part of the general survey. As a charity, we service our local community by helping those who struggle financially with the costs of a newborn. Many of our clients are living in very difficult circumstances and would simply be unable to afford the additional expense. We do not want a struggling community whānau to be in any way put off from accessing the help which we offer, and which means that these most vulnerable families and babies would further be disadvantaged. We're also looking at business affordability. So many businesses are struggling. And in addition to the car parking survey that I've done recently, I've also been talking to our business owners. And as you can see from the graph, about a third of our business owners have had worse trading compared to last year, and another further 28% have had no increase in their trading from the previous year. So business is tough. Margins are incredibly tight. Even a slight decrease in customers would see staff redundancies and also a lot of businesses closing. And I have seen a number of businesses close over the last few months. Now, I'm going to talk briefly about this. We'll touch a bit more on it in our joint presentation in a bit. Local investment. So I asked Wellington City Council for some numbers on the car parking, and the CBD car parking looks like it will be reduced by about 500 over the next couple of years, with a reduction of income of about 1.6 million. The proposal to introduce paid parking in the suburbs is looking at increasing the revenue by 2.3. Now, as a business group, we feel that the suburbs should not be subsidising the shortfall in income, and the money that is raised in local suburbs should be spent in those suburbs. And we'll talk a bit more about this in the joint presentation later. So point 3 is about accessibility. You can see from the graph that in Tawa, about 22% of our residents are under 15, compared to 2% of the residents within the CBD. And then we've got 12% are over 64 compared to 7% in the CBD. So Tawa has very, very different demographics from the CBD. We have many families with young children. We've got a lot more older people and less able people who rely on services that the suburb provides, and being able for them to be able to park easily and directly outside their destination is incredibly important to them. My 4th point is about compliance with policy. Now, the policy to introduce paid parking was introduced very late in the LTP process. Information around that was very scarce. I have gone back to the 2020 parking policy that states that 85% that paid parking will only be introduced if it's 85% occupancy, if turnover is low or non-compliance is high. Now, I don't know if you can see this photograph. I took this at 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon on a Monday in Tawa. There were no cars around. We don't have a parking problem. Unfortunately, in Tawa at the moment, we have a customer problem. I'm going to give you a little bit of a case study. Pororua have recently reintroduced their paid parking. Their policy is from Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. They have a 5-minute grace period. Their charges are between $1 and $2 per hour, and you can park there for up to 2 hours only. Now, I have spoken to a business owner that's recently moved from Pororua to Tawa purely because their staff couldn't afford to park, their customers refused to pay. So we're seeing people move across. We're not even looking at like a $4 charge. This is for $1 to $2. People are still refusing to park and pay in Pororua. People are saying that the 5-minute grace period is not long enough. People can't get staff. And I think what's really sad is a policy that's introduced by council, and it's the staff and the business owners that get frequent complaints from the customers. So their customers will come in and say, oh, you've introduced this. And they're the ones that are getting the complaints. Now, I don't know how many of you have ventured out into the northern suburb of Tawa. It is a community unlike any other. When Malcolm Sparrow was a councillor, he drew up a list of organisations, societies and groups within the area, and I think there was over 130. We have a lot of volunteers. We have a lot of people who volunteer in the soup kitchen, who volunteer in the food banks, who volunteer in the churches. These people don't have a lot of money, but what they do have to offer is their time. And with paid parking, they probably wouldn't be able to afford to do that. So originally I thought I probably only needed 5 minutes to talk today. Having spoken to a lot of my business owners, a lot of the residents, a lot of their customers, people in the hairdressers will stop and talk to me and say, oh, we don't really want paid parking. So I have taken up a little bit more of my time. So what I would like to say is the suburbs are very, very different from the CBD, just like you guys sitting around this table today are very, very different. The children in Tower today will be the workers in the CBD tomorrow, and you guys will probably retire to the suburbs. All our needs are different. All our needs are different, and but what we all need and want is accessible and inclusive service. And for our suburbs, that means driving down the hill to your favourite cafe and not having to worry about paid parking. Thank you very much.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. You seem to have a lot of businesses in your bid. Is that most of the businesses in Tawa?
Yes. No. It's just a certain area from the Tower Junction up to the Countdown up to Takapū Rise, and it's just along the main road. So if your business falls outside of that, it doesn't fall within the bid.
Oh, but you would represent most of the people in that
Yes,
stretch.
yes.
Cool. And people, the customers, where do they mostly come from?
Oh, all over. I mean, I did tend to hang out a lot with the hairdressers, and their customers will come from all over the place. So they'll come from the Hut. A lot of people are coming in from Pororua because they don't want to pay. And it's quite funny that people are very transient, that they'll go where it's cheapest.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, just to clarify about that subsidising the CBD comment. So you're thinking, for instance, with Dixon Street, where we've widened it, we've created safety in the CBD and we've improved the environment for those businesses. Your main point is that that shouldn't be subsidised by the suburban businesses to pay for improvements like that.
Yes. Yeah, if we're going to raise, I think it was 780,000 from Tower, then that money really should be spent in the suburbs, or in Tower preferably.
Councillor Chung, very quickly.
Thanks very much, Bernadette. Appreciate you coming in. I used to work in Tawa in Lincoln Road.
This isn't quick. No, get to the question round.
They've taken up 10 seconds of my time. Do you think that there's ever a problem parking in the main road?
No, I mean literally yesterday at 2 o'clock. It was actually quite sad to see how many spaces there were.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So what would you like the City Council to actually do to help your bid?
Councillor, you have to ask your questions through me.
Yeah.
So you look at me and say, can I have another one?
Can I have another one?
No. Thank you, Bernadette. And I know that there's a group bid session coming, so there will be more opportunities, Councillor Chung. Right, so next we have Johnsonville. Mark, welcome. And you have 10 minutes as well. Thank you. No mai.
Yeah. Or change the chair.
That is not a good comment to make, Ray.
We'll move on to the submitter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews, and all councillors. So we are doing a joint submission from all bids after this Johnsonville one. And just a brief point on that, I'm excited about the collective nature of what the bids are doing and grouping together. So hopefully it won't just be this long-term plan, but other consultations too. It'll be very important. So Johnsonville, so I'm just going to cover, I'm going to skip parking charges. It's absolutely critical to Johnsonville, but we are covering it elsewhere. So I'm really going to cover the suburban events, suburban growth and suburban facilities. So we represent 281 businesses in Johnsonville. Just on events, there's varying figures, but I've pulled out 13 million, which is covered by events, city growth and tourism. We don't see this in Johnsonville. We pay for it, but we don't see it. And I'm not suggesting you cut it from the budget, but I'm suggesting that you spread it around between the suburbs as well as the central city. So maybe the bigger events are in the CBD, but we have a community and we want to be proud of our community and celebrate that community. And events is just a part of that. So I challenge you to pull those into the suburbs as well. So suburban commercial are paying $3.6 million of that 13 million, and we get nothing back for it. So there might be small funds available, but nothing of that quantum. So there's social benefits to having events. There's also environmental benefits to having them in the suburbs rather than everyone driving across town or into the centre of the city. I apologise, I received an email this morning from someone who gave me a helpful graph. So that covers the venues, events funding. I know I should distribute it, but I can afterwards. So that shows here that the bid contribution across Wellington is paying like $12,000 to the Carter Observatory, $191,000 to venues, and we're not getting that, right? I'm sure you get my point, but it's frustrating. So galleries and museums, I mean, arguably the suburbs, the residents in the suburbs should contribute to that, but not the suburban commercial centres. So I've used this a few times, but the population of the Johnsonville catchment from Wadestown to Tawa is 65,000 people. So that's bigger than Porirua, almost as big as Napier. And when we start to break down the community facilities that we have in our area, it's very slim. So I think the city, not this council, but historically the city's done a lot of centralisation. And so for my kids in the Johnsonville area to go to Akatangi Sports Centre is unfeasible on a Tuesday night at 5 o'clock. So we say, no, you're not doing floorball or whatever it might be. So we are lacking in facilities, and I'm not asking you to correct that in the next 12 months, but in a 10-year long-term plan, I'd expect to see some of these concerns and aspects being approached. I've spent, for all of our contributions, I've been waiting 9 months for some lumpy footpaths on Johnsonville Road to be fixed. I called out for some planter boxes on the main street. The City Council graciously gifted us some planter boxes. We thank you for that. The City Council said to me, go and pick them up from the southern landfill. They're rubbish, basically. So our bid is setting aside a budget to relocate these to Johnsonville Road. But my point being that we are severely lacking in contribution from the city into the suburbs. Just a Auckland example here. So the Council in Auckland designated Newmarket as a strategic managed growth area 20 years ago. So a property person from Auckland visited me in Johnsonville and said, Johnsonville's got a lot of potential. It's exactly what Newmarket was 20 years ago. And so I'm drawing, obviously, comparisons here. But we need to celebrate all of the suburbs and the metropolitan centres, but have a plan for making them an economic destination, which is what Auckland's done. So I extrapolated the suburban commercial rates over 10 years with the growth in rates. So there's $1.3 billion that the suburban commercial centres are paying in rates in the next 10 years. I don't see anything in this plan other than $53 million that that gives us a benefit for that rates charge that we're paying. I know it's a balancing act managing the budgets, but as the other bids have been saying, where it's not really user pays, it's you know, we're already paying for it and we're not even using it. So I just welcome you to revisit those parts of the budget to make sure that the cost benefit of what we're paying is fair and equitable. At the rate that we're going in Johnsonville, we're not going to be a Newmarket in 20 years' time, sadly. In terms of facilities, we've made numerous submissions on the need for a new park space in Johnsonville. Public toilets, we really don't have any public toilets other than some in the library. And an indoor recreation centre, which I'd proposed with other people to be located at Rāroa Park, which is between Malvina Major and Rāroa Intermediate. The idea there was that it's right beside two large schools, and there's potential for a split funding model with Ministry of Education, City Council, maybe the Regional Growth Fund. I'm not quite sure, but I would encourage some work on that. The biggest thing for Johnsonville long term is having a town centre plan, and there has been discussion, I've had discussion with officers about making that happen, but there's not a budget for it. So as much as we might try and then we might get a plan, we're going to be limited by what we're able to spend in Johnsonville specifically. We'd like revised streetscape and better footpaths, and I can't see that in the next 10 years that's going to happen, unfortunately. I congratulate you on your hard work, but we're crying out in Johnson for more help. Are there any questions?
Yes, we have a question from Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I hear your frustrations. I can even hear hope really fading from in your voice. But my question to you is, you've given us a lot of things of what you don't have, but the solutions that you're putting up are quite minimal. And I'd like to ask you about the event funding, because that struck me as being, you know, a little bit skewered. Do you have an event in Johnsonville that the council could fund?
Our bid has a budget of $95,000. We spend more than half on that on a bid manager. We don't have the budget to even start planning for that. We have a population that's 29% Asian in Johnsonville, and we would like to celebrate that diversity. But without a budget for it, the planning is nil.
So you know, I'm not trying to say put the horse before the cart, but when you have an idea and you have a team, and then you apply for the budget and the funding.
Yeah.
So do you have that capability in your community?
We were approached by Rotary to take over the Johnsonville Christmas Parade, which we would have been keen to do, but we didn't have the budget for it. And we're told that to apply to council for event funding would be minimal, like $2,000 to $5,000, and it just wouldn't have worked.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're out of time, so we will bring up the bid forum team. Before we do that submission, I just want to note why I'm carefully managing time is in order to have the maximum voice of the community to be able to have their say, and why I'm carefully managing question time is because often when you ask a question there are other people on the list. So that is why I'm doing that, and I would appreciate your cooperation. Thank you and welcome to the bid forum. It's now the super group, and you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Name.
So we, as I said previously, we are representing all of the bids in Wellington, not just the three of ours. But we've got Steve from Kōrau who's going to present shortly, and Bernadette from Tawa. I'll just go through the first few slides. We'll outline the suburban hubs, support for suburban events. I'll try not to repeat myself too much. The situation for suburban businesses and current economic climate, paid parking and breakdowns of budget. So the 6 bids represent $1.5 billion in commercial property value. Over the 10 years, that's $1.3 billion in rates payments. We're also paying 2 different sources here, but 27 to 31% of the city's commercial rates income in total. Going back to Newmarket, I think the level of investment that the Auckland City Council made up there, which I'm hoping we can repeat here, it's doubled the population in Newmarket over 18 years, that is. And the density projections that the City Council have for our suburban centres, we all welcome, but without the investment in other factors around that, it's really going to struggle. So you've sort of got 2 parts of the plan, but we're only seeing one so far. So we believe, all bids believe, that more commercial investment should be made, city investment should be made in the suburbs. Focusing on the suburbs reduces the carbon emissions and travel. There's a lot of employment in the suburbs, not just 1,000 in Kōrau, but across all of the suburban centres. There's a lot of people employed there, and that's set to grow post-COVID, but it's just the working way that we operate these days. There's huge economic benefit for Wellington in having local trade, and if we don't support that, we will lose it to other centres. Often that means Porirua Shopping Centre and Queensgate, where there's no paid parking. So we value the creation of jobs and also the creation of the rating base, growth of the rating base as a consequence of that. Not to repeat myself too much on the suburban events, but all of the bids would appreciate some more focus on suburban events from the budget of $13 million for the city. I'll now hand over to Bernadette from Tawa.
Thank you, Mark. So the commercial reality for the big businesses, as you've probably gathered, it is incredibly tough out there at the moment. Business turnover is down. Businesses are facing increasing costs with rates, insurance, rent increases that are going up 50% in some cases, interest rates and inflation. Businesses are facing also competition from other online retailers, some of them overseas. And business owners are real Wellingtonians. They're people as well. So not only are their businesses suffering, they're finding it really difficult too as individuals, as people. Many of the businesses in the bids are struggling to survive the current economic situation. So what we're basically saying here is any extra cost to businesses or a decline in their income could be the straw that breaks the proverbial camel's back. So the impact of introducing paid parking in the suburban centres. Steve talked about this very briefly. He has done a survey with his members. I've done a survey with my members, which is why the percentage is slightly different. I think you had an 85. Yeah. Mine was probably about 83, so we've rounded it up to about an 84. So that's why the figures are slightly different. So both our bids, 84% of the members said that there would be a negative or strongly negative result if paid parking was introduced into the suburbs. I talked very briefly earlier about the paid parking that was introduced into Porirua and the detrimental effects that's had on businesses. And the human nature, people will avoid paying if they don't have to. It's that one where people will go and drive to a different fuel station so they can get cheaper fuel from somewhere else rather than pay for something that's more expensive locally. And people will do that. They will travel further if the parking is going to be free somewhere else or cheaper. So many of the conversations we've had with our bid members outline how close many of them are to going under and how difficult it is for them at the moment. So we think that the impact of introducing paid parking will have a far greater negative effect than anticipated. Now, my final slide before I hand over to Steve. We went through your lovely document here, and we're looking at the community outcomes. You have your 5 community outcomes. Not many of them were suburban specific, but we looked, oh, thanks, Steve. Thanks, Mark. We've looked at the economic well-being. So it's an innovative, business-friendly city. And the focus priority here is to revitalise the city and the suburbs to support a thriving and resilient economy and support job growth. As a collective of bids, we really honestly don't believe that introducing paid parking will contribute towards this. I'll pass over to Steve.
$1.3 billion is a lot of money. These are Wellingtonians who are working hard, looking after their families, looking after their kids, struggling, openly saying to us, this is a really tough time. The feedback that we've had is we're contributing more than our fair share, we don't need more costs lumped on our back. Why should we burden this unnecessary extra expense when we're contributing so much already? Paid parking will be the final nail in the coffin for a lot of businesses, certainly on behalf of Kōrau, but I now speak on behalf of 6 bids and no doubt a lot of suburban commercial areas in Wellington. It's hard to envisage what the loss of business means to an area. When you have a commercial shopping zone with windows boarded up, it creates a very negative sense of place. It creates a sense that no one cares, and it creates a sense that what's the point? Things tend to slide downhill. We don't want to see that happening in any of Wellington commercial areas. We want the celebration of who we are, or who our communities are, and what these communities contribute, both in a financial and cultural sense, to all of Wellington to be recognised, and certainly parking not to be introduced as the final nail in the straw, nail in the coffin, sorry. So in summary, please don't do it. Even a small amount is really going to hurt us. We're paying a lot already. We know the feedback's going to be bad from our members, it has been already, and we don't want to be dealing with that on a personal level or on a city level. You've got a massive budget. Please manage it appropriately. Cut costs where you can. Don't burden it on our commercial members. Thank you.
All right, we do have some questions. One from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. In terms of the paid parking, what sort of engagement had council done with you before it came to councillors or to elected members?
Can I speak first? I was walking along Bay Road about 12 months ago, and I saw someone doing a parking survey, and I said, "Hi, I'm Steve from Kōrau. What's going on?" She said, "I can't tell you." But we heard it was a council survey on parking. When I've asked for information about the actual research of why we think paid parking could be introduced, or what the capital costs are going to be, the operating costs, we haven't got any information at the moment about what it would mean and whether it stacks up.
Thank you.
Councillor Pannett.
Just in terms of the further investment question, is there enough economic potential in some of these areas like Johnsonville and Kilburnie to really grow?
Thank you. Question really is there economic potential in the, on our part, but in the 65,000 population from, there's huge potential. And on behalf of all bids, I mean, if you take my Newmarket example, it's a massive economic contributor to Auckland now, but Wellington doesn't have that.
And to add to that, with the district plan, the intensification plans for Kilburnie, Johnsonville, and Whatawa, which we are totally supportive of, we see our area as a growth area for residential, for commercial, for recreational. We've got so much to offer in our area. Yes, it's definitely a growth area.
My apologies, team, we're out of time. Sorry, many unanswered questions there. So thank you all for your submissions this morning.
Please feel free to email us if you have any further questions.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, we won't keep
Thank you.
it longer then.
All right, we have one more submission before lunch. Colin Keating? No, my Colin. The terrible pre-lunch spot. Thank you so much for coming in, and you have 5 minutes, including time for questions, if you'd like.
Yeah.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui. Councillors, firstly, thank you very much for all the hard work that you put into the long-term plan, and I know there's a lot more hard work to go, and thank you to the staff also who have contributed enormously. I think we all know that you're in an awfully difficult situation at this point in time, and I don't want to sound like a record just repeating, but I'm sure you've heard many people emphasising the difficult situation that people are in Wellington city and suburbs at this point in time. And my whole presentation is about asking you to please, on the 3 big issues that that you've asked us to submit on, to press the pause button. I really think this is very important given the magnitude of the rates increase that is envisaged. You all know that you all personally are no doubt suffering not only rates increases, insurance increases, cost of living increases. This is massively affecting all of our people, and I think it's really important. We've got to have a vision about where we would like to go, a good vision for Three Waters. You need to do that, but can you afford to impose the capital costs? What I would suggest with water is that you significantly reduce the budget. And you've already signalled that you're engaged with the central government to find a better solution. So let's press the pause on the CapEx until we've got a central government solution, rather than imposing unaffordable rates increases. Let's just do the maintenance, fixing the water spouting out of the ground, and let's defer the CapEx, at least until you've got a solution with central government. On the waste remediation, I would love to have a much better waste collection such as you've proposed. But it's a nice to have, it's not a must have in a crisis situation for so many of our people. So let's have the vision in the long-term plan, and let's look at the funding when our overall cost structures for the people is back to a more normality from what we're experiencing right now. I think, last but not least, on the issue with respect to the investment of shares in the airport and shares in ground leases, again, a great vision. Let's look to the vision, but please press the pause button. Please come back to the people with a clear proposal relating to a vehicle for investment which all of you can feel comfortable about. I know there are quite different views amongst you about whether it is a safe or right thing to do to sell the airport shares. I think before we can express before we can be appropriately consulted, you need to be able to tell us what your investment vehicle will be, so that there is confidence that the funds that are invested will be appropriately used. Because once you turn shares in an asset into cash and invest it, it becomes totally fungible. and the public become much more anxious about it. So please, again, press the pause button, come back to us next year or the year after with a firm consultation proposal, not only about the doing of it, but how it will be implemented, so we can all feel confident that there is a safe, sure and prudent way of investing it that won't be subject to raiding, either for commercial purposes or for other projects. Thank you.
One very quick question from Councillor Free.
Well, actually, I was going to ask you what your opinion was on the waste issue, rubbish issue, and you've answered it after I put my hand up. Thank you.
I don't see any other hands up, Colin, and we're nearly out of time. But thank you very much for a very clear, succinct submission. We really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you and good luck.
Thank you. All right, councillors, we have now till only till 1:30 for lunch. So we will see you back promptly at 1:30. Thank you. first submitter this afternoon session is Sue Pullen. Welcome, Sue. No mai. You have 5 minutes, including time for questions, if you'd like.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko aharangi o te whanganaga Otago ki Poniki, no reira ko Supulana ho, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I'm an emeritus professor in primary health care and general practice, and I've lived in Wellington for over 30 years, and as a GP I've seen many, many troubled young people over my time. I'm asking you to keep the Kandala pool open, maintained but not redeveloped. I want to tell you about Jack. Jack was 14. It was mid-January. It's hot in his small house in Broadmeadows. He walks down to Kandala pool, where he meets his mates and spends the afternoon. They cool down, warm up, jump in again. Jack gets $10 a week pocket money for helping at home. He can afford 2 or 3 swims a week by walking instead of taking the bus. The next summer, he's 15. It's mid-January and it's hot. He's had a bit to cope with recently. He broke his leg playing soccer in the winter, and even though it's getting better, he missed quite a bit of school, lost his confidence, drifted away from his friends, and now he's pretty grumpy at home, refuses to go to school. It takes his mum a lot of effort to get him out of the house. Eventually, one hot afternoon, he comes with her and his younger brother and sister very reluctantly to the pool. He won't go in, but 2 of his old mates are there. Hey Jack, let's go. 5 minutes later, they're jumping off the board together, and he's back in again with his friends, often meeting at the pool. 3 weeks later, he's ready and willing to go back to school for a new start. This is a really good example of a small opportunity making a really big difference to a young man's ongoing mental well-being. Prevention is vastly, vastly more sustainable than any later intervention. Jack is far from being an isolated case. We know that young people are experiencing greater degrees of mental distress and psychological distress than ever before. In 2021-22, nearly 1 in 4, 23.6% of young people aged 15 to 24 experienced high or very high levels of psychological distress, up from 11% in 2020. It's places like this pool which foster both mental and physical health for this very vulnerable age group. In hot weather and during summer holidays, this pool provides hours of offline, good entertainment, social contact and exercise. As the New Zealand National Child and Youth Wellbeing Strategy in 2019 says, children and young people are our taonga. Children and young people need time and spaces just to be themselves, to play, explore and create. Good physical, spiritual and mental health are critical to achieving other aspects of wellbeing. We actually have very few non-commercial, low-cost outdoor facilities for rangatahi, younger teenagers. Most playgrounds cater for 5 to 12-year-olds, and the notices on them say so. The Kandala pool is a particularly important asset for people, especially young people in the local and surrounding area, particularly Johnsonville to Crofton Downs. Unlike many suburbs in Wellington, it's a long way from the western and northern suburbs to any beach, and if you're going on public transport, it takes a long time. Public transport costs have just gone up substantially for young people with the removal of the subsidy, so this local facility is now even more important than it was. Long-term plans must look to the future. Not only is this world an increasingly complex place for young people to find their way in, we all face the consequences of climate change and global warming. Access to cooling facilities, especially aquatic ones, is now becoming necessary in temperate regions that never needed them before. I was in Vancouver last summer, a place where most people have not traditionally needed air conditioning. Now, cooling stations need to be available on hot summer days. Splash parks and shaded outdoor unheated pools are now necessary and in high demand. The climate is getting hotter everywhere. Wellington is no exception. Summer water facilities where people of all ages can cool down in their local area need retaining, and they will need expanding. You as a council have just voted for housing densification along the Crofton Downs Johnsonville transport spine. In time, houses will be smaller and hotter. Along with densification comes increased local government responsibility. You need to provide varied, good quality outside, shared and, in the summer, cool spaces.
Thank you. So I'm so sorry that we're out of time. I didn't know if you had a final comment, otherwise thank you.
Yeah. My final comment, listen to the voices of our young rangatahi. Keep the pool open for 3 months every summer, unheated. Make it free of charge if you can. Replace the minimum and postpone the further development for 5 to 10 years. Thank you.
Ngā mihi, Sue. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Jeff Miller. No, my Jeff. Welcome. You have 5 minutes, including time for questions, if you like. It goes quick. Thank you.
Right. Kia ora koutou, ko Jeff Miller, tōku ingoa. And I've come here today to make a submission about the proposal to introduce charges to motorcycle parking in the CBD. So last night I was thinking about this and I was wondering, because clearly this is an idea which I don't agree with, but clearly it's got enough council support to have reached this stage of the process. And I was wondering if I was the one that was sort of out of touch on this. So I had a quick little look around about what other cities get up to. So Auckland does not charge for motorcycle parking. Christchurch doesn't charge for motorcycle parking. Melbourne and Sydney don't charge for motorcycle parking. Not even London charges for motorcycle parking. And in fact, even though London has had a congestion charge for around about 20 years, the two vehicles they don't apply congestion charges to are all motorcycles and all bicycles. So clearly all of these cities, they seem to have a reason to be willing to encourage the use of these, yet this proposal seems to go completely against their direction, which I find interesting. I did find out that Paris has introduced motorcycle parking in their CBD. However, they have put in a rule where all of the electric mopeds and motorcycles are exempt from all charges, which is interesting because it has actually led to a vast increase in the rate of sales of those bikes, which I think is quite a good thing, although your proposal is not able to achieve that. And sort of moving on from that, I guess the next idea is that maybe there are some environmental issues that are going into this decision. But the reality is that if you look on the streets, the majority of bikes you see there are very small, very fuel efficient and very low emission commuter bikes. An increasingly large number of those are electric bikes. And in fact, if you were to buy a new moped today, the premium you pay for an electric bike versus 50cc, you'd basically write it off within 1 year of fuel. So is this, I guess, leading on from that, is this a mode of transport that we want to discourage use? I myself, the sole reason why I don't already have an electric bike is actually because of this potential proposal, because it's not worth me buying a new one and then have this rule come in, and then if I can't find a suitable alternative for parking, well, then I have a bike that I don't use for 5 days a week, and it doesn't make logical sense to me. And I guess that also leads on to the final point, which is just general financials. When I parked up today, about 8 o'clock today, I parked near the end of Featherston Street. There's a space for about 20 bikes. It was around about 3/4 full at that stage, and today is not a particularly nice day. I did note when I walked around the corner, the double-decker bicycle bay actually only had 4 bikes in comparison. So, you know, these parks are very popular. They're very well used, and they can actually be used year-round because even on a wet day, you're still relatively waterproof if you wear the right stuff. However, I wonder how well they're going to be used once the rule comes in. So how much of a drop in occupancy of these bike parks has been budgeted for once this rule goes through? Because the reality is, expecting $110 a week from a full-time worker to park there, where it's just going to result in people going for other solutions. So as a result of this, you'll have a space for 20 bikes. Realistically, you get $2.50 an hour for 5 of them if you're lucky. And as an extension of the financials, are there going to be extra parking wardens that need to take up the slack to check all the bikes? How much is it going to cost to upgrade the parking system to have a dual system where a car can put in its license plate and get $5 an hour, a bike puts its one in and gets $250 an hour. Signage changes, how long until the break even is actually going to be realistically reached with this proposal? In a broader sense, I can't see why this makes a lot of sense for anyone. I think that there's a very green opportunity that we could have by allowing these parks to remain, and we can see the electric options flourish. And if this proposal goes through, we will essentially kill that as an option. So as a viable transport option coming into the city, I think that the free parking of these bikes is critical for making sure that we keep it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think we've quite got time for a question for you, Jeff, but we'd like to thank you for taking the time to come and speak with us today. No, my Sue Coots on behalf of Zero Waste Network and Waste Free Welly. Welcome, Sue, and you have 10 minutes, including any time for questions if you'd like.
Oh, thank you so much for the opportunity, you guys. I really appreciate it. And I just wanted to acknowledge the tough job that you all have in trying to prioritise investment and action over the next 10 years today. And also really appreciate the use of the new tools. Like I noticed you had been working to use Citizens Assembly to kind of get some information about direction of travel before you got started. So yeah, really important that these democratic opportunities are preserved, and appreciate the time. So I'm here today to register our support for Key Proposal 2, changes to the waste collection and funding option. We know that accelerating waste-free and zero-carbon transition so that the Wellington economy creates less waste and moves towards zero carbon is a key priority for council and community. We know that there's been a great deal of work done over the last few years to really bring Wellington City into the modern age around zero waste strategy, the latest WMP sign-off, and that's been amazing to see all that progress getting made. But unless these proposals get actioned, they get put into practice and they get budget allocated, all of that work is for nothing. It's very important that the work that's been done over the years and building up support and use of the curbside collection gets maintained and strengthened. And there's a real opportunity now with the change in contracts to do some improvements and some tinkering to upgrade the whole system to get it fit for purpose. So we support the proposal as it stands. We see that it involves a shift to rates-funded rubbish and organics collection, that you intend to start collecting food and garden waste at the curbside, and that you're going to continue to collect mixed recycling separately to glass. We think that these three things are all critical to the success of the endeavour. If you're going to do recycling, you may as well make a decent job of it, and these options that you're putting forward will result in the highest amount diverted from landfill, the greatest amount of material kept in circulation and circular economy, and the greatest reduction in emissions. So we feel like the options put forward are the right ones. Modern cities really have to step up when they're putting in these kinds of systems. They're an absolute bottom line for big cities around the world, especially in places like Wellington, where you want to be a tourist magnet, you want to be a visitor magnet, you want to look after your local residents and make sure they have the services that they need to feel good about themselves and the way that they're living their lives today. The model that's being put up is a really good one, we think, because it optimises for quality of materials. And you will have heard a lot of talk over the last few years about how recycling, does it all just end up in the landfill anyway? Does it end up getting made back into new products? Does it become recycled content? And the way that your officers have recommended the collection systems will mean that the material that comes through will be quality. It gives people a really great opportunity to separate their materials out, to divert as much as they can, and to be able to do a really good job right across the recovery chain to make sure that the people who want to make a new product have got great quality raw material coming in their front gate. So optimise the chance of success, which then means the story that you can tell about the spend and the investment is a good one. You can say, well, we did put the money in, we did do the work, and it worked for you guys. It's returning benefits for us. So we support option F for the food and garden waste collection, and we see that being a really good way to proceed for all the obvious reasons, but also it's going to reduce the cost of waste management in the long term for you guys. It's going to reduce the amount of organics going to landfill, so that means a lower ETS liability for you. And it also means that your landfill life will be extended, so you're not going to face the same issues that other councils are having about getting new landfill space. You know that getting the SLEPO extension was hard work and expensive, and you want to delay that as long as you can. So keeping organics out gives you a really good opportunity to just hold that void space open for important things that have to go in there. In terms of the 80-litre bin rather than the 20-litre food bin, I see the 80-litre bin being a good way to get the maximum collection capacity for the lowest cost per litre. If you look at, how much space do people get, how much, you think of your own garden, over time, you definitely have seasons where you've got a lot more material than you have in others. So that 80-litre bin is a handy way to give the extra capacity that you're going to need. We also support option C, which is the council's preferred option for the recycling. We really support continuing to separate glass from the paper, cardboard, plastics. The 240-litre bin means that people don't have to squish up all their recycling to fit it into their crate or their bag, and it means that when it goes across the sorting line at the materials recovery facility, it's very easy for the technology to recognise the different types, and it's very easy for it to get sorted into the right containers. The 45-litre glass crate is really critical, because when you collect glass in a mixed way, in a mixed wheelie bin, and don't colour separate at the curbside, the glass gets broken. You can't send it to bottle recycling. And when you make glass bottles out of the cullet that comes from those recycled bottles, that's the best outcome for virgin, reduction in use of virgin material, and also least amount of energy coming in to the system to create a new bottle. So, just really want to support the proposal that's on the table. It's a great, I think it's really well aligned with your priorities for this LTP, and there's a lot more detail in our submissions that you've got in the paper, in your gadgets there. So, worth having a look. But, I just want to recognise that this curbside initiative is just one of the pieces of the puzzle, that the strategy requires several things to happen for us to really make progress, and that one of the critical elements for you guys is to really support ongoing advocacy to change the game around the economics of recycling and waste handling, and that product stewardship and container deposit schemes and those types of activities which government pulls the levers on could really change the game at the level of the ratepayer and the council, because they'll shift cost off you and onto the user and the producer, which is a really good outcome, because you don't have to keep talking to you've obviously got many things to pay for as local government people, and it's a tight budget that you're working with. So over time, you really want to be pushing hard around that advocacy role.
Thank you, Sue. I do have some questions for you. The first from Pauiwi Hohaia.
Kia ora, Sue. Thank you for coming in today. Just, we've had a couple of submitters, or a number of submitters have said, but I compost, I don't need a big organics collection, universal collection system. What would you say to those people?
What I would say is that having a universal collection is an equity issue. You really want to make sure that everyone in the city has, that's your basic starting point. Has everyone in the city got access to a good service? And then you can do what Auckland Council has done, and you can look at ways to either rebate people who are not using aspects of the service, give people a slightly smaller bin if they don't feel that they need one, and to be able to support people who are using less of the service, and feel that they're doing a good job with the zero waste side of things. But I guess what we recognise in our world is that most of the packaging choices that people have, or a lot of the choices that they have, mean that they're constrained. They can't always make an optimal choice around zero waste lifestyle at the moment. So you really need to have that capacity there. The first step is making sure that people can separate their material, and that's critical. And then what we see is, like Auckland Council this time around was working on how do we make it fairer for different people? Cool. How do we make sure that big households have access to what they need? How do we make sure that small households or very low waste households are able to be rewarded? Sometimes it's just a thank you and a bit of appreciation that they're looking for, rather than actual cash in the back pocket. But I think there's some good councils around the country working through that.
Thank you. That's a good answer. Thank you.
And we also have a question from Deputy Mayor Foon.
Sharing the mic. Kia ora, Sue, thanks for coming in today. And you may have answered this, but I think it's probably the one that's standing out more is actually we've got a lot of waste advocacy and good work going on in Wellington at the moment, and so some of those people are feeling like the incentive that they've had is to reduce costs through not needing a service, i.e. council rubbish bags.
Yeah.
And so really in a way they'll now have to be rated for this service. And so what would you say to people who really still want the user pays incentive as a way to reduce waste?
Well, I think the main thing around user pays is do people genuinely have options that enable them to produce less? There are a few people we know who are very strong zero waste advocates. They are willing to put a lot of time and energy into do the hard work to be able to live a zero waste lifestyle, but they're very few and far between. And most people are very constrained in the amount of time that they're actually able to put into that. Until our system is shifted, we've got the ways that you guys can fund and finance these things, which is, say, something like container return scheme. If that was implemented, it would take a lot of the cost out of your system because a lot of the material would flow through the deposit return scheme. So that helps you to shift cost out of the rates budget and onto a user pays scheme. There's a lot of opportunities around reduction, but they're long term. So you can, once people are, the stepping stone to becoming a zero waste lifestyler is actually figuring out that you have some things that you could change, and really sorting and separating your material is often the very first step you get on, and you go, crikey, who knew I was making all this food waste? Maybe I could do something about that. Crikey, who knew I had all this recycling? I wonder if I really need to buy all this packaging. And so I would say that there's incentives you can put in place for people to have a lower cost. There's other councils you can look to for the strategies they're using, but it's really important to help people. I would say the communications around we're all in this together. It's really important that we have this comprehensive system for the good of everyone is a very appealing argument for a lot of the people that are already doing the right thing.
Thank you so much. So I'm sorry that we're out of time, but we really appreciate the work that went into your submission and you being here today.
If anyone has any questions, you're welcome to get in touch.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Suha from Cancer Society Wellington Division. And you have 10 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you. I understand we have some slides for you as well.
Cool, thank you. Kia ora koutou, my name is Suha Wahab. I'm a Senior Health Promotion Advisor at Cancer Society Wellington Division out in Newtown and a resident in the city. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to do an oral submission today and taking the time out of your day to listen to so many community members to plan the future for Wellington. Our mission is to improve community well-being by reducing the incidence and impact of cancer in Aotearoa. Our division aims to alleviate the burden of cancer in Wellington City. This includes representing the experiences and needs of people with cancer, their whānau, and the wider community to decision makers such as yourselves. We are a trusted voice on cancer prevention with evidence-based research supporting our recommendations. Here are some of our cancer prevention priorities to improve cancer outcomes for all Wellingtonians. Many of the points today will cover these three main priorities, which is smoke-free 2025, alcohol and cancer awareness, and shade in public spaces. Firstly, we really want to congratulate you all on the excellent work that Wellington City Council has undertaken to address public health concerns that are critical for cancer prevention. Your progressive policies, such as the smoke-free and vape-free policy, public spaces policy, and open spaces strategy, are very credible. We feel confident that the Wellington City Council will be prepared to act on different ways to prevent cancers in Wellington, particularly changing the environments that we live, work, and play. Considering the government's disappointing decision to repeal Aotearoa's leading smoke-free legislation, it is now more important than ever to uphold and strengthen your local smoke-free and vape-free policy. To reach a collective goal of smoke-free 2025 and beyond, which you already are committed to. As a resident, it was so awesome to see the practical enforcement of your smoke-free and vape-free policy at the Magic Gardens show this year. I actually heard your bold stance on smoke-free, vape-free events and witnessed a security guard making sure an attendee did not vape. So we encourage you to continue this in your other events and spaces around Wellington City. Secondly, we believe that the proposed redevelopment of the Kandala pool site into a new community space and entranceway into Kandala Park offers an opportunity to create a new environment that supports health and well-being. We recommend it is planned and created in a way that incorporates sun safety measures in the design by the provision of both built and natural shade, like these two great examples on the screen at Crawford Green Park Play Area and Wellington Botanical Gardens. This is especially important as families and children will be gathering in this space. And as many of us know, overexposure to UV radiation can lead to skin cancer. Shade is one of the most effective ways to protect against this. We understand that there are budget constraints in implementing shade sales. However, there are many ways that you can make this subsidized, like collaborating with local organizations who can possibly subsidize the cost. If the redevelopment involves outdoor work, we recommend the risk of sun exposure is managed for outdoor workers and subcontractors in alignment with the Health and Safety Employment Act. Also, make this new community space smoke-free, vape-free, and alcohol-free to support those trying to quit, discourage young people from starting, and creating a healthier and safer community environment. Lastly, and after just hearing the submission by Sue Pollen, co-designed the space with the Kandala community as they know the area best and know whether or not this space needs a redevelopment. We also encourage you to lead the way to be the first major city council in Aotearoa to re-implement a local alcohol policy. Alcohol is a type 1 carcinogen, and there is no safe amount of alcohol intake in relation to cancer risk. As we advocate for smoke-free and vape-free environments, we must also recognize the impact of excessive alcohol consumption on our communities. Therefore, we urge you to develop and implement a local alcohol policy. Currently, we are actually supporting your policy team with an alcohol survey. They are preparing to gather experiences, attitudes, and harms in Wellington City. We hope this will aid the development of a comprehensive local alcohol policy in the future. We encourage you all to support your policy team with the survey and hear the voices of your residents by responding with adequate solutions. As evidence shows, implementing an effective local alcohol policy can mitigate the unequal risk of alcohol-related harm, particularly in lower socioeconomic communities. This can help to regulate the clustering of off-licenses premises, especially in proximity to schools, marae, hospitals, and play spaces. Another step is utilizing the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Amendment Bill to have a legislative tool to address alcohol harm. This makes it easier for community members to oppose alcohol licenses, and it streamlines processes, removes special appeals mechanisms, so councils can effectively implement controls on alcohol sales, thereby prioritizing community health and well-being. Lastly, we recommend limiting alcohol sponsorship and alcohol marketing at council-owned and operated facilities. These spaces must be guarded from alcohol sponsorship to promote healthier environments and reduce the exposure of alcohol marketing, especially in places where children and families gather. In Wellington, many alcohol-sponsored events like Cuba Dupa, Jim Beam Homegrown, Beers at the Basin, summer sessions amplify the already saturated presence in our city. That council should support, create, and incentivize an equal number of alcohol-free events to normalize having fun without alcohol and decrease the number of alcohol marketing in our city. As our article in Capital Magazine stated, and research showed this, alcohol advertising encourages young people to drink alcohol earlier and more harmfully. I want to also just echo a quote from a pedestrian on Cuba Street when we did some of our research. So they said, if you went outside and saw a cigarette advertisement, you'd be horrified. But yet no one blinks an eye at the hundreds of alcohol advertisements in our city. And arguably, the overall impact of alcohol in communities is worse. And I've just got some photos that we took around Wellington of the many alcohol advertisements we saw. And so to conclude, we want to highlight a goal stated in your long-term document as well, a city of healthy and thriving whānau and communities. And to achieve this, we believe implementing and enforcing the health policies I have mentioned today are essential. The Wellington City Council has a pivotal role in promoting public health and fostering safer, healthier communities and environments. By implementing evidence-based policies, actively engaging with your communities, which you are doing today and for weeks now, and stakeholders such as ourselves, the Council can lead changes in decreasing alcohol, tobacco, and UV-related cancer risk and promote more cancer-free lives for all Wellington residents. So we look forward to collaborating more and to create healthier Wellington together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Suha. I do have some questions. The first from Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, thank you. I was wondering if we're looking at skate parks as well as not just playgrounds. Is there any specific kind of messaging that we can target for maybe teenagers and young adults around more safer consumptions around alcohol and vaping and smoke and stuff?
Yeah, definitely. You do have a lot of alcohol-free spaces. So I think from after the survey comes out, I think you'll have some really good feedback from the community and what you can actually implement and some ideas in that. But you guys used to have an alcohol plan. And I think in that it stated that you would have these alcohol-free zones, and I think those are great spaces to really promote that and have that on your website. Have signage. You know, you guys have signage for smoke-free, vape-free environments. Why not do the same for alcohol? Yeah, so I think that's a great idea.
And a quick question from Councillor Pannett.
Thank you for your work. You haven't talked about parking or cycleways. Does the Cancer Society support sustainable transport to keep people healthy?
Yes, definitely. So physical activity is one of the big things for us. So we definitely support that. Yeah, just thought many people would speak about that rather than other cancer risk factors. So our priorities are the main three that I said today because it hasn't been spoken about. It's not on top of many other organizations' agendas. So we really want to get that awareness out there and, change environments that I've spoken about. Yeah. Awesome.
Thank you, Suha, and thanks for all the work that has gone behind your submission. We really appreciate it.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you so much.
Now I'd like to welcome Polly Griffiths on behalf of the Sustainability Trust. No, my Polly. Welcome, and you have 10 minutes, including time for questions.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Polly. I'm Sustainability Manager at Sustainability Trust, and I lead on our waste minimisation programs and projects. So this is going to be short for you today and focused on the waste options, the key proposal too. But I did want to say, as a business that has been in operation in the city for 21 years, we do support the spending that's required to create robust, future-proofed infrastructure for the city. The Council has shown leadership on waste and circular economy with the Zero Waste Strategy and the Economic Wellbeing Strategy. And the curbside collections are a really critical part of maintaining the momentum if the targets are going to be reached. So we support the preferred options, and Sue has very eloquently summarised the reasons why, and we agree with all of Sue's points. But the curbside collection really provides the foundation on which to build the other services that will be required to meet those targets. So we're excited to work with Council on expanding the resource recovery network. So we're working in partnership to open Tiaro Zero Waste, a pilot community resource recovery centre. So Tiaro Zero Waste will be a place where people can go to learn about waste minimisation, access recycling, repair and reuse services. And because this service will be centrally located, it will be easier for people living and working in the city to get on public transport and other active transport or, walking and access those services. It's going to be an exciting space. It's unique in Aotearoa in terms of its city centre location. We're also working with the Council on Feel Good, and this is a service that can provide reusable cups and containers at events and for lots of other purposes. So we've already serviced 54 events, piloting at the New Zealand Arts Festival, supporting community events and working with local markets. We're building up to doing things on a much larger scale. So we're all setting up for, to do different things together that help communities engage on zero waste and support the culture change needed. I just really wanted to thank the council for your support in taking these projects forward and the things that are going to work alongside that curbside service. It's great in terms of the organics collection that you've left space and the plans to support small and medium-sized composting projects working alongside the curbside scheme. There's always going to be a chunk of households that can't be serviced by a curbside model. And that gives us space to try more innovative approaches that can create opportunities for smaller composting businesses and generate co-benefits for the community, like local jobs, urban growing and soil restoration. And I just wanted to finish on a point that Sue raised about that councils are having to pay the burden of the cost of waste management. And that shouldn't be council's burden to bear. It's very hard to make the economics stack up for waste within our current economic system. The cost for dealing with waste should be supported by regulated product stewardship so that the cost is built into the cost of purchase of items, as is now with the Tirewise producer responsibility scheme that's come online. In this way, the economic systems and funds are made available for our councils and communities. So our commitment is to continue to advocate to national government as an organisation, but also through our membership of Zero Waste Network and Environment Hub's Aotearoa for effective producer responsibility schemes, so to make your lives and our lives easier going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Polly. We do have some questions, the first being from Councillor Free.
Thank you. And I just wondered, when you said you supported the council's preferred option, what you think about the fact that the rubbish collection size goes from 50 litres to 120 litres.
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that we're not actually reducing capacity because people are still getting a weekly collection. It's just you're separating out landfill from recycling. So I think it's good to frame things for people that they're still getting a weekly service for all of their things, and with the extra capacity that they could be diverting through food and organics, the reality is not much of a reduction.
It's a bigger capacity. So that was my point.
Sorry, Sarah.
Yeah.
I was going to say all detail on the curbside I should direct to Sue because I haven't had time to get across it. But yeah, I would, based on my experience in the UK, I would say that restricting residual capacity can be a powerful tool in helping households to reduce waste.
Okay.
But as Sue also said, we can introduce systems and then tweak them based on the feedback as has been done in Auckland.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pennant.
Thanks for all the work you do. So we've got submitters coming in and saying, look, we're just under the burden of costs. And you've made the point that, you know that it's difficult for councils to fund it, but that's what we're having to do. Is there any way we could save money so that we can still get some of the good outcomes, but that people aren't having to pay a lot more on top of the sludge levy and rates? Yeah, it's a big question.
It's a big question.
We'll take it offline too.
Yeah. I don't have any immediate answers for you other than keeping on pushing on the national government to provide funding for these services and pushing on the regulated product stewardship side of things. Yeah. I mean, this is a nationally required requirement to put in these, national governments telling us to put in these services, so they should be supporting councils to do that.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Thanks, Polly. Just in terms of willingness to increase recycling, I mean, the Trust is at the forefront of enabling that for people, but with what you're seeing by offering more opportunities to recycle through the Resource Recovery Centre, how would you describe Wellingtonians' willingness or want or need to do this?
Yeah, there's a huge willingness. There's people contacting us by email, phone, coming into the centre every week looking for more opportunities and being frustrated about the lack of opportunities. Often the things that they are frustrated by are completely out with our control because it's down to the things that are being put on the market, which are, it's very difficult for us to be able to offer a solution to them. So that's why, again, the producer responsibility. But by having centres like Tiara Zero Waste, we can make things like metal recycling, all the things with the introduction of the curbside standardisation. There's certain things that can't go into that curbside scheme, like the small items. So centres like Tiara Zero Waste and the tip shop can provide the avenue for diversion of those. And we are also providing a window for people to kind of really think about their waste minimisation journey and prevent that waste occurring in the first place. So we've got packaging take-back return points at Tiara Zero Waste. We've got repair stations. We're running repair cafes. All those ways of keeping our resources in the circulating in the economy for longer, and are actually supporting our local businesses who are putting forward these innovative business models as well.
Councillor Chung has a question.
Great, thanks very much for coming in. Do you think that this policy may have a reverse effect of, because we're providing the bins and things for everyone, they'll just say, oh gosh, well, seeing my I'm paying for this through my rates, I don't need to think about sustainability, whether I want to separate these things, whether I actually want to do this. Somebody else is going to do it for me now because I'm paying extra for it.
Yeah, I think it's just really important that we back up introduction of the curbside scheme with really good engagement with our community around that sort of behaviour change that is needed. We can't just roll out a system and not have the communications and engagement that goes alongside it to kind of explain the reasoning for doing what we're doing. There's a lot of confusion out there, so the more conversations we can have with people to explain why things are happening, the easier we can make it on our householders, the more that we can shift them towards that waste minimisation. We're finding with the conversations we have on a Saturday at the moment in our centre, really kind of reducing the confusion out there about the recycling systems.
Thank you, Polly.
Thank you.
It was great to see you again, ngā mihi. Now I'd like our next submitter is online, Andrew Moffat from Salvation Army Tawa. No, my Andrew, and you have 10 minutes, including time for questions if you'd like to use it.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you. I probably won't take 10 minutes, but greetings and thank you for the opportunity to address the council. I'm Andrew Moffat. Along with my wife Rochelle, we're the core officers at the Tawa Core of the Salvation Army and have been since February last year. I'd like to briefly speak on the concerns held by the Salvation Army members and our client base here at Tawa. I'd also like to point out some of the concerns held by the local population in regards to paid parking and its effect on retailers and other business owners in Tawa. In regard to parking, the council currently provides 7 car parks outside our building. These are utilised by visitors to our premises and to other nearby churches, the Catholic and Anglican churches, and local businesses and the library across the road. I've asked numerous persons in the core and wider community what they think of paid parking and have not yet heard of anybody in favour of it. I've heard replies such as, I think people won't pay and they'll use the New World car park instead. And it would be good if there was a corresponding reduction in rates, but I can't see that happening. And I'm concerned that it will affect my business. And, well, it's another form of tax, isn't it? And the council are keen to sting us every way they can. I've censored that last reply. As a church, we have a number of people who attend our community ministries food bank, a small number who come regularly and, in the main, new clients. Our food parcel distribution has risen in 2022 from 3 to 4 parcels per week to currently on average 4 to 5 a day. Over 3 days, we've had up to 19 food parcels in one day recently. We believe that the addition of another cost on our client base is going to add pressure to and increase anxiety to people who are barely getting by at present. Ours is a client base of needy people that continues to grow under the current economy. I discussed the proposed charging of parking with a client last week, a single parent of 5 children. Their response was, I was only with you for 15 minutes and they're going to charge for parking. That would really get me worried. I may not come. In their instance, the family would then miss out on needed help. Other groups that utilise our hall regularly are a Tamil Wesleyan congregation, our mainly music group with 110 attendees on a Thursday, our home league, youth groups, women's and men's groups, indoor bowls, music teams, on top of our regular Sunday worship, which usually lasts up to 2 hours. We already have asked if the 60-minute parking outside the core building could be extended to 120 minutes. We've been told due to this process that is on hold. That request is on hold. It should also be noted that elderly people on fixed incomes are not always greatly mobile, and charging them for parking will come with its own concerns and disadvantages for them. The concern for the people of Tawa is that many are not doing well under the current economic situation. Retailers are struggling, and there have been a number of shops that closed recently, and those shops are still closed. The shops of Tawa provide mainly for niche markets and are competing with online shopping, and it's feared that some introduction of another cost into the Tawa scene will see the death of the retail space in the town. I'd like to leave you with a thought. I grew up in Nelson, where Nelson and Richmond were competing for customers. Richmond became known as Richmond Shopping Town. The greatest sale point for Richmond was its free parking. I'd like to thank you for your time and respectfully ask that you reconsider any ideas that you may have for charging of parking. Once it's established and any subsequent damage is done, it will not be reversible. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrew. I do have a question for you from Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, Andrew.
Yes,
Thanks
Councillor.
so much for presenting to us today. I was just wondering, with the uptick of people coming in, have any of them been impacted by public service layoffs? Have you seen families coming from that background?
At this stage, no, we haven't seen people who have been affected by public service layoffs.
Cool. Thank you very much.
And
that I know of anyway. I can ask that question further, but...
Councillor Chung has a question for you.
Yes, Councillor.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Do you find that the type of people that are coming in, would they be comfortable with having say a 1 hour limit on parking instead of being charged for it? Would that actually help? Because there's no charge for parking at the moment, is there? Oh, sorry, there's no.
There is no charge for parking. No, there is no charge for parking at the moment. That would probably help them. It could be a consideration.
Great, thank you.
But that doesn't really address the further concerns.
No.
Thank you, Andrew, and also thanks for that self-censorship there. We appreciate that. All right,
no, I'm quite happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bless you. Have a good day.
Cheers. All right, and Alan Blake is here on behalf of Living Streets Aotearoa. No, my Alan, and this time you get 10 minutes. Kia ora tātou. Sorry, just pushed it off again. Kia Living Streets Aotearoa. So Living Streets Aotearoa is a pedestrian advocacy group. We want more people walking more often and enjoying public space. So we're the experts on walking and pedestrians and what's required in public spaces for those people. So I've pretty much got one point to make today, and if you just focus your attention on that graph that's out of your documents, it's out of the infrastructure strategy. We've heard a lot of talk over the last little while about walkability and what that means. And one of the things about walkability is it's not something that happens by accident. It's something that we have to support, and that city councils are the ones that do this work. This is their core function, is looking after the transport system, and footpaths and pedestrians are a really core part of that. So if we want to have a walkable city, we need to fund things. So this is a little graph or whatever, and it says pathways, 30% only reach a good or very good level of service. 30%. So it's right down there with the lowest level of service that we have for transport infrastructure.
right at the bottom. Every single council document and policy and plan says that walking is at the top of the transport hierarchy. Every single one. We hear people saying Wellington's so walkable. That tells you it is not walkable. So that I've just been talking to somebody else today about safety. And so when we think about safety on the road, we usually think about crashes, car crashes and vehicle crashes. But actually, across all transport modes, one of the key injuries that happens to people is a single, it's one person, one vehicle. Vehicles crash into things. When pedestrians slip, trip or fall, it's generally something to do with the level of service of the infrastructure that they're using. There's some fault in the footpath. And you might think it's just old people that are going to fall over on their things. Most of the people I've seen fall over on the footpath, and I've seen quite a few, it's young people, quite often young men. And boy, do they go down hard. And we're really lucky that we don't have more injuries from people doing slips, trips and falls. There is an equal number of people in hospital due to injury from slips, trips and falls as there are from pedestrians from car crashes. So if Wellington wants to be a walkable city, you need to fund your footpath maintenance and renewals and upgrades. And this long-term plan has reduced the funding for footpath maintenance, renewals and upgrades, whatever. There's a whole lot of terms here that they use. A while back, the council had a really good plan to what they call build back better. And so every time that some maintenance happens, the infrastructure should be brought up to a better standard. You know, meeting. It doesn't even have to be best standard, but just a good standard for level of service. So you would move that orange bar and you'd make the whole bar go orange for all of those things, but particularly for the things that where everybody uses it, which is your footpaths. Everybody is using footpaths. Whether you drive a car, if you park a car, you have to hop out of it and get on the footpath. So our plea is to please don't reduce the funding for footpath maintenance. Reducing maintenance work is just, I don't know, there's lots of metaphors for it, but I think I'll steer away from them because I'll say something awful. But reducing maintenance is just a own goal, isn't it? You're never going to get better if you don't keep that maintenance up. If you don't do the renewals and upgrades to a better standard than what was there before. When you dig up a bit of footpath, it's just so easy to put it back properly, better. There's some footpaths being done around Mount Vic recently, which one of them was on Elizabeth Street, which was supposed to be a bit of a test case for doing a really good job. But some of that footpath's gone back and it's got its waviness as it goes across driveways. They're not supposed to go wavy like that because that's what trips people up. It would have been quite easy, while it was all dug up, to put it back in a better state. Yeah, and my poor maths, my calculation is that we are spending only $15, was it a year or over? Yeah, $15 a year on all the activity that might contribute to better pedestrian design. 3 cups of coffee for the 215,000 people in Wellington who walk. And I didn't include people who come from out of the city or our tourists, so it's peanuts. It's, and if I just have a look at my figures again, it's way less than 10% of your transport budget that you're spending on the highest priority. So please fix that. If you're going to talk about having Wellington as a walkable city, fix that. And I think that's all I want to say. Thanks.
All right, we have some questions for you. The first being from Councillor Free.
Hi, Ellen. We've had quite a few submissions on this new waste proposal, which would see bins being put out, quite a few more bins than we currently have. Yep. What's your view as a walking advocate on that?
We have asked previously that we move all the rubbish bins to the on the road curb so they get off the footpath. Rubbish day is a big problem for a lot of people. When you think about your kids going to school and there's this monster pile of rubbish bags on the footpath that you can't walk on, where are they going to walk? They'll run on the road. it's exactly how kids walk. And obviously some people can't get past if there's that kind of issue on the footpath as well.
Do you see the bins as hard bins being as more problematic than, say, softer plastic rubbish bags like we've got currently?
It depends who you are. I mean, I'll chuck them around myself, but a lot of people can't do that. Yeah, thank you. I think it's definitely something that should be managed.
Councillor Randall.
Yesterday, Nathan Bond from CCS Disability Action in his submission outlined a concern around shared paths and how they're really not safe for disabled persons. In terms of your submission and the Thoughts of Living Streets Aotearoa on how the council should deal with narrow parts that have to deal with cycling and pedestrians, have you got any particular feedback for us?
Absolutely. Shared paths are not pedestrian infrastructure. Shared paths are cycling infrastructure. They do not provide a good level of service for pedestrians at all. A lot of pedestrians will avoid them like the plague if they can because they don't feel safe and they're not safe. So we shouldn't be building them. If we've got pedestrians at the top of our transport hierarchy and walking, you don't make that better for any other mode. You keep the walking space really clear. This is our 50% of our public space is the road. The only bit that people do any social interactions on is the footpath. So make it good for everybody. It's not just a few people use the footpath. It's the whole range of people in Wellington.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, Alan. I was just remembering when you came in and submitted on the Golden Mile proposal and the cycle path there, obviously it wasn't something you were greatly in support of. Now that that project's come back into house, has that position changed? Do you think it's still worth us looking at whether that cycle path is the most appropriate for the Central City connection?
Thanks. So Living Streets thinks that everybody should have a safe space to use on our transport system. So when we talked about the Golden Mile plans and design, that started off as a pedestrian and bus solution to bus congestion on the Golden Mile. That's the key thing we're trying to fix with the Golden Mile, is get the buses moving well, make it more reliable. And so it started off as a pedestrian and bus only solution, and that was going to work well. And then you add in the cycle path, and then we ended up with shared paths. So we don't need it. Featherston Street and the Quays should be the places for cycles, and leave the Golden Mile as a really nice place where people will linger and do their shopping and hang out, which is what we're after.
Very quick question from Councillor Chung.
Great, thank you, Ellen. I have two questions.
Sorry, we've only got time for one, Councillor. If you look at the clock.
The question is do you think that particular suburbs or areas are actually worse than others for the footpaths? Like, is there any area that we should actually be focusing on, any suburb?
Oh, that's a good question. I haven't done enough of a review to say that, but I'm pretty sure that your transport department people would have a view on that. Usually, I think it's good practice would be to start on the busiest places around schools, old people's homes, places where it's really important that people feel safe and don't fall over and don't have these slips, trips and falls. But yeah, I think there's a lot of places in Wellington that have really substandard footpath.
Thank you, Ellen. We appreciate the time that went into the submission and for you coming in. Thank you. Councillors, we now have a break from 2:30 to 2:45. So could you be back promptly at 2:45? And if not, you'll be in trouble with John, who is going to chair the next session. Thank you.
can you return to the table, please?
You're in the dog box, Neriden.
Oh, what do we have to say? The chairs. That's right. Rebecca has vacated the chair, so I'll be taking over for the next session. And we have Alex Gray. Hello, Alex. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, welcome, councillors. I've submitted before, so most of you know who I am. I guess my first comment is that Wellington City's broke and that we should be sticking to our knitting. And I'm disturbed by the number of proposals that plan to spend millions of dollars on new recycling and rubbish initiatives. And things like the Golden Mile, which should have been canned a long time ago. And another question I've got, there's no mention of any staff reductions at Wellington City Council when I noticed that central government has required 7% reductions in staff. So looking at the Citizens' Assembly, they talked about priorities being looking after the assets we've got before building or acquiring new. And I see the city-to-sea bridges falling into that category. Also, my existing wheelie bin is fine. I don't need a new wheelie bin. It doesn't need to be twice the size as you're proposing. It's lasted well. And for those of you who don't have street access, the rubbish bags and recycling bags work well. So totally against that. But moving on to the more important items. Wellington Water. I live in Connaught Terrace in Brooklyn, and Fulton Hogan spent 9 months relaying the pipes in our street. It cost, I think, $1.5 million. It was 40% over budget. When I asked Wellington Water 2 questions under the OIA, I said, 1, why did you do our street when we haven't got any leaks? Why didn't you do Aro Street? And 2, what was the cost? The cost turned out to be 40% over budget. And the answer as to why they did it was supposedly it was a pressure relief and capacity project. I still think Aro Street's more important. The important thing, I think, with Wellington Water is, yes, we need to spend significant funds on them, but Wellington City needs to be in control of how they spend it, and I've suggested that they should be approving budgets for individual projects with a contingency not to exceed 15%. I don't see how any project can run 40% over. I've said as far as rubbish is concerned, Wellington's a hilly city. Bags work well and the user pays. Many houses cannot use a wheelie bin. We already pay privately for a green bin. Lots of other people have compost or worm farms. So why impose a blanket green waste on everybody? We don't need a replacement or a bigger bin, I've already talked about. In Auckland, if you need a bigger bin, you can pay a bit extra and get one that's the larger size which the council here has proposed. Also, the glass crates work well for a hilly suburb because you're proposing a crate for glass, you're proposing a wheelie bin for glass, whereas the glass crates I've used for years continue to work well. I don't support suburban parking charges. It's hard enough to encourage businesses as it is these days. Most of them are moving out of Wellington City. You can't you can't find a park. Buses aren't for everybody. I ride a cycle, but I've had my first one pinched, so I leave it in the office now. So it's problematic in terms of some of the things. Next one I'd like to talk about is Kandala Pool. I'm absolutely gobsmacked that you're proposing to close something which is 99 years old and is an iconic pool where my kids learnt to swim and hopefully my grandchildren will learn to swim during the summer months. I looked at the estimates which were produced by somebody I'd never heard of in Auckland, and there is one page saying it's going to cost $12 million for a new pool, and there's one page saying it's going to cost $5 million to demolish the old pool and landscape it. Now, I'm sorry, but the estimates do not give me any confidence in terms of making a decision. I had a chat with some of the councillors like Ray Chung, and we're both of the view that the existing facility is fine, either demolish or put a few K-braces in the brick building and keep the pool as it is. It costs a fraction of some of the other projects. And the slide I've got on the board is actually Berhampore Golf Course. And comparing Berhampore Golf Course with Kandala Pool, that photo was taken on the 4th of May, a Saturday at 10 a.m. If you look closely, and I don't know if it's possible to zoom in, but there is nobody on the golf course. I've had discussions with several councillors over the years, And I keep asking the question, why do you continue to provide a golf course which is so little used, and you're proposing to close Kandala Pool? It just doesn't make any sense. What else am I going to talk about?
You've got 15 seconds.
I've got 15 seconds. I'll leave it at that and say that people should stick to the council needs to stick to its knitting, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Unfortunately, we've run out of time, so we can't do questions, but I'm sure if others want to talk to you, they can.
Okay.
Katie Underwood. Hello, Katie. You've got 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having me. I've left all my notes at home, and that's probably quite good because I don't think it was very polite. But anyway, I've only got 5 minutes, and there was way too much in this proposal to just limit me to 5 minutes, but I'm going to pick on the things of interest and import to me. No to the airport share sale. The only buyer is Infratil, and they won't pay a fair market price, and then they will on-sell it to foreign ownership or to Christchurch Airport, which is owned by the Christchurch City Council. So maybe we should actually buy the airport. I do support the idea of a prudential fund, but I think you should start funding it with the $34 million from the failed Reading deal, and then set aside a percentage of the income that the council gets on a regular basis, and treat it like a KiwiSaver account, the same way that most of us do for our retirement. For the rubbish, I support the status quo, mainly because I don't think any of the other options are actually realistic, affordable or sensible, and I'm going to go into that in more detail with my other hat on. So anyway, it's a little bit disappointing. I do believe that the council should think of these times as austerity times and cut back on all the nice-to-have pet projects like the Golden Mile. I'll be hated for that. And also, I also am disappointed with the amount of spending on the continued spending on the cycle lanes, and I can't believe that a speed bump costs $50,000 and they're popping up everywhere, and I think that could go well towards footpaths. I support what Ellen said about the footpaths. Pedestrians are at the top of the transport hierarchy, and yet they're treated the worst. They don't even have private spaces anymore, with the e-scooters all over the place, and cyclists in a lot of places. And while I'm myself a cyclist, to be honest, I actually avoid the cycle lanes because I'm terrified of the other cyclists' behaviour. And I actually drive longer now to avoid speed bumps around town when I do drive. I think that you should listen to the residents of Wadestown regarding the community centre. I think community centres are really important. It's a facility that was given to the council, and I haven't seen anything that says that the council will provide like for like, but with better access to the people of Wadestown. And if the numbers have gone down over the years, it's because of the uncertainty of the future. And I think I'm going to leave it there so you can ask me lots of questions, because I just know that every single one of you has read my submission.
Great, thank you, Katie. Do we have any questions? We've got two. We'll start with Councillor Abdurrahman, and then we'll have Councillor Chung.
Kia ora, Kathy, and thank you for your submissions. Regards to the airport, why do you oppose selling the airport?
I'm just going to read you something that I did bring with me, if I can find it. But it goes along the lines of 6.5 million, 49%, 120 million, 51%, 11 to 4, 150 million, 560 million, and then over 800 million. That's what we sold off Wellington's Power to, which is now owned by one of the 9th richest men in the world. And I don't believe that we should be selling off our infrastructure like that. And I also believe that if the council's not prepared to invest in infrastructure in Wellington, why should anybody else?
Ray.
Does that answer?
Great, thanks, Katie. I'd like to talk to you about the Brooklyn cycle lane. Now, you live in Brooklyn, and so I'm guessing that you actually use that quite often.
No.
Oh, okay, okay. So we've delayed making it a permanent cycleway.
Yep.
What do you think we should actually do to make it better, or do you think that it's okay as it is, or give me your reason for not using it?
It was brought in under the temporary. I used to really like cycling up that hill, but not so much anymore. That was the expense and the waste of raising it to look like a footpath, when in actual fact, it's got some barriers there. Everybody likes it, except me and a few others, but there's no need to spend all this money. I think it's something like $2.4 million to raise it, or $2.8 million to raise it, and 2.4 to do what they're going to do. But the main issue about the cycle lanes is that they weren't honest. When they said cycle lanes, they should have said speed bumps, raised pedestrian crossings, courtesy crossings, loss of parking, loss of access, dangerous for pedestrians, and then people might have actually stood up back in 2021 and said, we don't want this.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. That's your time. Rona, are you here? You can come up to the table, Rona, if you'd like to.
Thank you. So, Rona from Newtown, and Steve Dunn is with me, who is also one of our members. I hope that you can find our written submission. I see from the schedule that they seem to be a bit randomly sort of, I don't know if you've got them in order, but I hope that you do use that for reference. Now, we're not talking about the big issues, because we have a lot of different views on our association about the right answer to those. We are going to talk about some local issues that are important and that we hope that you'll be able to pay attention to. They might get lost otherwise. So I'll do a quick survey of most of these, and then Steve will talk about the need to plan ahead for more public open space, which is his special topic. So firstly, the redevelopment of the former bowling club at 177 Owen Street. We know that there's a report being prepared that will come to you next week sometime, I think, end of next week. And so we'll see the report, and we won't say anything more about that at this moment. The other local sort of parks and reserves issue is toilets for Carrara Park, which I think is probably the last time I was talking to you. Yeah. And so we were very pleased at the positive reaction to our submission, and that it's now an accepted action for Newtown. We just want to be assured that it will actually happen in the near future, because we've waited a long time for those toilets. Yeah. Now, another thing we'd like to see on the agenda is the possibility of extending the Paniki Promise or similar program to Newtown. We had a residents' association meeting last night in which our community police people were there, and Councillor Abdurrahman was there too. And it's clear that we have a lot of the problems that the central city has. We've got issues with people on the margins, an increasing number, struggles with alcohol and drug addiction, a certain amount of disorder incidents, shoplifting. I think they said that compared to the rest of their purview, which is a whole of the South, Wellington, South and East, Newtown is the place which currently has issues. And we would like to see a coordinated approach from our organisations, which are doing a great job, but with the associated assistance from the council, and something similar to Paniki Promise. If we could have that, bring to your attention for further attention. Now, more funding for the arts and cultural sector. we naturally support that, given that Newtown Festival is a real central part of our culture. But we know that you already heard from Anna and Sean and Eddie yesterday, and you're going to hear from Martin Hanley and Emma Pagoni on Thursday. So I'll just say that we support their submissions. And Newtown Town Centre is overdue for an upgrade. It had a really important upgrade in the mid-90s, but since then, apart from a little effort to do some remedial work 5 or 6 years ago, it really hasn't had much attention. And so while we're very pleased that our neighbours, Berhampore and Island Bay, are having this upgrade, we'd like to think that we're next in line, but we fear that there isn't the budget for continuing that as a automatic process. So again, to get that on the agenda for your attention, please. I'm very happy to host anyone who wants to come and have a look around and see what we're talking about. We'd be very happy to do that. And so that's a quick overview and of those issues, and I'll pass over to Steve.
Yes, my interest is in providing and protecting new open space.
Oh, did I
push?
No. Yeah.
Can you hear me? I fully support the Newtown Residents Association and call for more parks and open space in Newtown. The council has committed to more intense building development around Newtown by extending the central city zone to Adelaide Road. The council has committed to more intense building in Newtown by removing character protection zoning from the planning maps. So the council must commit to providing new open space to counter the loss of vegetation, poor service and natural features that contribute to the community health and well-being, but will be lost through intensification. So how to do it? I'm suggesting that you fully resource the Green Network Plan, which is in your documents. Combine and dedicate funds from development contributions from residential intensification for new open space development instead of being used for maintenance of existing facilities. Use spatial planning to identify opportunities to combine private-public open space. Require developers to provide meaningful open space that can be shared with the community, and facilitate improved open space and road network for green zones, community interaction and targeted environmental outcomes. I note that the pocket park on the corner of Taranaki and Frederick Street is a start in Te Aro, but this size falls well short to service the needs of the increased people occupying that area. And that's my submission.
We'll start with Councillor Abdurrahman and then Councillor Chung, Councillor Young. So Abdurrahman, Chung, Young.
Cool. Thank you, Rona, for your submission. My question is regards to the Working Man's Bowling Club. In 2022, when the motion was passed, the idea was to request community members, if they are interested, to take the lead and to continue. Was that request come to you or any resident?
I can't remember who exactly it came to, but we knew of it. And it came to us, but it also came to, I can't remember who passed it on, but a number of community organisations were aware of it, and there were various community meetings, not all of them held by council, other gatherings with local organisations looking at how they'd like to use the space. Is that what you're asking? Yeah.
So a follow-up would be, was it your understanding the demolition of the community space at that place is part of the development or strengthening at the same time developing the area? Which one was your understanding during those consultation periods?
That it was open, it was an unresolved question. That certainly we would like to have a building space as well. We would like it if the actual club rooms had been kept. I think various investigations found there wasn't an actual organisation willing to take it on as a separate licence, so it would fall back to council. And we know that the council officers' recommendations were not to keep it, but I think there would be very good use for a building if we only could keep it. Yeah.
Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much for coming in. I'm going to try and form 3 subjects into one question, but looking at what you'd actually like for Newtown, and you're talking about you'd like more green space and parks up there, what do you think about, and it's always a problem finding space, but what do you think about these mini parks that we actually have where you put them onto the road? Do you think that would be any...
It wouldn't solve the problem. No, I mean, they're welcome. We've had them from time to time. Just using a parking space.
Yes.
Yeah, and for a summertime use to sit outside. The first one we had was very welcome. Second time round, it appeared that the shop where it was going to have to pay a lot of money to have it. So I think they passed on the option. No, but that doesn't meet the need of an alternative to the sort of gardens and private green space that we've got now.
Yeah, I think a larger open space is a better option. I agree. The pocket parks or meeting spaces along the edge of a road is another opportunity there. There's one on the corner of Constable and Redford Street, and there's one outside McDonald's there. So those provide community interaction. But as far as a functioning park, a much more larger size is needed.
Okay, great, thanks. Be keen to, if you think of any place, to let us know. Thanks.
Thank you. Time's up for now. So
Sorry.
No question from me.
we're on 0. So
Asking questions.
you're top of my list. Okay, you're up there.
Sorry, we talked too long.
You and Deputy Mayor Foon are priority list.
I've been trying to ignore you, Nicola.
Give up.
Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown, please come to the table. Councillor Brown.
But I want to have my say. You guys don't.
John. I know, it's great. Okay. We have John online. Welcome, John.
Thank you.
You've got 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, well, thanks for the opportunity to address the committee. Now, the written submission, which I put in, covered a number of areas, but I'll just focus on a few. In my view, the Council's purpose is many and varied, including providing essential infrastructure and services, water pipes being prominent at the moment, and supporting the many communities within the catchment area. On the last point, community support includes providing facilities to bring the community together, for example, Kandala Pool, which is one of the things I talked about. Providing community members with easy access to both council-owned and privately owned amenities and services is part of that. Now, parking charges are contrary to that. They provide friction between the community and the services they wish to access. And I'm talking particularly about the proposed suburban parking charges. I've talked to people in my community, Kandala, and surrounding communities, and those who will be most affected are those who don't often make the journey into town itself, but they are people who may be digitally challenged, and a parking app is something that I use with some ease, but many people are not able to use that app to be able to turn on and turn off their parking, or they may be financially challenged to pay the extra for parking to access their local community services. At a time when we need to increase Wellington and its community's vibe, this user pay model works in the opposite direction. While such revenue opportunities may improve the council's bottom line, reprioritising expenditure, and council has made a good start on this, in line with essential council services, will inject less pain on citizens while also allowing council to focus on those things that people really worry about and need. Thank you. That's the end of my oral submission. I'm open to questions.
Great. Do we have any questions? Councillor Young?
No, I'm saving myself.
Okay, good. Deputy Mayor Phone? No, I don't. I'm giving you the option. No? Great. Thank you, John.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Next up, we have John Swan. Hello, John. We'll just reset the timer. You have 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I've participated in the long-term planning review process since a public consultation meeting held on the 4th of May last year. At that meeting, I protested that the WCC was intent on controlling the LTP process towards a predetermined outcome, and so it has proved to be. I engaged with Council in an attempt to understand the financial status of the Council and to gauge what steps were needed to ensure that services could be maintained and improved for the betterment of ratepayers and the affordability of capital projects then in hand. With assistance from the Office of the CFO and referral back to the 2021 financial plan, which was then the only source of integrated financial statements that were publicly available, it became clear to me that the city was potentially insolvent. It was also clear from attending meetings of the LTP and the Economic Infrastructure Committees that the majority of councillors were intent on pursuing further capital works, including the Golden Mile, library reconstruction, bike lane development, a gold-plated refuse collection system and the town hall. Largely on a she will be right attitude, which is the attitude that currently pervades this plan. I was conscious that if change in that attitude was to be achieved in time for meaningful consideration in the long-term plan, an independent opinion on the state of the books, including options that minimised rate rises and breach of debt covenants, should be obtained. A group of concerned citizens agreed with me, and Castalia, an economic research firm, was commissioned to urgently conduct this review. Their report was entitled The $1 Billion Hole, and I presented it to the LTP committee at its October 2023 meeting. I expected that report would elicit a response from council officers. It did not. It was released to the media, but they too paid faint attention. The Mayor was questioned on News Talk ZP, and she indicated she would not read the document as she only read material provided by the CEO. It was my submission to that LTP meeting that all capital works projects be paused, pending verification of the projections contained in the Castalia report, and that remedial steps be taken using the long-term plan as the appropriate platform. The continued examination of the council finances continued with the assistance of Mr. Tim Bennett, who submitted to you last Friday. He has compared the performance with other major metropolitan councils, and that comparison is woeful. His reports have been annexed to minutes of this long-term plan committee for the months of November, December and late January past. I asked councillors to consider his submission and the information already provided seriously. There has been no direct response to the material provided, as the Mayor is intent on the pursuit of her objectives, which are not in accord with the responsible administration of this city, as the long-term plan reveals. The Reading Cinema debacle continues this sorry tale. The assumption of government responsibilities for joint funding of the Golden Mile and installation of bike lanes and traffic calming measures remains in progress. An increase in the interest rate from that presently charged on city debt is inevitable if the LTP in its present form is adopted. The credit rating of the city is already on watch. Despite the appointment of the Mayor to chair this committee, the City is failing to meet its obligations to other shareholders of Wellington Water, preferring to fund water meters, not failing infrastructure. The government will not come to the aid of Wellington because of its leadership and its negligent and reckless management. The long-term plan reveals a $600 million investment in Civic Square and new council offices at $42 million. This expenditure provides no net benefit to residents, but
You've got 1 minute, John.
$50 million per year forever. The sale of assets does not solve the fundamental problem the city faces of massive debt and ratepayers departing the city as they cannot afford to remain. The legacy of this council and those who will be required to vote for this LTP adoption will be defined by its debt and a dirty, decaying city soon to be overtaken as the third largest in the land by Hamilton. An experienced leader would have taken notice of the information provided by the Castalia report and would have questioned the CEO and CFO as to the accuracy of the information provided. A vote against the adoption of this plan would enable a financial reset to occur. My view is that this delay would not trouble the government, as it would avoid a disaster similar to that of Orangi Tamariki that we've learnt about today.
5 seconds, John.
Orangi Tamariki appears to have used an operational model not dissimilar to that employed by the Wellington City Council. It would allow
Thank you, John. Your time is up.
With Wellington City
Thank you, John.
And potentially save our city. I urge councillors to vote against the adoption of the long-term plan 2024 and 2034 consultation.
Thank you, John.
And all of its attachments in the best interest of the city.
All right. Next we have Catherine Underwood, which I think is Katie Underwood. So come back for you're with the Greater Brookland Residents Association now. Got 10 minutes.
It says green. Okay. It was a dumb green. It was an old green, not an LED green. Thank you for having us here today. I'm Katie. I'm the chair of the Greater Brooklyn Residents Association, and Alex is on the committee. So we actually ran a drop-in session, which was attended by our 2 ward councillors, which was fantastic. And we had some new people turn up and share their views and also make their own submissions. So it was a really successful event. I'm going to talk about the rubbish scheme, and then Alex is going to cover off the other items of import to us, though we would like to mention there's so much in this plan. It was really hard to get through it all, given that we mainly work full-time. I read this and we discussed it with a lot of people, and I'm really concerned about the proposal of the council's preferred option. And my question is, was there any prior consultation on this proposal with the Low Vision and Blind Society and the disability people? When you look at option C, which is the preferred option for recycling, you're talking about a fortnightly 240 litre recycling bin and a fortnightly 45 litre glass crate. And then you're talking about a fortnightly 120 litre rubbish bin and a weekly 80 litre food and garden wheelie bin. Now, by my reckoning, that means the footpath is going to be, each week you're going to have a 240 litre plus an 80 litre garden waste, and then you're going to have a 120 litre bin and an 80 litre garden waste, and then every now and then you're going to get a 45 litre glass bin. And those bins we put out at 7 p.m. and they won't be removed until 7 p.m. the next day, causing a huge trip hazard for blind people, people with low vision, people with pushing prams, people on e-scooters, since they're allowed to use the footpath, and generally pedestrians. And those that aren't put back on the footpath will be blown onto the road, causing another hazard. When the bags are collected, they're gone. They're not there anymore. They might be out at 7 p.m. at night, and then they're gone at 8, well, actually closer to 8 in the morning in my area, and then the footpaths are clear. You're just left with the private bins cluttering up the space. So that is why we have opted for the status quo. and at the moment it is user pays for the bags. And I'm interested in the fortnightly glass collection, because obviously some of you haven't been around some of the suburbs where some people go through a crate a week and some people have 2 crates a week for their glass. I'm just saying. No, not my house. I wish. I put it in somebody else's. And that's the other thing about the rubbish, is that just recently the council voted to remove the side and front setbacks. So my question is, where are people going to keep these huge wheelie bins and how they're going to get them to the front of their property to put them out? I also understand that the sleepo option at the landfill doesn't allow for garden waste. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the garden waste is going to be trucked to Levin, as we don't have any capacity in Wellington. And there was, just the last point I'm going to make before I hand over to Alex to cover off everything else is I saw this awesome bumper sticker. I'm not drunk, I'm just avoiding potholes. That's how I view Wellington at the moment. Sorry, Alex.
Thanks, Katie. My submission will be quite simple. A lot of the residents in Brooklyn are elderly or on limited incomes, and the feedback we got from our drop-in section was that a rates rise of 16% it just isn't affordable for a lot of people. And the comment's been made by a previous speaker that some people might even think about moving out of Wellington, which isn't really desirable. The other thing that came to the fore was that accepting that there needs to be reductions in the budget. The things which are still important in Wellington are fixing the pipes and road maintenance. Those came up regularly from multiple speakers at our drop-in session. And I think you need to look at it from the point of view that, as I've mentioned earlier in my personal submission, yes, you do need to allocate a large sum to Wellington Water, but it's how you spend that money which is important, because I think there are concerns in terms of previous projects as to achieving cost affordability. Talking about bike lanes, I ride to and from work, although I'm only working a couple of days a week because I'm sort of semi-retired. The existing temporary bike lane on Brooklyn Hill is fine. And one of the reasons I was very strong in my objections to the Brooklyn Connections proposal wasn't the creating of the permanent bike lane, it was the 4 raised crossings and an inline bus stop, which was going to cause all sorts of mayhem up the main road to Wellington's tip. And bearing in mind, of course, that the number of cyclists is relatively small to the number of road users. Before the cycle lane was built, there were about 107 cyclists a day. There are now about 160 a day. We represent about 1 to 1.5% of road users. So bear that in mind in terms of looking at cost-benefit analysis, because some of the figures I've seen are a bit flawed. But coming back to other issues, Brooklyn residents are very focused about keeping their library. We've heard on numerous occasions that people think it's a bit small. It's very central, it's well located, and it's well used by the locals. So don't have any thoughts about really closing that because it's regarded as a bit on the smaller side of life. And I think I'll leave it at that and open the floor for questions.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, you noted that the rates increase of 16% is unaffordable. You do understand that it's actually including the levy, more like 18% for your area.
Yeah, it was just too. It was just too shocking for us to say out loud.
And that's like people are taking that on board and struggling with that.
Yeah.
The feedback we're getting is, people are quite angry. And they're frustrated that they aren't listened to, and yeah, it's not looking good.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Councillor Pennant.
Thanks. I'm curious, given you live very close to the landfill, do you support ongoing attempts to reduce the space for dumping and for dealing with the sludge in a more appropriate way?
I've been involved. I've been involved in the landfill since 1998, when my first quote in the paper was, "Well, it smells like shit," basically. So I have a very close relationship with the tip. I have a compost bin. I have a worm farm. I put out a rubbish bag once every 3 weeks. I recycle. I think of all the options that were presented, the sleepo was the only sensible option. And we do need to reduce waste. And we do need to educate more people. And I was quite interested in what the lady from the TRO thingamajiggy said. Does that answer your question? Probably not.
Would you support more money to create another landfill if we don't reduce our waste? And some of it is difficult because it's business decisions, not individual ones.
I did go on a tour of the tip to look at how they were going to do the sleepo, and I thought it was really clever. What they do down there is really interesting. And it's not so much about people reducing their waste, it's about what things come packaged in as well. And that's a really tricky one.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Okay, Katie and Alex, is that fair to say that a good number of communities in Brooklyn, at least those who come to the drop-in session, oppose the sale of airport share and
100% of everybody who came to the drop-in centre was opposed to the sale of the airport shares.
Just to get back onto relevance, Councillor Chung.
Great, thank you very much, Katie and Alex. Looking at the bins, you're talking about the bins that are clogging up the streets. Now, would you be more comfortable with having the council give everyone a compost bin if they needed one, and so they could actually keep it all on site, and so nothing ever needs to get put onto the footpath?
I think there's a real opportunity for the council to do some engagement and perhaps divert some of the funds which are going into speed bumps. That would buy quite a few compost bins, or even at a discount. And there's a lot of room for education, and there's lots of community centres around where you could run workshops, and it's about getting people engaged. And I know that the test was done in Miramar, but maybe another suburb needs to be tested as well, to see what other suburbs are doing, because I'd be really annoyed at having to pay extra on my rates to use a service that I'm not going to use.
Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we're going to go online. Is it Dana? We can't hear you at this point.
Yes.
Now
hello.
Yay.
Hi, I'm Dana.
Dana, I thought it was Dana. We were having this debate.
Thank you for the... Dana. Shall I start now? Is that okay?
Yep.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Dana Jackson. I'm 67 and I've lived in Wellington for over half my life and currently live in Newtown. So I haven't ever submitted to you guys before, but I love Wellington City, and that's why I've put up my hand today to express a little bit of how I feel and the concerns. I actually feel quite worried about what the Wellington City Council is doing, and my conviction is that the council doesn't have a lot of empathy for our wider community here, or our small or our large businesses. And for me, the feeling of community and care is essential for a healthy, happy city. And one of the examples which distresses me a lot is the 30-minute car parks which have been taken away outside the hospital, Wellington Hospital. And they're now cycle lane. I don't know if any of you have been to the hospital of late, but I have had to go there recently for various reasons, and I struggle to find a park. So I go to the underground park, drive around several times, wait for somebody to finally leave, and then get a park. So I guess that in itself is an issue, because I think of all the people who cannot go to Wellington Hospital by cycle. You've got families, you've got older people going for appointments, you've got people who want to visit family, and it's almost impossible, and it's going to get worse with the residents parking. I feel very much for our nurses as well, or our hospital staff in general, who are going to struggle even more to find parks around that area with the residents parking kicking in, which just gives them another reason to go offshore or to find somewhere better than Wellington to go and work. So I think we're putting more and more nails into our coffin here. My suggestion for this, and I have no idea because I haven't really done any research into what's happened in the past because I'm quite new to this sort of thing, but my suggestion is, would it be possible to have those cycle lanes turned into dedicated cycle and bus lanes during the rush hours, say 7:30 to 10 and 4 to 6. I know in parts of Wellington that some of the roads, I think it's Victoria Street, there's a 4 to 6 dedication to buses, I think, there. So during those times, because I travel a lot down Adelaide Road, I work in various places around the city, and I hardly ever see people on that cycleway. Even today in town, when I was at a meeting, I saw one person biking around town, and I just find it incredibly frustrating that those sort of parks have been taken away from people where they could just pop in and see people for 30 minutes, come out again, and they've had a nice experience. They've done they've done the right thing, and it's been available for them. And the other thing too is if they put the 30-minute parks back in, the council could have a meter man there or whatever they are, and they could go and ping people if they're there for more than 30 minutes. So at least there'd be some money back from that. And this too leads to the reduction of parking in the city. I was in Garrett Street today, and there are probably about 10 car parking spaces which are now little gardens. So I very much feel for the people in Cuba Street, all that area around there, that they are having clients taken away from them. They're small businesses. I have no idea how many of you have ever run a small business. I have. Every person who comes through your door is important to you. If nobody's coming through your door, your business fails. And this is what's going to happen to more and more of our people in our businesses. So I'd like to see all those gardens taken out and reverted back to car parks. There's a great big garden right next to Garrett Street. All those plants could go into that garden. If you're worried about carbon emissions or whatever, the plants, we have lots of green spaces, those plants can go into around Wellington. They don't have to be put in car parks. To me, it's crazy. And again, the council are losing money through that. And it seems to me, and to a lot of people I've discussed this, it seems that the council are keen to, try and regenerate some of this money that they're losing through car parks by charging people in suburban areas, which once again is going to kill the suburban areas, Kaboni, Newtown, wherever they're various areas where they're trying to create revenue from that, which again is killing the people, killing the businesses. It's a slow death around town. I have the same. I hardly ever go into the city now, the CBD, to shop or even to go to restaurants because it's just too hard to find a park. I almost lost a restaurant booking the other day because I couldn't find a park in town. Which sounds somewhat entitled, but anyway. I guess my questions I guess this is a form of public consultation, but my query is, where does this go for you people? Do you actually do anything about what people tell you? What comes back from it? So many people I've spoken to have put petitions and things to the council and feel that nobody is listening to them. And the way the council is spending money, I feel very frivolously, is frightening. And as a rate, I pay over $40,000 in rates at the moment. So there was a journalist in the Post who calculated that over the 10 years, because it's going up so many % every year, over 10 years, that will be over $100,000. So you're just going to scare people out of the city as well. You're going to kill this beautiful city.
Thank you for your comments, Dana.
So I'm really hoping that the Wellington City Council will, take on board some of this. Yep, that's me.
Thank you. We do listen a lot. Thank you. Bye. And I'll hand back to Councillor Matthews.
Thank you. All right, our next submitter is Alex Carr, no mai. On behalf of the Wellington Labour Local Body Committee, never heard of you. Welcome, Alex. You have 10 minutes, and if you'd like to include time for questions in that.
I'll just check, is this is working? Yes?
So, a Wellington City Councillor voting to keep the shares in Wellington International Airport will be voting for a city council that will be richer and have more money to be able to meet the costs of our city as it grows into the future. It will be a city council that will have more influence over a key strategic asset, and it will be a city that may still be able to meet the ongoing increasing costs of insurance for our city. My name is Alex Carr. I'm here to submit on behalf of the Labour Local Body Committee. I would note that the Labour Local Body Committee represents members of the Labour Party in Wellington at a local body level, but we do not represent Labour Wellington City Councillors. We expect Labour councillors to genuinely consider all options and submissions but we urge all councillors to retain all of the council's shares in Wellington International Airport. Now, we oppose the full or partial sale of the shares in the airport, and really this is going to be an opportunity to give a bit more detail as to why we hold that view. There's going to be three different parts. One is talking about the benefits of holding Wellington International Airport shares. The second part is going to be considering the proposed alternative, the Perpetual Investment Fund. And the third part there is going to be considering the particular type of issue that you're trying to address and how that might have already been met to some extent through your existing status quo. So the first part, Wellington International Airport shares are an outstanding investment for Wellington City. They are performing, firstly, from a financial perspective, brilliantly. In politics, you might have heard the term money for influence. Well, here, Wellington International Airport gives us money and it gives us influence. And the money that it's giving is an 11% return, which is, when you think about it, outstanding, especially when you consider that that's over the last 10 years. And you may be able to think of some events over the last 10 years which may have impacted on the cash flow for an airport. Of course, this is going through COVID, so its returns really are very, very good. But in addition to those returns, it's got that strategic element as well. And when we're talking about a strategic aspect, it's that element that it provides something beyond the airport itself, beyond the building. So here the airport has an influence on things across the Wellington city. Now that's in terms of things like noise pollution. It's regular pollution. It's things like the jobs that the airport creates across the city. It's the flow of tourism. There's a lot of different levers the Wellington City Airport holds that have an impact for our wider city. And as representatives for our broader community, it makes complete sense that Wellington should hold these, that Wellington City Council should hold these airport shares. Councillors in the Northern Ward will be familiar with the Johnsonville Mall. Councillors, of course, in the Lambton Ward, and indeed all councillors, will be aware of the issues that we've had around the Reading Cinema Complex. The point is that private businesses can sometimes have, not always, but sometimes have different particular goals and objectives from the communities in which they operate. Here, Wellington City Council has an opportunity to have an influence on a key strategic asset. Now that influence is two board seats out of 6. That's, if you were to compare it to the council, that's like 5 out of 15 councillors. That's a real decision-making input into the way in which this asset is used. And it's that influence which is the key part there. And that is itself also backed up by that ownership stake in the airport as well. It is vital for us to keep this both from a financial perspective and in terms of exercising that influence. So with regards then to thinking about what a great asset Wellington International Airport is for the council, we've then got to move to the next step of saying, well, okay, it's such a great asset. It would have to be a really good alternative that we would need to be picking up to make up for that loss of strategic input and excellent returns. And the Perpetual Investment Fund fails to achieve that alternative. It is no comparison to the Wellington International Airport shares. Firstly, when we look at the proposed Perpetual Investment Fund, we're looking at around $492 million to start up. It's got an $8 million upfront cost just in terms of establishing it. The projected returns from the council's own consultation returns is a 7% return. But there's all sorts of risks and fees and issues that flow from that we think need to be more closely considered by council. So for one thing, the 7% return, you've then got to go through and pay your fund manager, because the fund manager is not going to manage all your money for free. If you're looking at an active management approach, you're probably looking at least at a 1% fee in terms of paying the fund manager. So then the returns are now something like 6%. But on top of that, you've also got a different tax treatment, because of course the Wellington International Airport's returns don't consist purely of the dividend. They also consist of the growth in the capital value of the land. So here, the capital growth is not being taxed, or capital growth isn't taxed. But at the same time, everything from the Perpetual Investment Fund will be taxable and will be fully taxable. Then you've got other things as well. You've got a whole bunch of sort of, as you sort of start to work through the risks and costs from it, the financial return over even a single year adjusted for inflation is something like around, we've calculated $24.5 million in difference between the 11% return that you're getting from the airport, and this is in a post-COVID environment, taking into account the impact of COVID, 11% return from the airport compared to the 7% return from the Perpetual Investment Fund is a loss for the Wellington City Council of $24.5 million every year. I know that some councillors are concerned about the Kandala swimming pool. This is 2 Kandala swimming pools with change left over every year that you will be foregoing by moving from the Wellington Airport shares over to the Perpetual Investment Fund. There's a whole bunch of little risks that sit there as well. You've got to go through and select a fund manager. How are you going to select that? You've got to go through and pick your investment style. Now, of course, a major event could happen tomorrow. So that means you've, to some extent, got to be more conservative in terms of the types of investing that you want to go through and do. If you're being more conservative, your returns are going to be lower. 7% is probably really realistically the highest that you're going to get. There's all these little issues that sort of need to be worked through, and we can't forget, of course, the political risk that a future council, because, I mean, I suppose the underlying thing here is that the mechanics of local government funding are broken, and they're going to be broken in the future as well. A future council is going to have the same costs and issues, and they will be looking at the Perpetual Investment Fund and saying, here is an easy solution to a tough problem. Now, of course, we can go through and try to put in some protections. We can try to say, for example, we'll do consultation, but we just don't think that those are going to be adequate protections from an adequately motivated council of the future, that this money will just be used to being put towards debt. Now, you might say, well, okay, I like the airport shares and I don't like the Perpetual Investment Fund, but look, I don't have a choice because we've got to meet this difference around the insurance shortfall. I guess the key message here is that in our submission, we really urged councillors to go through to consider or more closely criticise or analyse the particular issues that you're trying to address from that. Firstly, is a huge assumption really that the value of the airport will, in a major event, suddenly plunge to zero. And we've got to think that a value of an asset is not just its current value, it's also the value of its land, its assets, but also its future income as well. If a major earthquake, for example, were to strike Wellington, yes, its impact will be impacted, but will its value plunge to zero? Is that 1 in 1,000-year risk worth going through and losing $24.5 million every year and the influence on a strategic asset? We also have to consider that the liquidity need for the council has to match to the expenditure that you need. So, which is to say, day 2 after an earthquake, a council officer isn't going to come to you and say, can you please give us $500 million so that we can start kicking the work off? It takes time. There would be time, for example, if council wished to use the airport to effect or to sell the airport shares in order to meet the insurance cost, there would be time to be able to do that, to liquidate that asset. So, in conclusion, Wellington International Airport is a fantastic asset. The proposed Perpetual Investment Fund is a terrible alternative. And thirdly, the issue that you're trying to address with insurance can be solved in different ways, more creatively, and we urge council to consider those alternative options. I'll pause there.
One very quick question from Councillor McNulty. Is it a question?
Yeah, I'll try. Look, Alex, your expertise at the FMA, a green fund where we exclude certain industries, which we propose, versus, say, an impact fund where we may hold other industries. Do you think the fact we've already closed off and gone for a green fund only in the consultation is a mistake when we're talking about returns?
I think you've got a number of different factors there. Gosh, where to even start with that?
And a very quick answer too, Alex. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Owning Wellington International Airport gives council, if it wanted to go through and address things like carbon impacts, a lot more impact and voice, if it wished to go through and do that on a major polluter. You're not going to get more influence on a carbon-producing asset, for example, than you would in owning part of an airport that is a considerable contributor to air pollution. I'll pause there.
Thank you, Alex. We appreciate you taking the time to come and speak with us today. I'd now like to welcome Roland Sapsford. Welcome, Roland. No mai, you have 5 minutes, and that will include any time for questions if you'd like that.
Tēnā koutou ngā rangatira. It's my great pleasure to be here. I've set out several things in my submission. I'll try and rattle through them fairly fast. The first thing I wanted to say is that as a general level, I would suggest adopting the principle of above all do no harm, which is the maximum of health. We're trying to preserve a healthy city, and in that sense, you should avoid decisions which will cause irreversible long-term harm, and instead focus on things where you can save money, but the consequences are largely reversible. In terms of our Three Waters network, I support the preferred option with reservations, and my reservation is that the construction and engineering industries are still running at capacity. And so my concern is whether that investment path, reduced as it is actually possible without simply bidding up the cost of resources. My suggestion is that you need to build in some flexibility in the timing of investment in order to deal with situations where it may make sense to wait a year or 2 years to do a particular project. In terms of water meters, I think you've got issues of both equity and sustainability, and so I would encourage you to think about, 1, a basic amount of water, 2, a level of consumption above this level, which is dealt with through metering, and 3, some threshold for which you'd need a resource consent. And beyond that, I'd encourage you to look for a broader culture of conservation. In terms of waste collection, we live in a city in Australasia which has the most folded landscape and the most varied and at times tortuous access to properties. I'm sure you've heard this from other people. Whatever system you put in place, there's a lot of talk about bins, but a lot of people are going to need to keep using bags. I live in Aro Valley. It is physically a nightmare for anyone who had to pull bins up and down steps. And what we should be doing, the Auckland system for food waste works well, but that has little bags and little bins that go into bigger bins that go out on the street. And that is done with very good access, where most properties have drive-on access. So whatever you decide, please think about what it's like for the person who lives up 100 steps or down 100 steps. You need to do whatever it is that will work. The reason I raise this is because there's nothing in the document about this. There's just a vague reference that council officers will decide, and to me that causes a real concern that you're going to have a committee or a group of people saying, oh, well, you can use bins, but no, you can have bags, but you need to use bins, whereas it should be an opt-in system which is flexible. I just want us, whatever we do, we need to reduce our solid waste, but we need to do it in a way that actually works for people who live on hills. In terms of managing insurance and investment risk, I just have 2 questions. What difference does minority council ownership make to the airport's performance and conduct? I don't know, but I've had a number of councillors tell me they have very little influence. And secondly, how good a guide is past performance to future revenue? The airport is extremely vulnerable to extreme weather events, and furthermore, its growth forecasts, and I have been an expert witness on this issue in 2 resource consent hearings, may not be consistent with the level of climate stability sought in the Paris Accord. In other words, you're assuming passenger growth, which if it happened, would only be happening in a world where the climate was unstable, which would mean you wouldn't have the economic activity to generate the flights in the first place. So please just think about the future and what it looks like, rather than using the past as a guide there. On a few other things, I support the changes to the rates at which the bike network is being rolled out, because that's a good example of something you can do which will defer things slightly but can be picked up again with circumstances change. I support people-friendly streets, but I would just encourage you to please remember we don't live in a Mediterranean climate. We live in what's called a maritime climate. Whatever you do, design for rain and wind as well as sunny days. That's just a basic point which has been missing in Let's Get Welly Moving. Look, I support the differential on vacant land. That is probably the single most effective thing you can do to encourage private development in the city. And I oppose very strongly the closure of Arapaki and of the Kandala Pool. Those are both examples of do no harm. Kandala Pool's a precious and unique asset, and some of the analysis feels like they're loading costs onto that. When, for example, if buildings are an earthquake risk, you can just put up temporary prefabs in the short term. Really, that's the sort of thing that should be a last resort.
I'm sorry, we're out of time. Thank you so much for taking the time to come in and submit to us. Thank you, Roland. I'd now like to welcome Rex Collett. No, my Rex, and you have 5 minutes, and if you'd like to have any questions, that would be part of that 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. I'm just going to speak briefly to 3 issues which I wrote something about in my submissions. Airport sale, for instance, first one, motorcycle parks, and finally the general budget. On the first point, with the airport sales, I'd like to, I don't know Alex Carr from Borough Soap, but I'd like to support everything he said before me. I think it's a dumb idea. Getting rid of assets that provide some income seems to be what we've been doing for the last 30 years in this country with disastrous consequences. And I think I cited in my report the sale, for instance, of the Lombard car park in the city, and some people know about that, which was sold for millions of profit to the buyers a few months later and then subsequently again. Why would you do that? I'm a ratepayer in the city that's struggling to pay the rates, and the airport at the moment provides 2% defraying of my rates per annum at the moment. There's no guarantee, of course, as everybody said, that will continue, but I'm looking at rates increases of, on average, apart from this year, of 6% plus a year over the next 10 years. And I may survive those 10 years, I may not. But anyway, so my point is that I think it's not a good idea. I think keeping that resources in our own hands is a good idea. I think I do want to speak quickly, though, to the ramping up of the whole idea of insurance risk. If we get the consequential earthquake that everybody's talking about, or whatever it is, a tsunami, whatever we do with this perpetual fund is not going to cover one bit of it. You know, it's going to be huge. And what's happened in Christchurch, what's happened in Hawke's Bay, what's happened in Auckland with anniversary weekend floods, the government's had to step in. Until the government does something different about funding local government, then that's going to have to happen, and it will happen. They don't let the capital city fail. So I think getting rid of the airport shares is not a good idea, and I think the consequences have not been thought through very well. Moving on to my second issue, which is motorcycle parking. I'm a motorcyclist. So, and congratulations that we've increased the number of motorcycle parks around the city over the last few years. It's getting harder to find a park. I understand it's part of the rationale for charging for motorcycle parks to create turnover, give people more of a chance, but I don't think that's the answer. The city is struggling for business to survive. It's struggling to find places for people to come and stop, park, motorcycles, mopeds, whatever, cars in particular. We need to continue to make that easy. We need to think about different ways of doing this. When I look around the city, I can see dozens of places where we could increase the capacity for motorcycle parking for free. That would require some a collaboration with businesses. Most of you have travelled overseas. I've travelled overseas a lot. I go to a city like Rome, Madrid, Paris. People park their motorcycles everywhere, but they do not interfere with people. They do not, but the businesses do not get rid of them. You're going to have parking wardens going around sticking tickets on them because they've parked in a safe place off a footpath, but there's plenty of room. We've got dozens of places like that around the city, and I'd like to councillors and the people that advise you to think creatively about that, because the answer is not charging me $2.50 an hour to park my motorcycle in a place that takes up that much room, and I think the people that are parking those places now will find that cost unbearable, because you're looking at $20, $30 a day if you're working and parking there all day. It's not going to be right. The people that ride motorcycles and mopeds, etc., are not the top of the pile in terms of the earnings. That's going to be a huge part of the earnings going into just parking to get to work. Not to mention people that want to come in and go to a cafe or restaurant and have a coffee or whatever. So I think it's a counterproductive process, and I think it's wrong. The third one is the budget in general. In general, I support this. I think, and what I want to do is acknowledge this city is a really, really expensive city to run. Geologically, it's probably the most difficult city in this country. I mean, I build, I do stuff. I know what it costs to maintain just a residential property. I know what it costs to put in a footpath. So I look with admiration, actually, at what the city accomplishes in terms of maintenance of this really, really difficult city. It's difficult terrain. But we've got to find a different way of funding it. As I say, if I survive 10 years, I will not be able to live in the city any longer at those rates increases. I will have to sell my home. I don't want to do that. I shouldn't be forced to do that. But I will not be able to afford to pay my rates. That's reality. On a fixed income, which I am now, my partner will be soon on a fixed income as well. We will not be able to do that. So what I'm saying here is, and going back to the previous speaker as well, taxing on vacant land. Some of you may have heard of what happened in, say, a city that was in decline, like Pittsburgh in the States.
I'm sorry, Rex. We're out of time. Thank you so much. You got a lot into that 5 minutes. We appreciate you taking the time to come and speak with us. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Jason Carpenter on behalf of the Wellington Chamber of Commerce. No mai, Jason. You'll have 10 minutes, and if you'd like to leave any time for questions, that will be part of that 10 minutes. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much. Ko Jason Carpenter, tōku ingoa. I am the Policy and Advocacy Manager at the Wellington Economic Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present on the long-term plan. The Wellington Chamber of Commerce represents the business community. We provide a voice, and we really welcome our role in providing the views of business and serving as a bit of a critical friend to the council. We'd also like to acknowledge off the top the acknowledgement and ongoing engagement from the council and the council executive with our kawanata, with the Te Awi Māori Business Trust and the Pacifica Business Network, the Power of Three. We were really trying to set up, making sure that the voices of Māori and Pacific businesses and the future shape of Wellington is front and centre. Some framing, first of all, for our submission and the tough job that you guys have in putting together this long-term plan. We are in a recession. Wellington is feeling that particularly heavily. We have all been seeing in the media and through our networks the impacts of the redundancies and the restructures going on in the public sector. There's no hiding behind the fact that Wellington is a difficult space. We understand from .Love's data that retail take is down 30% year on year, so this is a significant amount of headwinds for business. And so against that backdrop, we do have a role in being a critical friend of the council, but as some of the previous submitters have talked about, and as some of the commentary, we do really appreciate the fact that you are having a really grown-up approach to things like discussing the sale of shares. This isn't about playing chicken with central government to say you will back us out. This is about saying we are trying to put together a fiscal plan that means that we have a sustainable model into the future, including some tweaks and things like that. So we are a critical friend, but it is from a place of we want the best for Wellington. We talk a lot to businesses. Any strong sentiment is always from a place of they just want Wellington to be the best place that it can and for it to thrive. We've gone back to the Wellington report in October 2022, which we released. There was some recommendations in there. We're really pleased to see that some of those have come through in the LTP. Focus on densification, rates on unused properties, sale of the airport shares, investment on core infrastructure. Those are all things that we have long talked about, we really appreciate, and the ongoing approach to prudent fiscal management we support. So I wouldn't categorise our submission as super critical overall. We did read some media along those lines, but there's a lot to like in here. But in saying that, the rates is going to hit Wellington businesses hard. 18%, including the sludge levy, is a lot. Some of our smaller businesses, the independent ones, they're already facing really high costs. It's going to be really tricky for them to continue. We know that the rates need to be high, and we do just want to commiserate that it is part of an ongoing discussion that we need to reform how local government is funded in New Zealand. So we need more tools. Rates is a very blunt tool, and the business differential is an incredibly blunt one on that. Business currently pays 40% of the rates, despite only 15% of the property value. For that, we would like to see more business say. So business is not feeling like the council has their interests at heart. And given the amount of rates that are paid by business, we do think there's a lot of room for improvement in that, and we've provided some examples throughout the submission. The rates differential at 3.7 is one of the big drivers. People's eyes glaze over when we talk about differentials. They're really boring, but they're actually really important. For every $1 that a residential ratepayer pays, a business pays $3.7. So this is a lot. We commissioned a report by Sense Partners which looked at that. If you reduce the differential by 50%, you're looking at a 4% bump in unemployment. You're looking at an increase in something like $29.3 million to the GDP. These are real numbers that have real impacts on businesses' bottom line when they're having to pay out more money in rates, and we are disappointed that you've gone back from the previous discussion about reducing to 3.25. We would like to see it lower than that, but that would be a good step, and would really, really like to emphasise that as a really key feature. We would like to see it lowered. The downtown levy is something that's had a lot of discussion with our members. We would like to say that we do support a downtown levy. We note that it was actually originally a voluntary thing that businesses asked to be put in place. It originally paid for things like free parking. Since that's been moved out, we're now paying for tourism services. We absolutely are okay with tourism services. It's just whether or not that's the best bang for buck from those CBD businesses that are paying an additional tax on top of the 3.7 for funding things like galleries. So we support galleries, that's fine, but it's just whether this is the best use of the money. We want to see a bit more clarity around why that rate is set, what it's going to be spent on, and then we'd really like to see more reporting from the council on what the impact of that has been. We've suggested a few things like appointing a business representative. We know we've had one in the past with mixed success, but there's a call from businesses for it to be spent differently. The key takeaway is that we'd really like to have more say in how that $17 million, which is a lot of money, is spent, and there's other things that we could be doing that we think would have more impact. So really about setting up a system that more like Auckland, more like Napier, more like Canterbury, where you do have more business say in how those funds are going to be spent. Again, the alternative methods of raising revenue, we've talked about it previously: increasing user charges, better alignment of contributions to the context and cost of services, increasing use of special purpose vehicles, divesting commercial businesses, increased user charges. Those are all things that we've talked about, though, we all support those. The one that's a big, and I do hope to leave some time for questions, the big one in this one is around the sale of the airport shares. So we are fully supportive of the sale of airport shares, and it's not just a philosophical opposition to council owning shares. There is definitely people that feel that way. There is so much opportunity for the council to make better use of its balance sheet by selling those shares and reinvesting them in something different. We understand the discussion around the earthquakes and the catastrophic loss and all those sorts of things, and there's huge benefits in being able to repurpose those funds through different mechanisms. We understand that it'll have quite a lot of impact on things like how you set up your insurance, which based on the way that the reinsurance market works and how they do not care about Wellington except for the level of risks they have, you will be able to free up cheaper insurance for businesses. That's one of the impacts of that I don't think is talked about enough, but there is a lot of benefit in doing it. And with setting up a perpetual investment fund, we have really strongly suggested that you go down the route of legislation. It just means that given the level of scrutiny, some of the comments in the media around, maybe lack of trust at the moment for the council, it's just the way that you could put something in place that means you have guaranteed certainty into the future to make sure that those funds are going to be used for what they're set out to do. And so that's a relatively straightforward, complex, but straightforward step that you could call for that I think would help with some of the discussion around the sale of the shares. So again, something we support, but do think there should be a legislative approach to make sure that it goes into the future. You knew I was going to mention cycle lanes at some point. We're not anti-cycle lanes. I think we need to be really clear about that. There is a discussion to be had where cycle lanes are absolutely part of a compact, livable future city. The part of the conversation that we think is missing is around the cost. So it reminds me a lot of the discussion going on in Auckland and other places around stadiums. Some people are pro-stadium at any cost. Some people are anti-something they're never going to use. Most people are somewhere in the middle. We're just really calling for more information about the costs, about the impacts to be front and centre when we're having these conversations. We're now getting the real-time data out of places like Thornton Quay about the impact of the construction. And so we just want to understand the things that have gone with that decision when we're making these decisions that are going to impact business, they're going to impact bottom line. We want to understand what sort of modelling, what sort of costs. Can you show us the CBR from the cost benefit analysis that we're sure you've done? So just making those costs more available is something that we're really keen to do. We've been in discussions with the council about setting up a business advisory committee, so there's been some positive steps in that regard, and I think so those sorts of steps we're really supportive of. We would like to see broader terms of reference for things like that to make sure that the wide nature of business interests have a bit more freedom to be able to engage with council. And just key takeaways, just we really want to see business voice and economic development given a bit more priority across council. We understand sustainability, we understand making the city livable, those are all great things, density is great, but there is a way to get there that takes business with us, that we can be more supportive of business, we can have more information, we can give more back in terms of where their money's been spent. That means that people will be a bit happier. So I'll stop there, and with the minute 30 left, if anyone has any questions.
Councillor McNulty.
Thank you very much, Jason. Just wondering, you're talking about the differential. We'll be looking at discussion on land value rates later on in this triennium. Do you think that that system where the rates reflect the economic potential of the site without a differential might be a better model than what we've currently got in place?
I think absolutely happy to look at that sort of thing. And you look at places like Thornton Quay, where if you turned it into the economic potential of having high rises there, for example, what does that look like if you actually charge those rates? I'd be absolutely happy to have that discussion. Yeah.
Quick question from Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, good thing. Mine's just a point of clarification. That was a 4% decrease to unemployment as opposed to an absolute 4% decrease?
The way it's modelled is that it's a 4% increase in employment based on a 50% reduction in the differential.
Cool,
and so it's attached to an annex. I can send it through. It's very dense. But
And a final quick question from Councillor Chung.
Great, thank you very much. What's your view, or the Commerce Commission, your view on the targeted rates that we've discussed before on land that's not being used productively?
We have called for that in the Wellington report. We support that. That's something that we do think is a good idea.
Thank you so much, Jason. And the Business Advisory Group is having its first meeting right now. So what good timing. Thank you. I would now like to welcome Carly Mercier from the Helen Clark Foundation. No, Carly, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Yes, that's correct.
Could we please cut down these conversations, councillors, where you have a submitter? Sorry, Carly, and you have 10 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, tēnā koutou katoa. You guys must be absolutely exhausted, so I've brought along some pictures. I've got a slideshow for you to keep you going at the end of the day. So I'm from the Helen Clark Foundation. We're an evidence-based public think tank based in Auckland, and I'm based in Wellington. And last year we produced this report, Sponge Cities, which is a report on how we can better manage the impacts of climate change, in particular increasing rainstorms and increased flooding risk for all cities in New Zealand. So in terms of the long-term plan, we're really keen for you to have Sponge Cities solutions or Sponge Cities type approaches as a key climate adaptation approach for the city in relation to stormwater. So looking at stormwater today. Sponge Cities obviously about climate change. I guess we're all used to hearing about the doom and gloom about climate change, but the great thing about Sponge Cities is that they can really provide a vision of something positive, practical, achievable, and also affordable that's backed up by really, really good evidence that can make the city not just more resilient, but also more beautiful. So what's not to like? And I can't get this to work. Which button do I have to push? I've pushed all the buttons, nothing. Oh, there we go. So just very quickly, why we need a new approach. You guys will know this stuff really well, but more intense rainfall as a result of climate change happening at the moment, ageing pipes and infrastructure, we all know about that in the context of Wellington. Cities are becoming less green, fewer trees, developments are happening on smaller sites and houses are getting bigger, and the result is that there is less absorbent area around houses. So we've got also population growth leading to the need to have more dense cities. And so if done badly, that can basically mean the city's more susceptible to flooding. So the more people you're trying to cram into an area, the more areas you cover with concrete, the more water there is flowing away from those areas into the pipes, and that then puts more and more pressure on your pipes. And pipes already in Wellington, so that's an increasing risk currently, and it's going to be even more so over time. So the idea is we need to really start preparing ourselves to do something about that now, and Sponge Cities is a really practical tool to address that. We're also not addressing or tracking risk very well, and you guys will know for Wellington where we're at with that, but what are the current most risky parts of Wellington for flooding now, but also what in 30 years' time do we need to be thinking about making allowances for to ensure that we don't have floods in the future. Okay, so Sponge Cities, sorry, it's very small writing, I can't read it from here myself, but Sponge Cities is basically about working with water, and rather than having all the water running off into concrete, which we call grey infrastructure pipes, and then running off to be treated somewhere, it's actually absorbed on site. So it can be valued, purified, recycled, reused. So it's good in droughts as well as in flood times. It's things like daylighting streams, so streams that are currently under concrete, bringing it up and giving it room to breathe, so when there's floods you've got plants alongside which are going to absorb some of that water. It's about reducing impervious surfaces, so having things like permeable pavements rather than concrete pavements. Enhancing green spaces, so the parks that we already have, it's about planting natives in those and bringing back wetlands and things like that, so that those parks are more absorbent than they already are. That could include things like town centres, town squares, where you can turn them into rainwater detention tanks, for example, so when there's a flood, that all that water goes into there rather than into neighbouring houses and businesses. And it's also about green infrastructure, which is things like trees and green roofs and using swales alongside roads rather than drains and gutters. So the techniques are not new, but the scale is. So it's a citywide catchment level approach, but it can also be applied at the neighbourhood level. It can also be applied by householders at their own cost potentially as well. There's lots of different tools and ways to make, for councils to find cost savings and to share the burden, I guess, between businesses and local people and ratepayers. So it sits along mātauranga Māori, or traditional knowledge and wisdom, which sees humans as one part of the environment rather than trying to control it. So we've worked really hard to control our environment over the last couple of 100 years, and that's, I guess, slightly coming back to bite us in terms of flood now, that we've got so much of our spaces covered with safe, nice concrete, but actually that's causing a bigger headache for us as climate change starts to bite. So we really need to start thinking about that. A really key part is moving people out of the way so that they're not living on places that are really going to be flooding, not building in places that are flooding or going to be flooding in the future as well. Really important to note that Sponge Cities is not just a buzzword, it's really backed up well by the evidence, and you might know it by other terms, you might know it by water sensitive urban design, you might know it by nature-based solutions, you might know it by green infrastructure. Any or all of those things, it would be great to see them mentioned in the long-term plan as a real key adaptation approach for Wellington to mitigate that risk of flooding. I think it's really, really going to be important. I got some pictures. I promised you pictures. This is Hainan in Hainan Island in China, and they brought in lots of wetlands, terraced wetlands and green roofs and things like that. Singapore's another great example where they've done lots of green roofs, and they actually reduced their flood areas from 3,000 hectares to 30 hectares using Sponge Cities approaches and green infrastructure and things like that. This is an approach. We don't have a sponge city in New Zealand, but we do have some sponge neighbourhoods or sponge tools, I guess. This is Greenslade Reserve in Auckland, where during the floods last year, this reserve absorbed 12 million litres of water. It had just recently been completed when the floods happened, and that stopped the houses all around being flooded. It was incredibly successful. They basically lowered the park and filled it with some gravel and then built the park back on top, and it's incredibly successful. Things like that can be used on green playing fields here, but also on hard town squares and things like that. There's so many places and opportunities to bring in Sponge Cities solutions, but we really just need to make sure that it's in the long-term plan as a priority, or that just won't happen, I think. Also, there's a couple of great examples of daylighting streams, and I'm running low on time, so I won't go into these, but I really recommend looking in the report if it's something that interests you about how to really give water space to move. And this is an example of development in Wanaka. So I think the way we do our developments is not working great for permeability. We tend to take off all the topsoil, compress the land, build the houses, and then put topsoil back on, often quite thin layer. And it means that our land is far less absorbent. So there are examples like this in Wanaka, Kirimoko Park, where rather than having pipes and drains, they've got these lovely green swales, which you can see there. They've also taken off less topsoil and put the houses in smaller groups and made the roads smaller, so that the whole thing is much more permeable and the water is purified and treated before it goes into the lake. So things like that are really simple that we can be doing in Wellington more. Cost is something everyone is keen to hear about. It's much, much more expensive not to do this because the return on investment is 10 to 1 according to various international statistics for preparing for climate change, preparing for disasters, rather than cleaning up afterwards. And we all know how incredibly expensive it was in Auckland, or it still is, to fix, to remediate based on those huge floods last year and elsewhere, not just Auckland. Overall, nature-based solutions cost less and are more effective. And realistically, Wellington's not going to be able to build pipes big enough to deal with this increasing rainfall. It's just not actually going to be possible. We need to look after those pipes, yes we do, but we also need to be making our cities more absorbent. So every time we're building a new cycle lane or a new replacing a road, we need to be thinking about, should this be permeable? Should we have more trees here? Should we have some rain gardens along here, just to make sure that we're thinking about stormwater at the same time as roads. And I'm just... so key recommendations: name and prioritise sponge city solution in the long-term plan. If you don't want to call it sponge cities, call it green infrastructure or nature-based solutions or what is sensitive urban design, but have something in there about the stormwater risk and the need to deal with that under climate change. Yeah, I'm going to stop there because I would like to have a little bit of time for questions.
Yes, we have some questions. The first one being from Pauiwi Hohaia.
Kia ora, thank you for that. Just wondering, in the CBD where you haven't got a lot of kind of options, how do you apply the sponge approach in the CBD?
Yeah, I mean, Wellington's quite complex because a lot of the pavements are quite narrow, and if you dig them up, you see all these old utility pipes and lines, and it's much harder to put things there. But you can plant rain gardens on top of things like that, or you can move them all into one channel so that you've got more space for green infrastructure. The other thing that would be really great in Wellington would be having things like more green roofs on existing buildings and new buildings. That would make a huge difference. I work in the Majestic Centre, and just looking down at the sea of grey and all those opportunities for beautiful gardens of Babylon to be actually on top of those buildings. It's actually not that expensive to design it into a new building, and it's also possible to put them in, smaller versions onto existing buildings as well.
Great, thank you.
One very quick question from Councillor Pennant.
You're aware that we actually put some rules in our district plan, and Minister Bishop supported us, so we are on our way. I just want to know how you think we can operationalise it, though, in our budgets. Like, do you want some extra money? Do you want, because it is a budget?
Yeah.
Yeah, so just how you thought that should actually work in practice.
Run out of time, but I think some specified money, but also it's about working together across different agencies and departments, because there's a lot of money sitting, a lot of it's to do, for example, sports and recreation. When you're building a park, you need to make sure it's a spongy park. So it's about trying to coordinate all the agencies and their budgets as well. Yep.
Thank you so much, Kalangi. We really appreciate the submission. Just a reminder, councillors, if you wish to speak to submitters who have just been, please use the opportunity during the breaks, because if you go and speak to someone while the next submitter is coming, it's very distracting for all. So could I please welcome our next submitter, from the Environmental Reference Group, Ben and Michelle. Is Shannon here? No, just Ben and Michelle? No, my. And you have 10 minutes, including time for questions, if you'd like to have any.
That's probably more useful. Kia ora koutou. I'm Ben Swartz.
And kia ora koutou, Michelle Rush. Thanks for the opportunity to present to you. Do you want to go
first? I think one of the most important parts of our submission is to keep the vision that was published alongside the consultation document front of mind, the creative capital where people and nature thrive. The Environmental Reference Group really likes that, and clearly keeping that focus on allowing nature to thrive in a time when we've got budget constraints, but when we've also got a climate and ecological emergency, is we should be thinking about with all our decisions. Every single one has to come with that lens. So So yeah, I think there's a number of ways things that are missing. We were, I guess, disappointed in that the council's Zero Together initiative is not proceeding, or has not got the traction that we've seen in other places, say compared with Paris, mobilising thousands of climate volunteers and getting the community to help the city to achieve goals there. Do you want to?
I think one of the, sorry, I'll just pin this down. We would ask that the urban ecology funding be increased, because we note it's been static for a long time. So that we're not in a position to recommend any particular increase. However, we do believe, as Ben's just outlined, that element about nature thriving is really important, and it is a really big attractor to people to Wellington, both businesses and visitors, and the economic value of that shouldn't be underthought or understated. And I mean, some of that positive media we've had around those things, I think, needs to be kept front of mind. You want to go to your second point?
We've got other members of our reference group with particular expertise on waste. So, unfortunately, David Binstead, who works in waste for KCDC and has worked with some of the council officials, as works out of town, and Amina Petrovich and Steve Armand are both design professionals. Amina in the design school, and Stephen, who works in sustainability, have expertise there. But so we put a lot of value on what they contributed to, their thoughts into our comments about waste, and particularly the need for the circular economy principles to be at the top of decision making about the changes for waste. So keeping waste reduction as the key goal, and after some discussion, that led us to agree with the council's recommended options, both for organics and recycling, because we see the goal is bring the most people along with us, and that's really important. But as we've heard some other submitters say, that the need to address some of the challenges of different household circumstances, different access. We really want to see options for sizes of containers, and not just a one size fits all necessarily. I understand that's further down the track, and but to make the most efficient rollout, so we don't have to come back and rethink how the process works.
Yeah, and I think related to that, there was some concern in the committee, because we had quite a lot of to and fro before we landed on unanimously supporting the council's preferred option, was that we didn't want to sort of build in an extended capacity when, if you think about the principles of a circular economy, which is fundamentally reduce, reuse, and then recycle comes further down, and so there was a bit of concern about that. So I think along with the personalised approach, I think just keeping very clear-eyed that we don't just want to incentivise people filling the bin to the maximum, but actually we want to literally be looking at a sinking lid type of approach to the way we manage rubbish, and yet we also accepted that you need to make a big change of the general masses, and that our group didn't necessarily represent the general masses, and therefore your option probably was actually the best in the circumstances. So just to sort of underline that. There were just two other things we wanted to speak to. Firstly, our support for the in relation to the expenditure on water and infrastructure, we strongly support water metering and getting that put in place as soon as possible. You cannot manage what you do not measure, and it is almost unbelievable we still don't have it in the city. And as we all know, it's becoming ridiculous that we don't have it. So very strongly supportive there. The final area that we spent a lot of time on as a group and reached a consensus on was in relation to the sale of the airport shares. And you may ask, why is an environmental reference group talking about that? Well, the number one reason we are talking about that is because it's about resilience and long-term sustainability of Wellington City, which is within our sort of ambit, I suppose, as environmental professionals. And we appreciate that this is a tricky area for council, and yet at the moment council has all its financial eggs in one basket. And if we have a major earthquake or a tsunami, that airport becomes worthless. And that fund that was there disappears. Council may well be called upon to pay into it. From our perspective, that's a huge risk to the council, and so we do think diversifying the assets by sale, investing them in some good green infrastructure, preferably a long way from Wellington, or maybe some green cities might be a good idea. Green, investment funds. But we just really wanted to underline that, and that's all we've got to say. Questions, please.
Yes, Councillor Abdurrahman has one.
I just want to understand equity-wise when it comes to water meter and your support. And the second thing related to that is, how do you think as a city council we can have influence in environmental issues if we don't have any share in the airport? Your argument seems to be like the financial side, not environmental side. So if you care about environment, how do you think that can play out?
I think that the equity argument is a bit of a red herring. I know it's been rolled out for a long time by opponents of water metering, but I saw just the other day a really clear graph from Jeff Cooper of at the Wellington Regional Leadership Forum, showing the difference between cities that have meters and those that don't, and just a clear correlation, or more likely causation, with wastes and leaks. So it's really a priority that we are managing our water resource, and we're putting the planet above people and certainly above buildings. So the planet and the water resource is probably the first thing. I don't know that we want to get into the politics of the airport shares. There's plenty of other people who can talk about that.
All right, quick question from Councillor Chung. Did you want to answer that?
No,
okay. Quick. I think we're out of time, Councillor. Sorry. Thank you both. We appreciate you taking the time to make a submission and all the work you put in on the environmental reference group. Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca.
So I'd now like to welcome Ross Tanner on behalf of Mount Cook Mobilised. No mai? Oh, more. There's more. I'm sorry to people whose names I'm not listening. Well, you're very welcome too. And if you'd prefer, you can either sit at the table or the podium, whatever works for you.
Whichever means we can be heard.
You can be heard anywhere that you have a microphone on.
Thank you. I'm Ross Tanner. With me is Tina Reid and Colin Taylor. We're all from Mount Cook Mobilised in the Mount Cook suburb, just not far away from here. And we've got a support crew at the back here as well of members of our group. So we're small but quite active. And so we represent the interests of Mount Cook residents. So we want to make a few comments. We'll take it that you've read our submission. We'll speak to that. Firstly, in terms of the water issues and the focus that you've got, we're pretty unanimous that fixing our network should be the number one priority for this council. It's clearly, as you've said in the consultation paper, going to take a lot of time and some years of investment. Of the options that you've put to the community, we support option C. But our view is typified, and our frustration here is typified by our attitude to water meters. We're pretty sceptical that the council has overall in recent years taken water issues seriously. And so many, indeed most of us, would not support the introduction of water meters because at the moment the council hasn't, or the council and the councils generally haven't really, in our view, been serious about water problems. So our argument, and we've said in the submission, is that what we would like to see is the council and Wellington Water get some way down the track in terms of actually fixing the problem. In other words, a demonstration effect before introducing water meters at this stage, because we don't think that there's sufficient support in the community. Then turning to waste matters, we don't think, again, that the options presented are the right options because we think that in terms of waste collection, there is going to have to be much more community education and way more support from the council for shared waste initiatives at the community level before we start thinking about organic and food waste collections. In fact, we've been reliably informed that most of that surplus waste that is collected will be trucked out of Wellington because there are no processing facilities in the Wellington region to be able to handle the organic or food waste. And we think that if that is indeed the case, then it's ridiculous, essentially. We in Mount Cook already have our own mini composting bins and systems. There's been some shared waste initiatives in Mount Cook. Sadly, we've run into barriers put in our way by council staff, and I've pointed to one of the examples of that in our submission, where a shared waste initiative at the top of Rolleston Street was actually demolished. The garage was demolished to make way for some car parks at just under the Omaroro Reservoir. And we heard last Sunday of other problems. In fact, we've been talking outside the door in the Papawai Reserve, where planter boxes and composting facilities were asked either to be removed or put somewhere else because they were unsightly. So our point is there needs to be more community education and support for shared waste initiatives. Turning to the airport shares question, we did a quick survey. It's unscientific, I wouldn't rely on it, but what it tells us is that our group is divided. Some are prepared to support the sale of some airport shares and reinvest the proceeds. Others don't want the sale of shares at all because they believe it's a strategic asset for the council. Further, others of us believe that the council should in fact relinquish its entire shareholding on the basis that the council has demonstrated no commercial or strategic approach in terms of investments relating to such assets. On the budget, that's really where it hits home. A lot of us in Mount Cook are on fixed incomes of one sort or another. The proposed budget plan over the 10 years, combining with the sludge minimisation levy, is going to add a significant financial burden to many Mount Cook households, so we are deeply concerned about the proposed budget of this council. Just to point out, as I have in the submission, one of our group members pointed out to council staff that in the second bar graph on page 26 there is a mistake, or at the very least it's misleading in the way it's presented, and sludge minimisation staff at the council have confirmed that. So you might want to have another look at the way that that's presented because it doesn't make any sense. Overall, however, we think that the council should be spending more time on prioritisation and rooting out low-value expenditure as a way of funding some of the higher priority stuff. Now, I'm going to hand over to my colleagues to talk about a couple of things of interest to us that we would like to see in the budget and the plan.
I'll be first and very brief. We're talking about a couple of local issues for Mount Cook. We're an interesting suburb because we're sort of very much the outer edge of the city. So it's very active in terms of heaps of issues. And we really need ongoing support for some community coordination. We're totally reliant on volunteer work and our volunteer coordinator who goes well beyond any expectations really. So while we are concerned about budgets, we would also very much like to see some further support for community coordinators in the city, to help manage particular local issues and communication in communities.
And Colin is going to talk about the Papawai Reserve and the Papawai Stream and the catchment management.
Good evening. The Papawai Reserve Group is a volunteer group that's been operating since 2009. In 2013, we had a gabion wall put in, and my concern is that that has damaged the downstream effects from the changing shed to the Scruffy Dome. I asked Iona Pannett for some money, which she duly gave me, or gave us, and we've spent part of it on a survey. Secondly, we've asked for an additional $50,000, which has been granted, which you won't need to spend because Wellington Water have finally woken up to the fact that they are responsible for the blockage of the Scruffy Dome, the $80,000 that it cost you to build a wall outside number 8 Papawai Terrace, the 3 replacement Scruffy Domes which have been absolutely inundated with sludge. And my real concern is that when they built the gabion wall, they angled it inwards at the tail end like a water blaster. That has scoured out the pathway between the upper and the lower field. In that field, you have assets. You have 2 pipelines, which originally came from Bell Road, now come from the new reservoir. You have 2 sets of 33 kV cables plus a trigger, and you've now installed pipework for your irrigation system. Look very, very carefully at what is happening below the roadway, because that roadway was created by cut and chuck. Literally, the top and the bottom field were scoured out of the hillsides, levelled out. The interconnecting driveway is just chuck it over the bank. If you go to your old records and see the photographs of the works, you will see that there. If that falls away, it won't stop. I've asked for $300,000 to complete that amount of work from the changing sheds to the Scruffy Dome. I hope you consider it. Thank you.
Just to clarify, we're talking about the Prince of Wales Park and the Papawai Stream that runs into it and the impact of that. So thank you and good luck with your
we have a question if you'd like to just take a minute for it, and it's from Councillor Pannett. Sorry, just a quick one, Councillor.
Yes. Can you just briefly explain, Colin, why Papawai Stream is not just important to Mount Cook but the whole of the city in terms of looking after our streams?
It's part of the total Waitangi Stream complex. On the upper field, at the Rolleston Street end, you have a small tributary. This is the only open section of the network that is exposed to the air, to the atmosphere. The rest of it is piped. There's one other thing I will mention. This is only part of our program. We will later look at downstream or upstream from the changing shed into the wide catchment. We haven't proceeded with that application yet for the pure and simple reason that Wellington Water has come back and said the pipework for the sewerage systems from Connaught, Coolidge, Dorking and Asquith are all running through pipes that were installed in 1900 and slightly modified in 1907. Those block. If that collapses, you will have, you know what.
Thank you. I'm so sorry that we're out of time. Thank you so much. team. I would now like to welcome Lisa Thompson on behalf of the Aro Valley Community Council. No, Lisa, you have 10 minutes and including any questions as part of that time. Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. I represent the Aro Valley Community Council here today. I'm the chair. Just before I start, though, I want to give a little bit of context as why this is a really passionate subject for me. I'm a rare breed. I'm a born and bred Wellingtonian. So I've lived here most of my life. I know my way round really well. And I grew up in the eastern suburbs, so I'm really familiar with what it is to move across the city and be around the city. Until I was over 30, I didn't have a driver's licence, so I was a walker and a transport user. So I've got a pretty broad knowledge of what it's like to live in the real world in the city. And I know that you're all as passionate as I am about the right thing for this city, and that's why I'm hoping that we can just have a little bit of a conversation about it today. No surprise, living in Aro Valley, we'll beg you to fix our pipes, please. You know, we're known as Geyser Street now, and it's getting to be well out of hand. Leaks that are fixed start leaking again within months, but I'll come back to that. Another of the unique features about Aro Valley is its topography. So really the introduction of a complex waste system with multiple bins is not really going to work in our suburb. A lot of our streets don't even have the recycling bins, they use bags. So the idea of even bigger bins wouldn't work for us for general waste at all. We would be the exception on almost every count. I think that we are also a community that has embraced composting. A lot of our residents actually do their own, and we have the compostorium at the end of Apuni Street, and we've been doing that for years. That actually has a very wide sphere of calling, and we would encourage council to look at local solutions for these things. When it comes to recycling and glass, we would support option A because, again, many of our streets are not going to be suitable for the alternatives. We're also extremely concerned about the cost of putting in an alternative system with multiple bins. It seems like a really wasteful expenditure above and beyond what we need, and we really do need to focus on what's important at the moment. We all know that there are big problems to solve. What happens to all those bins, and how much will it cost to make all those new bins? So we would encourage you to think carefully about that. If one of the things that we've experienced, and you'll see it in Wellington at the moment, is that the pace of change is just overwhelming. Everyone in this room will know someone who has lost their job in the last few weeks. So we would really counsel against doing too much too fast. That perhaps another approach to the recycling, composting, collection business might be incremental changes rather than wholesale change. And we would suggest the small composting bin for those who want to take part in that. Selling the airport shares, I really probably reiterate a lot of the former speakers' concerns. We're a very divided community on this. There's a lot of discomfort about selling the shares, and when I read the document, I didn't feel like I had enough information because I noticed that the value of the ground leases is almost exactly the same as the value of the airport shares, and it would have been good to have seen some more information about some of each, and I didn't feel there was enough detail, so we cannot support that. I think if there was one thing that would be top of our list to talk to you about today, it would seemingly be the innocuous question of suburban centre parking. We would really strongly ask you to not alter anything in our suburban area. We're already reeling from having the cycleway implemented. It's only been a few months. It's really difficult. There's a lot of divisiveness in our community because of that. A lot of very unhappy people. I think that there hasn't really been enough consultation on this. Certainly, I think our business owners would have a lot to say. Our very few parks around the businesses, and you've got to remember, Aro Valley's a really, really small suburban centre of like 10 shops. We're not a Kilburnie or a Thorndon or a Kelburn. We actually don't have a big pool of businesses, we also don't have any parking. So at the moment, when the cycle lane went in, all of the parks in the suburban area were turned over to 20-minute parks. So that means our businesses can have people coming and going, which I think would be really important. I really have to question whether it would be economically viable to put metered parking for that few number of parks in that area. We're too small. I can understand why it might work in Thorndon or Kelburn, where there are other off streets you can park on. We don't have those choices. The bike network, well, I've just told you a bit about that. It's been a very, very, very big problem for us. Most of our residents feel they were not listened to. They do not feel that they were adequately consulted with. There are some really serious impacts that maybe could have been avoided if a different approach had been taken. We have people who have regular caregivers who come 3 times a day. The carers are now having to park on Willis Street and walk to where they visit their charges. And it's just getting worse and worse. We've got parents who can't park outside their home with children, and a frightening number of tradespeople are refusing to come to Ara Valley because there's nowhere for them to have their tradie vehicles unload goods, get deliveries. I know of someone who's trying to get their roof repaired at the moment, and they've been turned down by several tradespeople because there is just simply nowhere beside the bike lane for them to get access. That is a very difficult subject for us. We would welcome some conversations with council about what we can do to ameliorate the problems and the consequences that have arisen. We are having ongoing problems with the speed of cyclists through our tiny little park. We're very grateful that it wasn't made 2.5 metres wide because there would be no green grass left. But we still have heaps of problem with speeding cyclists through our precinct. And that is a real concern because, of course, our little preschoolers just walk straight out onto that area. Last thing I want to talk about really is the budget. Please prioritise things that are important, please. You know, I really, really just can't emphasise enough for you how frustrating it is to get something like this in the mailbox, which is a flyer asking which of the 2 options of the 2 concept plans for Holloway Road little park, there's a tiny little park there, would we prefer? We don't want to see this. We want you to fix the pipes. We want to have our community safer. We're also there's a lot of things in the budget that would be very nice to have if we were able to, but we aren't. We can't actually have it all. So please listen to us and prioritise what we need. We need to focus on what's critical. We can live without fancy new rubbish bins. We can live without a recycling system. We can definitely moderate the bike lanes until other communities have the benefit of our experience. We can go without street enhancements and fireworks and skate parks, but none of us can live without water. So we would urge you to do that. It's also, you know, I was walking down the street the other day, as I do. There have been so many leaks on our street now that our footpath is actually dangerous. It's now actually a health and safety issue. There are so many holes, so many rises and dips. It seems funny, you know, because I see what's happening in Thorndon. It would make so much more sense to fix what's under the ground before we attempt to do anything on top of the ground. I can't even imagine how our infrastructure in Ara Valley will cope with densification. It's literally impossible. I can't imagine the tax it would be on our ageing system. Please prioritise the fundamentals. We don't need all the fancy stuff at the moment. It's time to pare things back. I'd welcome any questions.
We've probably got time for one from Councillor Pannett.
Thanks. Just how do you think we should balance the need to cut our transport emissions with your local needs?
Well, this is very interesting because most of the people in Ara Valley walk or catch the bus. It's the people from Kōrau that are driving through Ara Valley down Holloway Road, and that hasn't abated at all. There hasn't been a massive upsurge of cyclists in Aro Valley, particularly not going uphill to Holloway Araroa Road. It's the people that are further afield. I would like to see more investment in public transport so that people were moved more efficiently with less carbon footprint.
I'm sorry we're out of time, Lisa.
It's okay.
Thank you very much for taking the time. I'd now like to welcome Daniel Coffey. No, my Daniel. And you have 5 minutes, including time for questions if you'd like any in that time.
Hi, thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. Yes, well, it's been really interesting listening to the previous speakers, in particular the last one talking about water priorities and so on. In a way, I'm going to sound a little bit like a broken record, but I think one of the most telling things we've heard here today was one of the first speakers when I arrived here. One of the first speakers when I arrived here, and he said, in 10 years' time, I won't be able to afford to live here. So, I mean, for God's sakes, what are you doing? If people can't afford to live here, then what's it all about? I mean, you can go on forever. So look at this up here. You'll see this is in 2020, a person paying $2,700 a year is currently paying $4,000. What you're proposing is that person will be paying $11,000 by 2033. That's basically a more than 4-fold increase in rates over 13 years. And we're moving into a time when people are moving into retirement. They're moving on to fixed incomes. They're not going to be able to afford to live here, as that chap said. So, you know, my take from that is the city is in dire financial straits if you're needing that sort of rate increase to keep going. It's just a joke. It really is. And an example of what I'd consider just out-and-out mismanagement is the leaky pipes. This latest in the paper the other day, leaky pipes buried under $55 million bus and cycleway that could be ripped up. I mean, honestly, no project manager worth their salt would ever be laying down roading without sorting out the pipes and stuff underneath. That lady down just before me, she said right up their streets have got leaks everywhere. I mean, fixing that and avoiding all those leaks would save an awful lot of money. So, as other people have said, water should be council's #1 priority. That's it. Basically, delivered water costs money. It costs money to purify it, and it costs money to pump it. And as we know, 50% of water is currently being wasted. So what that means is 50% of money is currently being wasted. When I see water, as an engineer, when I see water going down the drain, I see money going down the drain. I'm sorry, it's money going down the drain. We cannot have that indefinitely. So basically, reactive maintenance costs between 4 and 10 times the cost of proactive maintenance. Okay, so you know, you've got to get this stuff fixed, get the fundamentals done, because wasted money is just wasted money. So water upgrades will reduce the ongoing costs. Okay, if we fix that, we'll reduce our costs going in the way. So the way forward. Rate increase are out of control. I'm sorry, they're unacceptable. They can't. The idea we're going to be paying 400% increase or 4 times increase between 2020 and 2033 is just ridiculous. I mean, you've really got to go back to basics and say, hey, what are we thinking? And some of these people have been telling you that. It's just not affordable. So my message to you is, for God's sake, at the moment, just forget the rest. Forget all the nice-to-haves, everything, and invest in water. Fix the water, get it sorted, and your ongoing costs from water maintenance will plummet. So if there are any questions about that.
Councillor Randall.
So you're talking about the rates in the water and the focus of where we need to go. Can I just really challenge in the sense of saying that means some of the other projects really need to stop and to reduce the rates increase?
Oh, look,
is that where if there was less money spent?
Absolutely. Spending money on Thorndon Quay at this moment, 55 million should be spent on water, not roading upgrades.
And so what you wouldn't say that if there was more money that it should go towards water, it should actually go to reducing the rates because the amount's too high?
At this point in time, we've got to get all our costs down, and we cannot proceed with the rate increases you're proposing. Okay. People will not be able to live in the city. That man just told you. You know, on $11,000, going from $2,700 in 2020 to $11,000 in 2033. I mean, that's just off the planet.
Okay.
I mean, you guys have got to get a new sort of, you know, mindset. It's just ridiculous. Really it is. And the mess the water is in, that's just chronic mismanagement. It should never, ever, ever have got to this stage. And councils have got to accept that responsibility, and you people are perpetuating it by not prioritising at the moment. I'm sorry, I can't give you an A. I can't even give you a C or a D. You know, the mismanagement of our water is atrocious, and you really need to take responsibility for that.
So thank you very much. It's a very, very clear message.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. We're out of time. We appreciate you taking the time to come and see us today. I'd like to welcome our next submitter, Julie Ward. No, Julie. You have 5 minutes, including any time for questions. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. After listening to the previous two speakers, I almost think I should say, well, they've said it all and I'll just go home and listen, and you should just listen to them. But basically, Wellington's been my home for 35 years. I came here for a job, but I stayed because I loved the city. But sadly, cracks are starting to show, and Wellington is losing its attractiveness and its competitiveness relative to other New Zealand cities. And the long-term plan that you've proposed seems to be just more borrow and spend, with the rates rising far more steeply than other cities, but with not enough spending, as people have said, on the essential, which is the drinking water, the wastewater and the stormwater. In the submissions, I went for option C because it looked like the best option, but it's still not enough. It's not going to fix the problem. I endorse the other submitters who have asked you for a complete review of the services and staff levels. We've just got to live within our means, and we can't keep loading debt onto future generations, because young people are not going to want to come and live here when it's so expensive and where all of the expenditure's already been committed into repaying back debt. I looked at the recommendations of the Citizens' Assembly before I came to speak today, and they recommended increasing the diversity of revenue. But then I listened to Timothy Bennett, who made a submission earlier in the program, and he's calculated that rates revenue is going to go up to being 74% of all revenue by 2034, up from 55% this year. So the dependence on the ratepayers is just becoming more and more, that we're not finding any attempt to diversify or to rein in spending. One new income source that you proposed is paying for parking in the suburbs. Suburban businesses already pay commercial rates for which they probably get less than what businesses in the central city already get. And in many areas, they also pay a targeted business improvement district charge as well. Shouldn't those charges be enough to meet the costs of painting a few lines on the road and putting up a few signs? And have you considered that people might just drive to the nearest mall for free parking, the local shops go bust, and then all of those who currently walk to the local shops will have to drive to the nearest mall as well, because that'll be the only alternative left to them. The idea that people are going to go to Northland and put money in a meter while they pick up their takeaways is just ridiculous. And you're talking about putting parking meters in a shop in a centre where takeaway shops are the only thing that are there. The Citizens' Assembly also recommended reviewing capital expenditure, but it all seems to have gone up. So in terms of the rubbish, I agree with the status quo, partly because of the cost, but also for all of the reasons that the lady from Aro Valley talked about. I'm also concerned that it's got potential to drive small independent rubbish collection businesses out of business, because it's all going to be run by a conglomerate, which is going to be some Chinese-owned multinational. And, you know, Mr. Whoever's bins will just be out of business. I suggest that you scale things back to replace people's recycling bins when they break. Maybe there are a few households that the current recycling bin's not big enough for. You could offer those people a larger recycling bin, but I don't think, like in my two-person household, we don't even fill up the one yellow bin that we've already got, so giving us a bigger one is just a waste of money. I think you could consider increasing the differential even more between the cost of putting green waste to the tip and the cost of general waste, which would motivate people either to get a contractor who gives them a green waste bin or to take their green waste for recycling and keep it out of the landfill. Finally, the thing that I'd probably like to mention, because I'm running out of time, is the effect of compounding on the rates. It's really worrying because $100 of rates this year will be $118 next year, and by year 4 of the plan, $151. In comparison, in Auckland, their rates are only going to go up in the same time from $100 to $123. So the divergence of the rates burden in our city compared to other cities in the country is going to make our city less affordable, less attractive to businesses and residents, and ultimately less sustainable.
Thank you, Julie. I'm sorry we're out of time, but thank you for coming in to speak with us today. Our final submitter before the dinner break, Sophie Jerram. Welcome, Sophie. You have 5 minutes, including time for any questions if you'd like to leave it. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Chair. Kia ora koutou. Nice to see you all. Salam. For those who don't know me, I'm Sophie Jerram. I was the Program Manager for Ahotini Art Strategy until the end of last year. It's lovely to see you all again. I am here actually with bouquets rather than brickbats, and also to say that I'm just on this issue. I'm also a ratepayer of Wellington and of Central Otago District Council, where the rates have gone up by 24%. So you are not alone, and I just want to balance things out a bit. I understand this is a local government, central government balance we have to deal with here. So, yeah. Everything's not all bad, and I think that I'm here specifically to comment on the rates remission and postponement policy, which is in the LTP. This is my ongoing issue about needs for artists to stay in the city, which is a continuing refrain I've had for many years. I've been involved in over 150 activations between 2010 and 2020 specifically of empty sites in shops, parks all around the country actually, but particularly around Wellington. And we negotiated very hard with the property owners to get those shops open. And Deputy Mayor Foon is very familiar with this process herself. It's not an easy job to negotiate with property owners. One of the projects you might know about is the Free Store project, which we started as an art project, became a permanent asset down in Willis Street. Now, some of you won't know that started as an art project, but it did. And what I'm pointing to is that this kind of project, which crosses between art and social good, needs to go into spaces that are affordable. So we have an affordability crisis in the city. You don't need to be told that. And it's about not just housing, but it's also about arts and community spaces. And I am not going to talk to all this slide, but we're not alone. Around the world, Western cities are facing this affordability issue as private interests take the collective good that we've generated as a city. One example I wanted to point to today was the city of Brussels, where they have been working for, I think, 10 years now on taxing buildings that are empty for more than 3 months. So this is what I want to point to. This has led to extraordinary amounts of activations in their city, not just short-term ones, the ones that I've been involved with in the past, but things like La Marelle, which is an old gin company being turned into a place for refugees to work and teach themselves new skills. Also residential buildings, where residential houses are turned vacant for more than 3 months, have been taken and then used to prevent the tax. They're being allowed to use, in this case, I went to the state at this one, where the people redistribute food as a solidarity grocery store to the neighbourhood. So the Brussels example is just good because they've been practicing this tax on vacant land for a long time. And I want to say congratulations to Andrea Reeves and her team for the rating change. This is the vacant land proposals, and I'm wanting just to say, get it really clear that we're talking about empty buildings as much as empty land, as vacant land. I want us to be really explicit. It's currently a bit fuzzy in both the rates remission policy and LTP. It's a bit fuzzy whether you're talking vacant land or vacant buildings or both. They kind of sometimes they seem to be interchangeable. So I just want to be really explicit that that's what we need to do, is put vacant buildings, and I'm suggesting up to 3 months, from 3 months on, which might sound radical, but I think we're ready for that. So these are my 3 submissions. One is that, we talk about taxing and rates increasing for empty buildings. I'm indifferent to whether it's 4.5 or 1 to 5 in terms of the rating increase, but we should include buildings. Secondly, that activations are about not-for-profits and artistic initiatives. We're not talking about commercial activations. And thirdly, I can barely read my slide from here. Essentially, that there is a point in the LTP saying that there was some kind of activation fund, which is $80,000, I can tell you, and that's per annum. That's not enough if we want to continue this activation. That's enough from me. Any questions from you?
One very quick question from Deputy Mayor Foon.
Thanks, Sophie. Just a quick question on the Brussels example. Do you know if that was a national or a city-wide imposed tax? It is a city-wide imposed tax.
And then there's sprung up many groups who can talk to the property owners about avoiding that tax.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. We'd like to.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillors, we are now on a break until 6 p.m. If we could be back here promptly in our seats at 6, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much. Haere mai, we're back to our submissions. So we have, at the clock, we have 10 minutes for Unions Wellington. So if you're speakers, you can either use the podium, or if you have one or two people, you can sit at the table, whichever you like.
I guess we'll use the podium. Cool. So kia ora koutou, my name is Sabina Rizos-Shaw. I am elected co-convener of Unions Wellington, the local affiliates council for the Council of Trade Unions. We represent tens of thousands of union members who live and work in Wellington City. Some of them are here today to show solidarity against privatising a public asset. You'll hear from me, from Nicola from 350 Aotearoa, and from Craig from the CTU. While campaigning to stop the privatisation of the airport, we have met with many of you and want to thank those who have engaged with us respectfully. A few weeks ago, 150 people gave up a Wednesday evening to come to our Keep the Airport Ours forum, and they cheered when councillors took a stance against this proposal, the proposal to create the first fully privatised airport in New Zealand. We've also commissioned a poll that showed 74% of Wellingtonians do not support the airport being sold. There was some interesting data about how likely people would be to re-elect a councillor who voted to sell. People polled were asked if they would be less likely, neither more nor less likely, to vote for them, or more likely to vote for a councillor who voted to sell the airport. And 51.4% of respondents said that they would be less likely. Only 12.4% said that they would be more likely to vote for a councillor who voted to sell the airport. So this is clearly an issue that Wellingtonians feel strongly about. The investment fund's proposal is quite light on where it plans to invest our money and how it will be invested to the benefit of Wellingtonians. By your own predictions, it will not manage to reach the returns that we get from the airport. The dividends were $20 million this year, subsidising over $200 per rate-paying household. The investment fund is planned to be based on the New Plymouth Investment Fund model, a fund that performed below inflation and crashed in 2008 and has not returned to its opening balance. This fund does not have the same This fund does not have the same restrictions as the one that you plan to set up, and yet it still does not perform like the public asset you propose to sell. In addition to this, the airport is not simply an investment for the council's portfolio. It is a piece of public infrastructure that significantly impacts Wellingtonians' lives. The Local Government Act says under its purpose, point D, that the Act enables local authorities to play a broad role in promoting the community's social, economic, environmental, and cultural well-being, taking a sustainable development approach. We understand the economic security of a diverse portfolio. However, your role as difficult as politicians is not simply to make the decision that minimises risk to your portfolio, but to act for the overall good of your community. As unionists, we are economic democrats. Society works best when workers have ownership and control over their work. Public ownership is fundamental to economic democracy. If the public has a significant enough stake in an enterprise's outcomes, then it should have a say in how it is run. It has been disappointing to hear repeatedly throughout this campaign that Wellington City Council has not yet meaningfully engaged with its role as an airport shareholder. Still, we don't think this is a reason not to try or to abandon our ability to do so. We want to see assets that provide a public service like transport be accountable to the public and the workers that they employ. The framework we have for this is through public ownership. Going forward, we would like to see the Council seek to use their power under the Companies Act to block major transactions and influence the direction of the airport going forward, to use their position as 1/3 of the board to do things like have the airport become an accredited living wage employer and have a high-performance, high-engagement work model. Many of you will be concerned about the Council's financial situation and especially the need to change how you insure your assets, but we would like to point out that there is no calculation where this is resolved by selling the stake in this critical monopoly. The Council represents the people of Wellington, and really the 34% stake in the airport is ours, and Wellington does not want you to sell our airport. Please listen to us.
Kia ora koutou, ko Nicola Campbell, toko ingoa. I'm here on behalf of the Pōneke branch of 350 Aotearoa, part of 350.org, an international climate movement. Our mission is to strengthen and grow climate action in communities across Aotearoa. We tautoko Unions Wellington, and we oppose the proposal to sell Wellington City Council's 34% shareholding of the airport. Selling the shares will surrender the Council's ability to force emissions reductions. We value Te Atakura First to Zero, the Council's ambition to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. In that blueprint document, there's a section about the airport and a flowchart. The flowchart says priority 1, alternative fuels. If that fails, prioritized offsetting, and if that fails, demand reduction. So how can you demand reduction if you don't have any shareholding of the airport? There's also a case for public ownership of the airport, which is a carbon emitter. Publicly owned airports have a better track record of lowering emissions. Amsterdam's Schiphol Airport has set a limit on the number of flights to reduce emissions. From 2023, they have reduced the number of flights by 11% compared to pre-pandemic numbers. This was made possible because the Dutch government is a majority shareholder. Cardiff Airport was purchased by the Welsh government in 2013, which resulted in the ending of outsourcing of jobs and a decrease in emissions. Reducing air transport emissions will be one of the more difficult challenges for emissions reduction, so we need to maintain as much public control as possible to achieve an equitable solution. As the Climate Justice Alliance says, transition is inevitable, justice is not. Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora koutou, councillors, Your Worship. Wellington City Council does not appear to have done many of the things that a sale of this sort would normally require. No assessment appears to be made by the Council of the public good value of the airport shareholdings. There's no examination of the costs or pass-through onto consumers or users of public service as a consequence of this sale. Wellington City Council does not appear to have examined why the revolving credit investment scheme, such as the one proposed, is the right idea. Wellington City Council is not an investor of scale, nor does it have much experience in active share management. Developing this will come at a significant cost and potentially large value loss. The LTP is very unclear as to what sort of assets or investments it will be purchasing with the fund. The claim is that the fund will have an investment focus on environmental, social or governance factors. What this means in reality is very unclear, with Unions Wellington hearing very conflicting reports on this in practice. This also creates a second and more challenging issue. The more Wellington City Council seeks to control where the funding contained within the fund is directed, the lower and more volatile the likely returns on the fund will be. This in turn would defeat the purpose of the scheme, which is to provide a sustainable and reliable revenue stream. The PIF as described in the LTP does not address importantly what would happen in the event of a significant value loss. As an example, the NZX 50 lost 35% of its value in 2008. And in each decade in the past 50 years, there's been a period where share markets have written off significant value. Is the Council proposing to top up the value of the PIF in future with ratepayer resources should the need arise? Wellington City Council has made a paper available to Unions Wellington, which sets out some of the financial modelling behind the scheme. Page 8 of that report, which is this one here, sets out that the difference between the ownership of the shares and the fund is $5 million over 10 years. Or $500,000 a year, well within the margin for error of any modelling, and essentially tells us there's no difference between the Wellington International Airport Limited share dividend and the PIF return. The airport made dividends of 12 million, 14 million and 12 million in the last 3 years before COVID. And last year the dividend was 20.4 million, well ahead of the 10.3 million pencilled in by KPMG in its financial modelling for next year. The PIF also assumes that it generates 7% returns each year over the next 10 years. The super fund expects to make 6.8% from its trading activities. And if there was a loss in an early period, that compounds its way through every year. Of that 7%, 2.7% needs to be set aside just to cover inflation. That's the average inflation rate for each year, meaning the real return is 4.3%. And the new Plymouth scheme, which is the model for this scheme here, is instructive. Its target rate is only 3.3% plus inflation. The value of the holdings in the new Plymouth Fund since its inception has grown by a compound rate of 1.15%, which is less than inflation. NPIF funds are also protected by an Act of Parliament. It took 19 years to achieve that Act of Parliament, and there's no reason to believe that the current government would give up valuable legislative time to protect a Wellington fund. There's a significant risk that the fund will be run down to deal with incoming emergencies in the intervening period. Wellington City Council, importantly, has made no case as to why the airport's shares should be sold now, at the bottom potentially of the market. If the airport returns higher dividends, as it did last year, over the next few years, its share value would increase significantly. That would represent a significant value loss to the council on its current holdings. The council is proposing to use the PIF as a form of self-insurance to reduce its current under-insurance portfolio, yet it's currently unclear how this fund will manage the risks associated with a 1 in 1,000 year disaster as the council currently envisaged. If the fund were to be invested in programmes in Wellington, they too would be affected by that event. If they're not invested in Wellington, why is the fund being used not for Wellingtonians' purposes? The Reserve Bank requirements are also liquidity requirements. That means the insurers must have the ability to remain solvent in a 1 in 1,000 year event. That's not the same thing as having a sum of money stored away for that purpose. It means having access to finance. And Wellington has many mechanisms to access finance should it need to, and can call on support from central government, among others, if needed. It also has a large asset portfolio should it need to liquidate it for that purpose.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We're out of time. If you could make a final point,
Will
Craig.
do. Thank you, Councillor. The airport does not merely constitute an asset within the Council's wider portfolio, rather its operations bear a tangible implication on the residents of Wellington and the supporting environment. This does not appear to be a financially sensible approach, it doesn't meaningfully tackle any insurance risks, and it's clearly not a popular idea with the public. We would respectfully ask councillors to reject the sale and continue with a solid, profit-producing, locally important asset. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the time taken to come in support of your submission.
Sorry, Chair, may we just, because respect of all those people,
sorry,
give them 5 more minutes?
No, Councillor, I've got other submitters waiting. So people, as I was saying to the group that is here, you're welcome to stay if you would like for other submitters, but I ask that your banners are removed from the back of the room, so not at the front, and can we clear a way because so other submissions can come to the podium. But if you're welcome to take your seats, also I would ask that the other submissions are heard in silence. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Charles. No, my Charles, and you have 5 minutes, and that includes any time for questions if you'd like. Thank you.
Kia ora, my name's Charles Hett. I'm a Wellington resident and ratepayer and an actuary by profession. That's someone who helps assess the impact of longer-term risks and finances. I'm also on the board of the Local Authority Protection Pool. That's an arrangement that helps smaller councils with risk management insurance for their 3 waters assets. My comments address Key Proposal 3, manage investment and insurance risks. It is good to see the Council focus on this area within its long-term plan. A focus on risk management is always worthwhile. In this case, we're talking about more severe risks arising from natural disasters, and I recommend that the Council actively consider the impact of a severe catastrophic event in the Wellington area, covering both human life and property damage, what to do in an adverse event, and ways to mitigate the impact of adverse events. The impact of severe events is always worse than anyone imagines, and recovery always takes longer than envisaged. I understand the Council has assets of some 15 billion, with assessed damage or loss from a severe event now estimated at perhaps around 5 billion, compared to what was, I understand, 2.5 billion previously. The current insurance coverage is around 0.8 billion. It is important to tackle this underinsurance issue and not ignore it. The situation is unlikely to improve. With climate change, there will be greater water inundation, sea level rise and flooding, and with the passing of time and no major earthquakes, luckily, a significant one can happen sooner rather than later. Creating a fund is a very good approach, and this can build on the existing reserve fund that supports the insurance policy excesses. A larger fund could help so much more. I would advocate the creation of an insurance fund with specific, narrower than appears to have been proposed in the long-term plan, set of goals. It would be important to establish it with its own governance and be independent of council. Such a fund can help council viably accept a greater share of risk, and this then results in an offer for a more flexible approach to insurance premiums and very likely lower insurance premium costs. It will need a good level of liquidity, and it can also consider wider risk management initiatives that can support council's purposes. A key issue is how to create such a fund. Even gradually building up a fund over time is worthwhile, but the opportunity to transform existing assets may also present a better way. The long-term plan proposes the sale of Wellington Airport shares. This is something hard to assess at a distance. There are clearly issues of control, utility, income, liquidity, future risk profile, and prospects. I note that the Council, in considering the sale of shares, is proposing an investment fund with many competing objectives. But maybe a solution here is to create two funds, an insurance fund and separately an investment fund. On balance, the options and opportunities presented by a fund, to me, outweigh the benefits of holding Wellington Airport shares. The insurance fund size might sit at around 150 million. Such a fund would present many wider risk management and insurance options to Council. Some are already being considered, I understand. For example, parametric insurance. This is a form of insurance where the coverage is linked to an event that happens rather than the nature of the damage or loss that is the event and repair after an event. But I would like to point out an important perspective related to adverse events and insurance proceeds. After an adverse natural disaster event has occurred, it is important not automatically to require that the damaged property and the environment is restored back to how it was prior to the event. Current insurance often requires this. What is needed is greater flexibility and the ability to think ahead to what is needed both short and long term after the event has happened. That is far more appropriate. There are, of course, a number of other wider insurance-related ideas that can be considered alongside the benefit of a focused insurance fund to help achieve better outcomes. I would advocate Wellington City Council establishes an insurance fund. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we don't have enough time for a question, Charles, but we appreciate you taking the time to come and speak with us. Thank you very much. I would now like to welcome Michelle Rush, speaking in a personal capacity this time. Thanks, Michelle.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks, people. I will take my personal submission as read rather than address it, because I really have the main thing I wanted to raise, and it's a question to you as governors of Wellington City. And that was the point I raised in my general feedback, which was about the potential for some sort of entity or fund for Wellington City redevelopment. And it's something that I've for a while felt is sorely lacking in Wellington. Some sort of body, and you will be more expert in the shape of this than I ever could be, but that in conjunction with legal levers could have the effect of being an urban development authority, which could enable and facilitate redevelopment of the city. Johnsonville is always my pet topic. Being a resident of the northern suburbs, it continues to frustrate me that we're held to ransom by Stride, owning 70% of the commercial area. And it just seems there has to be a way to break that impasse and realise that potential of that very flat, sunny, extremely accessible area in a time when we have got a very big shortage of housing of all sorts, and we could well do with some additional commercial and other areas to be set up. If you want an example in the centre city, I'd have to say somewhere like Adelaide Road, or you could probably pick anywhere in Wellington at the moment that needs a bit of work. So that was my question to you. What are you going to look at, and what can you do? I'll put the ball on your court.
Well, we have a question for you, actually. So, Councillor McNulty.
Hi, Michelle. Would you be supportive of the council investigating stronger legal avenues around the future of Stride and Johnsonville Mall?
I think at this stage, yes, because it just seems untenable that we're allowing that suburb to sort of basically crumble when it shouldn't be. So yes, I would be in favour of that, and I don't know what they are. I'm not an expert.
So if we were to do an investigation to the Public Works Act, and even if legal advice came back saying that we were unlikely to succeed, do you think that after 30 years there's such an overwhelming need that it's almost worth council losing to create a case study to take to central government?
I don't know if I can answer that question, but by all means, go ahead and test it if you think it's a good thing to test. That's all I'd say, and I'm saying that with no understanding of this legal area.
Yep.
So just that I think anything's better than nothing right now.
Not foreshadowing anything.
Was that all? Do you have any other comments to make, Michelle?
I guess maybe I'll just, you'll see in my personal submission I've supported sale of the airport, but in listening to that, which is interesting, information, I just had a sudden mad thought, which is about if the airport's making us so much cash each year, perhaps we just start putting that entire sum into the perpetual fund. Anyway, I just chucked that on the table as a possibility. Maybe that's a safe way of getting around the concerns, although, again, you're probably more expert than I on the ins and outs of both sides on this topic. So I'll just leave it at that.
Councillor Pannett has a question for you.
Okay.
As an environmentalist, do you think it's ethical to take money from destroying the planet?
Sorry.
So that taking the dividend, making money, sorry. It was just in relation to your comment.
Yeah.
Taking $14 million a year or $20 million a year because you're burning fossil fuels, is that ethical?
That's a really good question, and I suppose the only thing I can say is that right now, in the space and time that we are as a community and a country, sometimes you have to sort of dance with the devil to create something that might be good for the long term. And I'm a customer of the airport, and I'm yet to solve that in my own business, but I use that place very frequently, and despite my offset, I know I should be doing more. So I suppose I don't think any of these are black and white, and it's just like the situation you're in of having to be forced to even consider selling the airport. There's no easy answer, and you're just going to have to weigh up all the uneasy answers and come in the middle. So that's probably my response, Anna. Okay.
Thank you, Michelle. We appreciate you taking the time to speak to us again today.
Okay. Thanks very much, everybody. Good luck with your difficult decisions.
Thank you. And I just wanted to remind councillors, as it did happen earlier, at the beginning of these sessions, we did say that we wouldn't take photos of submitters. Yeah, that was one of the things that we sort of agreed we wouldn't do when we had the initial conversation. Oh, if someone asked you to take a photo of them, that's fine. But we just, in the pursuit of maintaining a neutral environment for all submitters. That is one of the things that we said we wouldn't do. So it was just a wee reminder, but thank you. I'd like to next welcome Catherine Pendatito. Kathy! Sorry, I should call you Catherine formally because that's what it says on my notes. Welcome, Kathy, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, I'll take this. I'm here just to raise to tell you how anxious I am about two matters. The first is the Arapaki Manor Street Library and Service Centre, and it's the intention to close that before the main library is open. I think that's a mistake. I feel for the people that are using it now, and I don't believe that the Brandon Street small library can manage the clientele that will be sent there if you close Manor Street. Also, Manor Street has a very important role, and that is where the council staff are seen by the public and used by the public, not just to give out yellow bags and green boxes. So I think you need to keep that in mind, and it's a small cost to keep it running for another 18 months. That's the first one. The second one, the rubbish disposal. I would prefer to see that issue raised as a separate issue later, not part of the long-term plan, because it's too complicated, and if you live in the central city like I do and you help clean the streets, da-di-da, I think there's a lot more thought needs to go into it and a lot more preparation of the public on how to use it. So thank you. That's all.
Are there any questions? Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Catherine, for your submission. It's very clear and loud. You also oppose the sale of airport share. Could you please share what you think of that idea?
Yeah, I would agree with what's been said in support of not selling.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Councillor Pannett. Yeah, I've got you.
So
Thank you.
Time.
Thank you, Kathy. So you'd see Arapaki as being still a critical asset just even for the 18 months? You think going to Te Awe just isn't enough of a substitute?
And when you think of the clientele, you see all sorts in there. And I think it's a good thing. Even tonight, I counted 12 in the rain.
And Councillor Free has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you. I was interested in your perception of the rubbish. What would your concerns be if people weren't well enough educated to understand the system?
I live in Arlington Street, and 3 households put out yellow bags and the correct things in your plastic recycling. There's a group of people who just put black bags and they keep getting picked up. What are they going to do with bins? And the other thing is, with your clear plastic bags, the people picking up the rubbish can see whether what is in them is what should be. But if you've got a bin, how are those guys picking up the rubbish going to be able to see whether it should be put aside or put into the recycling truck?
Thank you for that.
And Councillor Randall has a question as well.
Thank you. You're living in the CBD. I noticed you also said that you are opposed to the Thornton City Streets and Bike Network program. You've sort of commented that they should be removed from the budget completely. Can you just sort of explain, is that a reason because you want to lower the rates, or was it should be spent on something else as to why you say that?
I have to be honest, I am terrified of bikes. And I was pleased to hear on the radio this morning that some countries thinking of bringing manslaughter charges against bike people, cyclists, who kill pedestrians. I find the city is no longer safe to walk because of scooters and cyclists on the footpath. So that was me showing my prejudice, I think, and just that blanket thing of no more cycle lanes.
Thank you, that's good feedback.
I've got a follow-up question, Kathy.
Yeah.
Isn't it better then, if you're worried about those things being on the footpath, for us to create bike lanes for bikes and scooters to be in?
Oh, sorry.
No, that's, you can interrupt me anytime, Kathy.
They don't use them all the time. You can be walking down Taranaki Street and zoom, a cyclist will come past. I've, taken them to task at the traffic lights, and as you can imagine.
As a colleague has just told me, I don't think there's a bike lane on Taranaki Street yet.
That's what I'm saying.
But yeah.
Use it.
Anyway, wonderful to hear from you. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to now welcome Mark Solly on behalf of the Wellington Riders Social Club. Know my Mark and friends. And you have 10 minutes, and if you want to include any time for questions in that, you can. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, my first time doing this. I'm here representing Wellington Riders, an organisation that connects with over 3,500 motorcyclists across the Wellington region. By now, I believe you've received our survey of 264 motorcyclists on parking fees, and considering the approximately 500 motorcycle parks provided by the council, we think the survey is a fairly representative sample. Today, I want to reiterate on the most important findings from that survey and connect these to the council's parking objectives and publicly stated objections to motorcycles. The 3 key findings that stand out to me. Firstly, that fees will incentivise car usage. 48% of respondents said the proposed fees would push them into cars. Only 4% would switch to public transport, and only 2% would be travelling by push bike. These people do not have viable public transport alternatives. And a common theme is that their work required travel outside times when public transport was available. Secondly, there's a negative economic impact. 90% said this would result in them spending less money in the CBD and that it would be a less desirable place for them to work. And I think this has a direct impact on struggling businesses. And lastly, the socio-economic impact. A full third of the respondents said the proposed fee will mean they're no longer able to meet the basic cost of living. That shocked me. I hope it shocks you. This is absolutely the worst time to increase the cost of living for those who are least able to afford it. I expect you've heard repeatedly that motorcyclists are an important part of an integrated transport plan and how they have a positive effect on congestion for everyone. This fact is backed up by research too. There's a handout going around. Shifting the balance in favour of cars will increase travel times for everyone, not just displaced motorcyclists. leading to increased stress, less family time, weaker social connections, which are all factors correlated with poor health outcomes and early death. The UK Office for National Certificates showed that these effects are statistically significant for people taking longer bus journeys, and even more so for motorcyclists who have been mode shifted to busing. On the subject of particulate emissions and air quality, in responses to other submissions, council representatives have argued against motorcyclists based on emissions concerns, despite that fact that they emit less CO2 per kilometre than cars. I refer you to the 2011 Belgian study by Transport Mobility Leuven, who found that motorcycle emissions are far lower than car emissions across all emission types, or almost all emission types, including particulates. They showed that emissions only begin to approach the levels of the average car when speeds exceed 100 kilometres an hour, and that is with engines undersized for the task. Since that study was published, we're now seeing motorcycles coming to market that are 2 generations newer, and they comply with Euro 5. The situation is only improving. The same study showed how it was possible to achieve a 40% reduction in congestion wait times for all road users. Think of the emissions from idling cars that can also be saved. I encourage you to read that study, take on board what they had to say, and I've included that reference in the handout. I also refer you to the 2016 study by University of Herefordshire on vehicle particulate matter in tunnels, which found that emissions from motorcycles were several orders of magnitude less than cars, meaning you would need more than 100 motorcycles to reach the same particulate emissions as a single car. Now, I want to assert that high turnover, short stay is the wrong goal for motorcycle parking. Just allow me a little dramatic license here. This is my own words. But let's imagine my evil twin was here making a proposal to negate the benefits of motorcycles to the city. Yeah, I know. Step 1 of his evil plan. Push the most beneficial class of motorcyclists, commuters, into cars, causing increased congestion. Shift workers like cleaners and emergency call centre operators will be easy targets because their shifts don't overlap with public transport hours. And we'll be able to hit people with reduced mobility too. A surprising number of them ride motorcycles. Step 2, get bikers to make more short trips around the city. Doing their shopping, this will increase cold start emissions and concentrate those emissions in the city centre. We definitely want to avoid the clean and efficient running of a warm engine at a steady speed. Step 3, create an incentive to wear less safety gear so that when accidents happen, riders receive more injuries. How? A motorcyclist riding to work is much more likely to wear the full protection of body armour and abrasion protection because they can just get changed at work. Shoppers don't want to put all that gear on and walk around in it while they're shopping. So I believe we'll see more people riding in casual clothes. Finally, step 4, make motorcycling accessible only to high income earners, keeping low earners out of the city to force more homogeneity, reduce diversity, and reduce social class mixing in the city. All right, now I appreciate that was a bit silly, but I hope I made the point that motorcycle trips are the best motorcycle trips are the ones where people ride steadily while well equipped with minimal queuing, then stay put at their destination using public transport for their secondary movements. So, in summary, we expect parking fees to shift the math and practicality of motorcycling in favour of car usage. Viable public transport alternatives need to be in place before applying economic pressure to force their use. Anything else is putting the cart before the horse. We believe the council may be relying on incorrect or outdated emissions information. The negative economic impacts may outweigh the benefits of higher parking turnover, and fees will disproportionately affect people who can least afford them. So we urge council to maintain the current free parking provisions, consider allocating new premium spaces for revenue purposes. There may also be a place for a small amount of time-limited parking, but not at the cost of displacing riders into cars. We hope that you do gather more better data around this, do the cost-benefit studies, don't just look at the revenue, and please consult with us more. But please don't experiment with our lives, add additional parking, and experiment with those. Thank you.
We do.
We have a few minutes.
Yeah, we've got some questions. The first one from Councillor Wineta.
Tēnā koutou, thank you for that. Hey, just on the emissions question, did I understand you correctly, aside from the particulate matter, on the former emissions measurement, did I understand you correctly that a single occupant car was being compared to a single occupant motorcycle, or would a car of 4 people still be a per person greater emission than a motorcycle?
I believe the studies that I'm referencing, if I've understood them correctly, were not considering the number of occupants in the car.
Okay.
So you could safely assume a single occupant, as most of the car journeys in and out of Wellington are.
Gotcha. Thank you for that clarification.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. Safety. Have you got statistics on the safety of motorbikes versus cars in terms of accident rates?
Yeah, we do know that that motorcyclists do experience more accidents. I would point out the fact that accidents involving severe harm to motorcyclists tend to occur in rural areas at high speeds, whilst there are more accidents involving cars and motorcycles in urban areas. They have a lower severity. And we want to encourage motorcyclists to take the kind of journeys where they are well protected, not just riding around in their casual clothing, because if they do have a motorcycle versus car, we'd like them to be best protected.
Councillor McNulty.
For the submission, something we've heard quite common from most people that have come in representing riders is that it seems like there's a bit of a capacity issue in the CBD, that you do have to look quite hard for a park, which would sort of suggest that some disincentive in the form of pricing would better manage that. Do you think there's a potential sweet spot where possibly there's some pricing but there's the expansion of spaces for motorcycles as well that could be found, so you're actually making it easier for motorcyclists to find a park, but with the disbenefit that there would be some cost attached to that?
I think that we would support seeing an experiment in the gathering of evidence for that. There's a concern about the short trips and incentivising those. I don't believe that that is the ideal use case for motorcyclists in Wellington City. There are other mobility modes that suit that better. But if you're talking about all-day parking at a price that's commensurate with the service level and the cost to provide that, there is a class of motorcyclists who I believe will use that.
I don't think we've got time for any more questions, but there were a lot from councillors. So thank you, Mark and friends. We really appreciate the time and put into making such a well-informed submission.
Thank you for your time.
Now, our next submitter is online, Sally Munro. No, my Sally, and you have 5 minutes, and if you want to leave any time within that for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora tātou. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to my submission. I would like to emphasise 2 points of concern, points at which at first blush might seem contradictory, but they're not. My first point is about the extremely steep proposed rise in rates over the next 5 years. My second point is about the do or die options presented in the plan for the Kandala pool, neither of which is supported by many in the local community. On my first point, my concern about the proposed rate rises is that over the next 5 years, the impact of these compounding rate increases is huge and well above predicted inflation rates. For many people, these rate increases, combined with rising insurance premiums, will make continued home ownership in Wellington increasingly unaffordable, and therefore rentals also unaffordable. People will move away. I understand the need to address infrastructure needs, particularly the replacement and maintenance of our water pipes. However, what I don't see in the plan is any evidence of a hard-headed look to see what is manageable within a rate structure that is sustainable and will have a social licence. I believe we need to prioritise addressing our infrastructure problems and not try to do everything at once. At the moment, I would say there is a crisis of confidence in the competence of the council to manage major projects. We've seen botched deals. We've watched our roads get dug up and resealed for cycleways, only to have them needing to be redug months later to address water leaks. I believe there are some major projects that should go on hold, and I would put the Golden Mile project in this category. I would also question the urgency of the waste project. I put it to the Council that if you want to retain the confidence and trust of your citizens, you need to rethink the proposed budget by reducing the number of major aspirational projects and focusing on the things that must be done, the urgent and important. A disheartening side effect of undertaking too many expensive major projects is the proposed rationalisation of local community assets. While I can perhaps understand the drivers for rationalisation and the creation of bigger recreational hubs, I believe that this nickel and diming approach lacks a sound understanding of what best contributes to healthy local communities and environments, and the value of local facilities easily reached by walking, increasingly so in a world where we are trying to reduce emissions. The proposed moves to downgrade Kandala facilities in favour of consolidating facilities in Johnsonville is a case in point, and seems strangely at odds with the simultaneous designation of 3 train stations in Kandala being part of a mass transit line, and so now zoned for intensification. In this respect, the 2 alternatives presented by the council plan for the Kandala pool seem particularly offensive. Less than a year ago, the council proposed and supported what might be described as a gold-plated option. And now it seems to be saying, sorry, too expensive, so we'll demolish it. My request to you is that you do not destroy the pool, but continue to work with the local community to come up with a viable, affordable plan for maintaining the pool. I consider it as poor policy making to eliminate the possibility of any future development of the pool by demolishing it, particularly given council intentions around population intensification in Kandala and increasingly hot summers as a result of climate change. So those are my 2 points, and I ask you to consider them.
Thank you, Sally, and you've timed it almost exactly perfectly. We'd like to thank you for taking the time to speak with us this evening.
Thank you.
I'd now like to welcome Matthew Rewiti and Ihaya Puketapu. If you want to, you could sit at the table, this one, cut the front near the mics, or whatever's comfortable for you. Sure. No mai. Tēnā kōrua, and you have 10 minutes, and if you want to leave any time for questions as part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tēnā koutou. I'm Matthew Rarity, and this is Ihaya Puketapu. We are here today as trustees of Te Atiawa ki te Opoko o Te Ika Maui Pōtiki Trust. The trust was established first as a recognised iwi organisation in order to obtain mandated iwi organisation status for Te Atiawa in Wellington. Our trust was established in 2006 by some prominent leaders of our iwi. Most have been or were involved in at least one of Wellington Tents Trust, Palmerston North Māori Land Reserves Trust, or Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust. In slide 2, you will see our trust is recognised by Te Puni Kokiri in Te Kahui Mangai, the Directory of Iwi and Māori Organisations. Te Puni Kokiri, the Ministry of Māori Development, confirms that the trust is a mandated iwi organisation. We also hold mana over aquaculture, and we are a tūhono organisation. Tūhono Trust was established under the Electoral Act 1993 and is an agreement between the Minister for Māori Development, the Minister for Justice, and Māori, regarding iwi affiliation. We trustees are elected representatives of 3 marae, Waifatu and Te Tōtōpū in Lower Hutt, and Pipitia marae in Thorndon. Each marae has 2 trustees elected by Māori who whakapapa to the marae. I Haia Pokitapu is a trustee for Waifatu marae, and I am a trustee for Pipitia marae. In my 3rd slide, you will see the rohi of our trust. Well, actually, you don't on that one. There it is. You will see the rohi of our trust, which covers virtually the entirety of Wellington City. Our trust manages interests in commercial fisheries obtained under the Treaty of Waitangi, Māori Fisheries Settlement. We receive and manage commercial fisheries quota and other assets. We also manage customary fishing in the takiwa, in the territory which you see. Managing that customary fishing also means managing permits, and each of our marae hold permit books. These permits allow descendants to take fish from Wellington waters and for the purpose of hui or tangi. In addition, we are tangata kaitiaki appointed by the Minister of Fisheries. This means we can place rāhui over the takiwa. It is important for you to know that our trust is mandated to deal with Resource Management Act issues associated with freshwater and marine environments affecting Wellington City. This includes the streams, rivers, harbour and coastal waters. We have an important role as mana whenua and kaitiaki of water in Wellington. It is for this reason our trustees support Key Proposal 1, Option C, the investment in water infrastructure. It is important that we maintain the health of our waterways and address the pollution into our marine environment. On the matter of Key Proposal 3, the sale of airport shares, we are concerned about the negative impact that the sale of shares could have on Te Taiao in our rohi. We are concerned that the sale of airport shares will pave the way for a privatised airport to seek fast-track approvals to extend the airport runway. We are not against development, but this could override hard-won environmental protections that have been bound up in cultural kaupapa. The sale of airport shares and a fast-track approval for an airport runway extension could allow government agencies to bypass engagement with iwi, hapu and hapori Māori, allowing tika and kawa to be ignored. We urge councillors to consider our opposition to the sale. We are elected iwi representatives. We are a mandated iwi organisation. We are mana whenua. We are treaty partners, and we are kaitiaki for the harbour and coast of Te Whanganui Ātara. The trustees support option C, and we urge you to vote to retain all current council airport shareholding. Aku mihi, ka mutu ahau, he pātai.
Yes, we do have some pātai. I'll start with Councillor Free.
Thank you for coming to speak to us. Are you aware that we actually have such limited control that when the airport wanted to extend into a golf course, people from that community came to council to say, what can you do to help us? And there was absolutely nothing we could do, either as councillors or as part of the airport board, because there are only 2 of us, 2 representatives out of 6, and they use the Public Works Act.
Yeah.
So we have very little control.
Yes, we do realise that, but we are we encourage you to retain the shareholding to at least have the voice at the table. As mana whenua, that obviously the airport runway extends into our coastal waters, and that's the concern of the trust.
Puiwi Hohaia.
Kia ora koutou, e oku whanaunga, ka nui te mihi kia kōrua. Thank you for coming in this evening. I'm not sure, you might be aware we have a tākaihere agreement with a number of entities, Te Atiawa, Runanga, Taranaki Whānui, and Ngāti Toa. I wonder, would there be interest in sitting down with those entities to kind of have a kōrero about how we might move forward together in relationship with the council? Would there be interest in that?
Absolutely.
Ka pai. Thank you.
And Councillor Pennant.
Kia ora. Yeah, I put the notice of motion up to stop the expansion and it failed dismally. Can I just ask, is everyone in Te Atiawa on the same page about the airport shares? And would it make sense for the iwi to buy it?
Control. Yeah, I'm not speaking for every individual. However, we ran through this with our trustees, and the trustees are all on board for this. Yeah, again, it's the important part for us is in particular that mandate that we hold and our kaitiakitanga o te taiao under that relationship. And again, that's, we're speaking as mandated trustees.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Matthew. Two quick questions. The first one is
just one, if we can.
Okay. The first one is the council is saying the problem with this is just it's very risky and we need to sell it. And it's also on the other side, there was an amendment moved to sell it to iwi. If it is bad for council, do you think it's good for iwi to buy it?
Yeah, I personally don't have that opinion, and I would have to defer back to the trustees because we're here to put across those two issues. Thank you.
Councillor Roger.
I would say no.
Councillor Roger.
Thank you so much for that. My question was in regard to option C, and sort of, I guess there have been some speakings about Te Mana o Te Wai, and wondering, what your, I guess, broader aspirations are for water in the Rohi.
Our primary aspiration is to try and return the mauri of freshwater and coastal water to a more pristine state. That is a very high aspiration, but it's something that we have to put at the forefront because of the current state of it, which is very, very bad, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any better anytime soon. So I suppose in that context, we're speaking on behalf of the voiceless environment.
Can I just say that if you look back at the records, Pipitea was renowned for having crystal clear waters where you could go and see the pipi. And then, of course, and Councillor Young, you might appreciate this because I believe your whānau may have stuck up for the city's water. As colonial settlers came in, Wellington was known as a stinky, pongy environment, and it wasn't until, I believe, Plymouth stepped forward and put in a sanitation program. We are deeply concerned about the continued degradation of our environment.
I'm sorry, we're out of time, but we would love to see you more. And ngā mihi.
Kia ora.
Our next submitter is Craig online. No, Craig. And you have 5 minutes, and if you want to leave any time for questions as part of that. Try and reduce rubbish.
Okay, thank you. I'm Craig Fair, a Wellington ratepayer and business owner of over 40 years. I've seen a number of different mayors and councillors over these years and have never seen such poor decisions and waste of ratepayer funds as with the current council. The voice of cyclists has been very loud, and this has been very expensive for ratepayers for the benefit of a few. I'm not against cycleways, just the way the plan's been implemented. Council's proposed the sale or cancellation of a number of projects, such as the Wadestown Community Centre, the Manor Street Library, and the Kandala Pool. This is petty compared with the amount that's being spent on destroying our city roads like Thorndon Quay. I don't even see why these roads are being changed before the most important issue Wellington faces is fixed, namely our water. We'll be drowning in stormwater and sewage, and we won't have any water to drink. Also, we shouldn't be considering meters until the pipes are actually replaced. Fixing the gross waste is the most important thing that the City Council could do. I'd also suggest that public transport be looked at before the cycleways are continued with. While we have a fairly good public transport system now, it could be improved in order to attract more people to use it. I suggest that buses on demand, such as used in Tawa, might be a more effective way to get commuters into public transport by making it easier than parking their own cars close to bus stops on main routes. With regard to the airport shares, they should be left alone as an investment which is giving Wellington City Council quite a good return. Years ago, the council owned shares in the MED. These shares were sold, which I think has been regretted ever since. The council now no longer has any say in power prices or costs in Wellington. Council, basically, I think you need to listen to the ratepayers who are actually paying for all of this. I've not heard any number of people who are wanting to get out of Wellington up until probably the last 18 months. And I'm hearing lots of people who are talking about leaving just because of what's going on. And it's not a nice thing to see. Wellington was once a vibrant city. And needs to be brought back into that. And I don't think it's going to be done the way it's being handled now.
Thank you, Craig. There is a question for you. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Craig. And I disagree with some of the point, but I'm just really interested in the airport share. Hey, can we listen? Can we respect the submitter? So I'm really interested. Do you think this council, in case voting against, will even erode more in the confidence of the council?
Sorry?
If the council decides to sell the airport, do you think will be even more angry and dissatisfied community members?
Most definitely. People I've spoken to, and as I say, I've got my own business. I'm seeing many members of the public every day. And just in talking with them, the majority of them do not want to see the shares sold.
Quickly, another one question. Do you think it's a mandate for this council?
I've got another question.
Okay.
Councillor Randall. Reminder, your questions are through me, so you check with me before you ask a second one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair. No, you've made a number of very points that are really a bit scary. I note you also say we need to decrease the spend in the current budget. Is it the rates increase that really is the pain point, or and in terms of what we are going to stop doing, what are the main things that you think are not so essential?
I think it's probably a combination of a few of them, but certainly spending money on things that are absolutely non-essential, that are this, as an example, of the cycleways, which are probably going to end up being ripped up to have to be redone when the pipes are done, and the pipes are going to have to be done. No one wants to spend money twice doing the same job.
Thank you. We're pretty much out of time now, Craig, but thank you for taking the time to speak with us this evening.
Thank you.
I would now like to welcome Richard. Richard, and you have 5 minutes. And if you want to leave any time for questions, you can. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to start by pointing out that the Mayor has spent the entire of the last submission on her phone. Apparently
excuse me. I would like you to remind you that all submitters are to be respectful to all mayor and councils.
I'd like to be respected by our council.
Okay, no, we're going to take an adjournment.
I'm capable of doing two things at once, so thank you.
Okay, there you go. That's my point. My point here is that this council
No, Mai Elizabeth. And you have councillors, could you please? We've got the next submitter ready. No, Mai Elizabeth, you have 5 minutes, including any time for questions if you'd like. Thank you.
Cool. Good evening. My name is Trish Wheeler. Elizabeth is my first name, but
I'm so sorry, my apologies.
I'm a Wellington ratepayer and have been for 37 years, since 1987. If you multiply my current rates of $12,184 a year by 37, you will see, adjusted for inflation, that I have paid over $450,000 in rates. I don't think we get a lot for it, actually. And I think this is why people like me should be listened to and taken seriously, because we are paying a lot of money to live here. And like that previous chap just said, I know several people, including myself, who are considering leaving Wellington because we just can't afford it. Anyway, I currently pay in excess of $1,000 a month in rates, and soon, by the sound of it, it'll be more like $1,200. What do we get? An annual fireworks display, roads and water, which is a little bit, well, not quite that reliable at the moment. I'm particularly worried about two current proposals, Kandala Summer Pool and parking metres in Kandala. I feel it could wreck our village and make it harder to attract families and businesses to the village. The pool doesn't need to be transformed into an enclosed, heated, huge pool. The people of Kandala and their children are happy with it in its existing quaint character. They can walk to it. It's situated in a lovely bushy, picnic-friendly location in keeping with the iconic nature of it. It is outside. It doesn't stink of chlorine like so many indoor pools do. It's been there for over 100 years. There has to be middle ground, but the options on the long-term plan seem to be all or nothing. I think this should be revisited and a more affordable solution found. Apparently the cost of demolishing it is in the millions of dollars. Why don't we reinvest those millions of dollars into extending the life of the Kandala Summer Pool? Parking metres. The lack of revenue from parking metres citywide is due to the removal of hundreds of car parks and replacing them with cycle lanes. As an observer, I guess I'm right. My question is, are cyclists going to be charged to use those cycle lanes? Or for using the roads for that matter, or for parking? Perhaps they should be made to register and pay road user charges as do every other non-petrol mode of transport. At the moment, cycles are not registered and blatantly ignore the road code, red lights and other rules on a regular basis, but are unidentifiable. Another question, how much are these cycle lanes costing? How many tonnes of carbon is being produced building these cycle lanes? The car parks in Kandala have been there for years, and upgrades in the village have been done by the local residents and businesses. A lot of the people of Kandala are not of an age to retake up cycling, and Kandala is very hilly and at a high altitude compared to the CBD. Cycling isn't a serious option for most Kandala residents. I feel the impact of introducing parking metres at $5 an hour will create real problems for local businesses and also for our local Kandala Town Hall and Community Centre, as well as the Kandala residents. There are lots of people who come to classes and clubs at the community centre, and this could put it beyond their reach. Attending these clubs and classes is a very important social contact for these people. I do know about this. I was manager of the Kandala Town Hall for 18 months, and a large number of people, even in Kandala, are struggling to live on national super. People will stop coming to these classes and clubs. Loneliness is already a huge problem in our society, and this would make it worse. Would Miss Daisy be exempt? There are only about 40 parks in the village anyway. Surely that would not make or break the council. But it will encourage people to drive to malls in Pororua or Lower Hutt, far more emissions to drive there, at the cost of our local community centre, library and businesses. In closing, I hope you will rethink these proposals, take the views of people like me seriously, and prioritise the future of the village. Remember, it is not just a financial cost, it's a social wellbeing cost for our residents as well.
Thank you, Trish. We're out of time. I'm sorry about getting your name wrong, especially when I recognised you. But thank you for taking the time to come in and speak with us tonight, and I want to assure you have been listened to. Thank you. Now, our next submitter is Paul, who's online. No, my Paul, are you there? Paul? All right, well, maybe go to the next submitter. Alexander? Oh my, welcome. And you have 5 minutes if you'd like to include any time for questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you everyone for taking the time to listen to me tonight. I'm aware it's quite late and I'm one of the last people here, so thank you for sticking around. So I'm not sure if you have my submissions in front of me, but I'd like to first of all say I second everything that was discussed about the car parks. I think putting in parking fees in the regional centres is detrimental to a lot of businesses in the community. But my primary focus of my submissions today is going to be on the airport. As it currently stands, the council has very few sources of revenue. There's rates, there's car parks, and there's the airport. There are a couple of others, but those are the main ones. And what the proposal is basically getting rid of one of the major sources of council revenue. And this is happening at a time when rates are really increasing dramatically. Car parks are being removed, whether better or worse. They are still being taken out, and that is reducing the amount of revenue coming from car parks, hence the proposal to increase parking fees all around, like increase parking fees and like where there haven't previously been parking fees. And at the same time, the proposal is to remove another revenue asset. And at a time like this, it seems counterintuitive to remove a source of revenue when people are already suffering from very high rate increases. I'll take your question if you still have it.
Sorry, if you want to come to the end of any points that you've made, or have you done so?
No, I'm still, someone's raised their hand, so.
No, I'll chair the meeting. Have you finished, Alexander?
Oh, no, I have not.
Okay, no, yeah, finish your points.
So I've done a lot of reading about the different arguments in favour and for and against it, and it seems to me there are several arguments in favour of selling the airport shares. The first one is just this idea that the airport isn't a good climate-friendly asset. And obviously this is true. Airplanes release a lot of CO2. But the fact of the matter is the airport's going to be there whether or not the council owns it or not. I don't think anyone at this table here today is proposing that the council closes down the Wellington Airport, even if it were within your power. But fundamentally, the airport is going to be there and it is going to still cause the same climate change emissions and carbon emissions that we're currently seeing, whether or not the council's invested or not. So it's really just it's basically cutting off your nose to spite your face at that a certain point, right? Because you're depriving yourself of revenue you could be using to actually enact measures to counter climate change. Additionally, do we really think that the council is going to be worse at mitigating the effects that running the airport has than private industry? Because I think we all know that private industry it doesn't necessarily care the most about the climate. At least hasn't been known to in the past. The other major argument in favour of selling the airport is the idea that the council is currently underinsured of its assets. In the case of a big disaster, it's all gone under. And while I think this is definitely a serious concern, and it is one that bears some thinking, I think getting rid of a major source of revenue when we're already struggling to make ends meet as a council and we're really struggling to meet our budgets is simply not a good idea. And how should I put this? Is reducing our ability to pay for insurance for the overall council buildings anyway. And additionally, there is no guarantee that any climate fund that we create will have as good returns as the airport currently does, or will have good returns generally. I mean, there are plenty of examples out there of public bodies and public entities which sold off capital assets, put them in a fund, and saw the fund perform pretty badly. There's no guarantee it's going to have great returns, especially if you are trying to invest in, ESG-friendly companies and practices, because those, sure, the S&P 500 is successful, but sometimes investing in individual companies is usually not as much. And obviously we don't want to be investing in fossil fuels, so we wouldn't do that. I'm now open up the floor to any questions.
Yes, and Councillor Abdurrahman has one for you.
Cool, thank you, and it's lovely seeing a young person like you being articulate in such a way. Here's my question.
Councillor, we're not going to give our opinions on submitters, but get on with your question.
Okay, articulate again. Okay, so here's my question. There is two ways we make decisions here. One's consultation, one through election time when people campaign. Do you think this council has got electoral mandate to make these decisions if you make, last time if you voted on it? How likelihood are you going to vote for your councillor who voted against?
Okay, no, I'm ruling that question out of order as I have previously. Councillor Free has a question.
First question.
Hi. Thank you very much. You keep saying that we're going to get rid of an income-generating asset, but the idea is that we swap that asset into another.
Sorry, Councillor, we're going to stop.
I'd just like to address that statement very quickly because
we're going to take a second. Thank you. I'll chair the meeting. Councillor, you will be quiet while I am speaking. Okay, then I will ask you to leave.
Fantastic. Well, yeah, I'm going to challenge that ruling.
Is this taking up my time?
No, we will stop the clock and come back to you. Sorry.
Yep. Thank you.
So there has been a challenge to my ruling as the chair?
No, the challenge is you telling me off the room. That's exactly the challenge. The challenge is I'm not going to...
So you're challenging my ruling?
I'm challenging the rule to throw me out of the...
No, I said if you wouldn't keep quiet while I was talking and other people were asking questions.
Well, I said my question needs to be answered, and that's, you said stop it. I stopped now. That's...
Okay, then we'll move on to the next question. Councillor Free. Apologies, Alexander.
Alexander, you keep saying that we need the income, and that's why we shouldn't sell the airport shares, but the whole premise is moving it into another fund to get income, in fact, potentially more income. How do you sort of ignore the fact that that's what we're doing?
From the plan documents that were released, the investment fund would not go towards funding council expenditure. It would just go to building itself up as a means of ensuring the council in the future. So as a result, it would in fact be a reduction in income for the council in terms of operational expenditure. So when I say getting rid of the income, I accept that the Green Investment Fund will be funding some projects that will be earning income. However, this will not go towards funding the council's budget, which is the major issue.
Okay, thank you. That was actually clear. Thank you.
Councillor Winera.
Kia ora, thank you for that. Do you have any preferred solutions to the insurance problem? Any ideas?
I'm not entirely sure. It's obviously a very difficult challenge, but I am pretty certain that selling off a major asset is not the way to do it at this time. Thank you.
I don't think there are any more questions. Sorry about the kerfuffle, but we'd like to thank you for taking the time to speak with us today.
Well, thank you very much for hearing me, and I hope Paul's able to speak now.
Yes. So we'll go back to Paul. Paul, I think you are on mute. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Are you there, Paul? Have we messaged Paul? And he hasn't replied? All right, then. I think, unfortunately, we'll see if you can come back tomorrow evening, Paul. And we will now move a motion to adjourn the meeting to 1:30 tomorrow. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Panovich. Is Paul there? Okay, we can vote on the motion and then go back to Paul? Oh, well, I think maybe we'll go back to him, to maybe if we can schedule him for tomorrow evening, that would be good. Yes, everybody vote with your own remote, and one at a time. Thank you, councillors. We'll see you again tomorrow afternoon. Thank you.
Kia ora, Chair.
And thank you for your service, people on the Grants Committee.